nigga high as a motherfucker, by the way. Let me go fast. I am the nigga, young dog. This high ass nigga.
They don't dance no more. It's all about the lean. Back in the day, crack was jumping on the scene. Now they slumped on the sidewalk.
Can't talk.
Golden era faded,
but we still feel the rock. They used to be kings, now they lost in the scheme.
Popping them bottles, throwing money, living dreams. Now they zoned out and mumbling, fumbling. No rhythm in the city, the whole shit crumbling. They used to rock the house, they was riding through the streets. Remember there was dancing, sliding to the beat. Now it's poison in their veins, ain't no pulse on the street. Guess it's over now, they accepted defeat.
Back in the day, the rock had a violent freak. Different story now, they got no energy. The new drugs got M slow with the hit unload. Eyes closed and they don't dance no more. Block used to be jumping, top shit they was on. Now it's lights out, guess the thrill is gone.
I am the nigga, young dog. I bring it to your rough, rockin' and raw, nigga.
They don't dance no more, it's all about the codeine. Back in the day, they was rocking on the scene. Crack out of pop,
even dancing in the rain.
now they nodding off.
Shit just don't hit the same.
I am that nigga, young dog.
Man, fuck you. Fuck you. I'm talking to you. You know who I'm talking to. I'm talking to you. And if I was in front of y'all, I'll beat the shit out your bitch ass. I'll piss, man, I'm telling you. Man, listen, man. I do not fuck with these people. I'm telling you. And these people are so fake. They fake. They fake. That's why I stay my ass over here. You think I'm finna be around these fuck niggas? You think I'm finna be around these fuck niggas? No. Hell no. You goddamn right, John Galt. I would rather hang around Carmelo Anthony than a lot of you black coon ass ninjas. You goddamn right. I seen your shit, nigga. With your drunken ass, with your drug habit drunken ass. You're goddamn right. You're goddamn right. With your drug habit, weed head, drunken ass, alcoholic ass. You motherfucking right. Yes, I would rather hang around a real nigga like Carmelo Anthony than your black coon, drunken ass, weed head ass. You motherfucking right. Y'all some bitch ass niggas. Bitch ass niggas. And you know you a bitch. Not just John Galt, but a lot of you John Galt know they bitches. He'll come up and holler at me.
I don't know who served thought he. I'm sorry. I don't know who Freezy thought he was talking to. But, you know, he eventually said, you know, but I had to give John Galt some credit. He'll come up and talk to me because, you know, I can hold my own. And I think a lot of these blacks are just being so overly emotional about this whole Carmelo Anthony thing. It's not even about Carmelo Anthony. Blacks see other blacks get killed every day. Don't think a damn thing of it. You were listening the other day, I had the liquor store owner around the corner. He was on the channel. And I got to clip that up. And he was talking about how this little girl's memorial, they've been headed outside this liquor store for years now. And he's like, what is the point? And they don't want to tear it down. But he said that the people hold some kind of value in putting these flowers and teddy bears on this corner every year to celebrate this girl's murder. They don't want to talk about who killed the girl. They just want to celebrate her murder. And that's kind of how Carmelo Anthony is to these people. They see him, sadly, as a hero of theirs. He beat the white man. He killed one of them, and he'll do his time in prison. And for many of these blacks, they don't have any compunction or no problem going to prison. And so Carmelo just became like a sacrificial lamb. But I don't think Carmelo was cut out for prison because you saw him break down crying when he ended up getting sentenced. And the saddest part of it all, and I released a video on this, is that his mother and father, the people who used him, who were able to generate hundreds of thousands of dollars in GoFundMe money from other blacks to that are happy to see a young black man triumph and kill a white man. They were not even there for the sentencing. This would be the last time they would get to see him in regular dress clothes, and they were not even there for the sentencing. They weren't there for the victim impact statements where they could have heard what the Metcalfs had to say to their son, what has been done in their family. They were gone. The jig was up, the griff was up, and they left that boy and faced him 35 years on his own. You can see him walking out of the courthouse. They get into their acre and things like that. But above and beyond that, all of the blacks that have supported these people, supported this boy, you know, inadvertently, they have created like child soldiers out here on the streets. They've told these people, hey, if you touch me, right, I have the right to kill you. And that's just, I think it's very much a black thing. I think, who was it? Anthony Brian Logan. I heard CT mention Anthony Brian Logan, and he said more or less the same thing, this whole touch me and all this kind of stuff. These are all cultural things that these people are having a hard time grasping and being a part of mainstream society. Here's one video that was very interesting to me. It's a black guy, and I don't even know if he knows what he's saying, but you take a look.
We have to teach our children to keep their hands to themselves, because potentially a black person might stab you. Don't you think that's a good lesson to teach your children?
It's a good lesson, Hotep, if you're trying to perpetuate the worst stereotypes that people out there say in terms of what to do when you're around certain demographics.
I'm pretty sure if we look at social media, that stereotype already exists. Elon pushes it every day. So let's not act like I'm making it up.
Well, no, you're not making it up. You're perpetuating it.
Yes, I am, because that's how we operate.
Well, who's the we?
Black people. We have a fuck around and find out policy. Don't start no shit, won't be no shit. Keep your hands to yourself, because we might hurt you. That is evident, and we are not apologetic about that. That is a stereotype, and stereotypes, just like you wouldn't walk into a tiger cage and mess with a tiger because it'll bite your head off. You don't want to fuck with black people because we might fucking kill you.
I mean, he's laying it all out here for more or less a case of segregation. If you want to get down in the bull ring with blacks, you know, they will kill you, and you got to be willing to kill people like that. And this is very interesting that the blacks are more or less segregating themselves now by behavior. Beyond color, they're saying that we behave so much differently that your life could be on the line fooling around with us.
I'm not afraid of the stereotype. Whether you want to teach your kids the stereotype or not doesn't matter to me. But I would tell my children, white, black, Latino, Asian, don't put your hands on people unless it's in self-defense. That's where the conversation starts with me. Had Austin Metcalf had his father around, but his father was beating on his wife, unfortunately.
And, you know, this is so crazy that blacks are picking on this man for some domestic violence issue that he had and shit all throughout the ghetto. The police are responding to one domestic call after the other.
Had his father been around, he could have taught him to keep his hands to himself. But obviously he learned from his father not to keep his hands to himself. That's why I say we need to have that talk with our children.
This is why this boy, that Metcalf, this Camelo boy, this is why he got so much time, in my opinion. I'm thinking that the blacks, it seems to me, that the blacks chose an internet strategy of blame the victim, be as divisive as you can be, and hope that you could bully the jury into finding this boy not guilty. I think they chose the wrong county for that. And now this attitude of touch me and find out, they're showing their true face for the rest of the country to see, not just white people. Everybody's seeing it.
Again, you won't agree to that, and that's problematic.
I won't agree to that. It's always best to keep your hands to yourself to avoid conflict. We can all agree with that. If your point is to say it's always best to avoid conflict with us because we will fucking kill you if we don't like the way you touched us, congrats on setting relations back 100 years by confirming the worst stereotypes that anybody's ever had. And by the way,
I don't think so.
Adams said what he said.
No, I don't think so.
Well, you don't think so, but and maybe if you want to talk about statistical overrepresentation when it comes to crime,
right,
it's that mentality that actually contributes to that statistical overrepresentation. And
right,
maybe you should be focusing on the right lessons for your community as opposed to the what you think is the right lessons for the white community.
I'm glad you brought that up. Because I have no interest in telling black people to turn into pussies.
And see, this is the thing. This is the dichotomy for the blacks. There is no gray area. It's either be a pussy and back down or fight it out and be a Carmelo Anthony, and you'll get some short-term support for while you're waiting on trial until you get convicted, and then they move on to the next guy.
No, we are violent people.
He said that, not me.
Essence for the white community.
I'm glad you brought that up. Because I have no interest in telling black people to turn into pussies. No, we are violent people. Humans are violent people. We've seen that all throughout history. If white people want to die because they're putting their hands on the people, you can teach your people to be peaceful. I'm not telling black people to be peaceful. I'm not telling black people to lay down and let people push them. We're not doing that. That's what you white people like to do. We're not doing that. So no,
Now, I must remind you that when he's saying white, he's really talking about everybody else. Was it Freezy that said it? Freezy said white, Asian, Hispanic, Indian, doesn't matter. They're all white to him. And so this is a message that the blacks are sending out, not just to the whites, but to everyone. And everyone else is siding with the whites saying, look, man, economic progress, safety, safe neighborhoods, good schools. Who do you think was probably half of the population in Carmelo Anthony's school? It wasn't. It probably was Asians and Indians. I would be surprised. I wouldn't be surprised if whites were like 40%, what they call it, majority minority, something like that.
You guys have a stereotype, and it's a stereotype 13 and 50. It exists all throughout social media. Everybody's talking about it nowadays, especially now with this trial. I'm not here to fight that. You can think it's wrong. I believe it's right. I believe in defending myself and if it has to escalate, then it is what it is.
And see, that's the thing. I don't think anyone is against defending yourself. That's where the blacks are seeing is confused. The blacks just want to go straight to the gun, straight to the knife, almost immediately, and that just doesn't jive in America. And I think, a lot of people are seeing this, and they're like, wait a minute, this violence is being ratcheted up by children. And I'm kind of going just in order of here what's on Twitter. And what's interesting, I don't know if you guys heard about Jason Whitlock. Jason Whitlock, he had a good friend of his, Uncle Jimmy. The guy used to be on his show that was killed the other day, I think by some young blacks, if I'm not mistaken. And so Jason Whitlock, he's been pretty outspoken on this whole issue, and he's saying that the Carmelo family owe the Metcalfs an apology. And I said, the apology is a little too late now. The apology should have come as soon as it happened, and they may would have had a chance to spare that boy at 35 years in prison if they'd shown a little bit a tone of reconciliation. They did not do that. They were defiant from the jump. If you remember, they put the Metcalf man out of a press conference in fear that he may do something when their son was the one that actually did something.
There were people in real time trashing Jeff Metcalf, the father of Austin Metcalf, because he had a biblical worldview and a biblical response to the murder of his child. And he was smart enough to say, hey, man, I don't want to racialize this thing because he had enough vision and he was in touch with God enough to know, like, hey, man, you're going to need these black kids to enthusiastically show up and testify against Carmelo Anthony if you want justice and you want the right kind of penalty for this murder. This man had great vision, and people were mocking him. Conservatives were mocking him and ridiculing him. You got to get this instant gratification, and you should say this or that to Carmelo Anthony and his family. And this man said, no. The Holy Spirit is leading me to a much wiser point of view, perspective, behavior, and actions. And look at the reward that he got. And I know his son is gone and he'll never recover from that. But he got a all business, no chaos, no stupidity trial that happened boom, 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 very quickly. He got a jury that he knew would deliver justice. He got a judge and a prosecutor that ran the trial and the whole thing in an orderly, just fashion. And then he got a sentence that gave him satisfaction. Like, yeah, he's paying for this. And then he got the opportunity at the right time on Judgment Day to stand before Carmelo Anthony and Carmelo Anthony's family and tell them exactly what he thought.
And I must remind you at this point that Jeff Metcalf and Jeff Metcalf's wife are giving it to Carmelo right there in his face. His mother, his father, and all those people, they were gone. They were not there to, give him, any kind of support. They had moved away. And that is the sad part. Is what made me think that the boy was nothing more than a pawn, and that the family couldn't even be there to see him all the way through the process.
That's a man in touch with a higher power. That's a man with a long-term view. Many of you owe Jeff Metcalf an apology. And I'm talking to you conservative influencers that allegedly are Christian. You couldn't see the wisdom in what Jeff Metcalf was doing. You couldn't see God's spirit moving him.
And that's Jason Whitlock. And again, Jason Whitlock just had a good friend of his that used to be on his show that was killed by some young black men. And again, that's what led me to title the stream, are blacks inadvertently creating child soldiers? They're out here and they talk about they don't know how they're going to teach their children and things like that because of this new ruling that they can't, assault someone if you so much as put your hand on them. And they're getting a lot of support for that whole mindset. And here's Charleston White
trying to raise $1 million,
supporting this child soldier mentality.
Yeah, I'm putting up to 75,000 for the kids' appeal. So yeah.
I was just watching a video on that when you called.
Yeah. I'm putting it. They need 150, but I'm putting up 75. But I'm trying to raise $1 million.
Send me the links when you got it.
I will. So I'm finna set up an interview with with the dad and say Cheese TV at a black church with a black pastor who I'm trust, and this will be the mom and dad first time talking. Let me just say this: black people hurt this family. Yeah, I'm putting up to 75,000 for the kids' appeal.
Yeah.
So yeah.
I was just watching a video on that when you called.
Yeah. I'm putting it. They need 150, but I'm putting up 75. But I'm trying to raise $1 million.
Send me the links when you got it.
I will. So
it's really interesting that these people are putting up this much money and interest into Carmelo, and then they'll end up going to Rick Child's store all over again. They should put money into their community, into people who have an opportunity to be productive. Carmelo's the next 17 years of his life at the minimum. He'll be spending in prison. So why throw good money after Carmelo? But this is the further entrenching of the young blacks to be rebellious. They're working outside my house, and it's very loud. Anyway, I saw a bunch of Hispanic guys outside working this morning. Damn, they must be cutting down a tree or something. Anyway, it's a bunch of guys out there.
I had a dream last night.
This is Carmelo. This is Metcalf's father. Damn, this is very loud. Can you guys hear this? This is very loud in my back. This is very loud in my ear. But anyway, jeez.
I had a dream last night. And Austin came to me and said, I'm okay. It gives me peace. Doesn't mean I don't hurt, but it gives me great peace. So one of the things, my son, Hunter, his ability to stay strong is a character to his brother. His brother, they had each other's back. They were tight. I've never seen a bond like that. Being identical twins, technically Austin was his big brother. Those boys were my everything. I had cancer almost 10 years ago. I wasn't supposed to live, but that was my why, to fight.
And without those boys, I probably would have succumbed and gave in. But they were in my heart, and I fought hard because I wanted to be their father. I wanted to be there for them throughout the years they grow up, and so I can share my wisdom and share my mistakes so they won't do the same. Austin was an outstanding athlete, person, friend, loyal, loving. He would light up the room. He was such a leader naturally. On that.
Damn, it's so loud in my back. This is the Metcalf father there. He's talking. I'm gonna go through a couple more of these Twitter, and then I want to get to Andrew Bronca, because he's arriving at the same conclusion that I arrived at. They hung this Carmelo boy out to dry. Here's a couple of tweets about him. This is 2025. By the way, there's also a picture of Carmelo Anthony's girlfriend. We have to get to her. You know, I remember being up on Freezy's panel, and I said, you know, Freezy, the odds are that he doesn't have a black girlfriend. I know you're pro-black and all. The odds are he does not have a black girlfriend. And I think House of Hypocrites was up on the channel. I think both of those are kind of like pro-black Shalom guys or whatever you call it. And they were like, well, I would still support him if he didn't have a black girlfriend. Well, the verdict is in. He doesn't have a black girlfriend. They had turned their back on the black community until they needed them on the jury. That's David on. This is Carmelo Anthony's girlfriend. Her name is Valeria Perez. Valeria Perez. And she's staying with my boy, Carmelo Anthony. Please go follow and support Staying with Carmelo Anthony, a Hispanic sister gal there. I wonder how the House of Hypocrites and the Freezies are taking this, because, you know, they're all black first and everything.
All right. Come on, man. Just follow back behind us. Just stay close, okay?
This is Carmelo back in 2025 when he's leading the.
Excuse me.
Carmelo, is there anything you want to say to the community that's donated?
Yes, the little promo for Staying with Carmelo. You know what's so interesting? Carmelo, you can see his hair there. They cut his hair now. He cut his hair to go to court, go to trial. But every day his dad showed up with long dreadlocks. Every day. So on one hand, they're trying to tell us, look at this boy differently. Look at him differently. He's got short cut hair and everything. Then you look at out in the courtroom and you see his dad with long dreadlocks, and he's not, you know, I'm sure everyone has seen him with this long spiky hair as you see it here. And so it made me ask the question, why didn't the daddy cut his hair in solidarity with the boy? Like the whole family in some way is on trial. They got to make heads and tails out of this. And the dad in the last year or so, from the time this boy was charged, he's grown long dreadlocks while telling his son to cut the hair. Or, you know, or someone told his son to cut the hair because the white jury would view him differently. At what point does Drew Anthony, or whatever his name is, have to cut his hair? Because he's going to have to go right back out in white America as well and find work. And now he has long dreadlocks, and sooner or later the GoFundMe money dries up. The parents of Carmelo Anthony speak with me first following the guilty verdict in 35-year sentence. In an emotional conversation shown here, they reflect on the trial, what they believe could have been done differently, and the impact this has had on their family. Here's the video. Here's some of the video, I guess. Right here's only a minute of it.
Is there anything that you... So do you believe your son received a fair trial?
Absolutely not.
Absolutely not.
Absolutely not. And we're going to keep fighting.
Mm-hmm.
We will not stop fighting for justice for my son.
And as parents, have you all struggled with guilt, asking yourselves, is there anything different?
Or maybe the father didn't have long dreadlocks, assuming this is after the verdict. But there was someone that was going to the car with them. He had long dreadlocks, throwing up the peace sign, the Black Power salute sign. He looked like the father. Maybe he was related.
I know, Kayla, you said you wish you had gone to that track meet. Is there anything that you both wish you could have done differently?
I wish I would have just been rebellious. I was told don't.
Wish you could have done differently.
I wish I would have just been rebellious.
Wish he just would have been a little bit more rebellious.
I was told don't.
Oh, that's the stepdad. This is the stepdad. So this is not the real father. Okay, all right, cool. So the guy that was there, that must have been his father, the one with the long dreadlocks.
Talk to this person. Don't talk to this person. I feel like it was just a setup. Now, so they told us, go get white attorneys. Everybody.
He said they told us, who is they? Let's see, again, this is what's so interesting about this. Now, they're more or less blame shifting, or shifting the blame to other people. They told us to go get a white attorney. Who is they? Who is the they that you speak of? And you're supposed to be so intelligent. You got a boy with a 3.7 GPA. Y'all can't think for yourself. And then the decision that they ended up making was to choose Dominique Alexander, right? To be an advocate of them. Like, these are bad decisions that these people who are supposedly very intelligent made.
It was just a setup. Now, so they told us, go get white attorneys. Every black person I went to, white attorneys. No white attorneys, they set them up, pushed them. Hey, here you go. I mean, no objections. It was things smooth stuff because as a father of me being who I am, I got to make sure she's straight. This mama, I got to make sure she's straight mentally, because if she's not straight, my house ain't straight. I'm not straight. Then so because I got the.
I can't help but point out this guy's diction is not the greatest. He's supposed to be this high income black man. But his diction is, maybe he's distraught or something. I'll give him a pass on that. But it's just not,
Me being who I am, I got to make sure she's straight. This mama.
Got to make sure she's straight.
I got to make sure she's straight mentally, because if she's not straight, my house ain't straight. I'm not straight. Then so because I got the kids to worry about. Got to make sure his mental health. I can't go back and forth with him right then there, because his mental can handle it. The misunderstanding of what dad is trying to say. This ain't a daddy moment.
This is Carmelo Anthony, and this is the representation of what got him into all this trouble. And again, the father, I'm assuming this is the father, or the stepfather, whatever he is. None of them showed up. None of them showed up in the victim impact statements to offer any kind of support for the guy, just being there in the crowd. Then when they had time to, make the character witness statements, would just say, hey, he was a good boy. It was only his mama. Not his daddy, no churches, nothing. No one was there for him to really give us some context to who is or who was the Carmelo Anthony before the jury decided to sentence him to 35 years. They got nothing. These people gave the jury nothing to have some sympathy for this boy. And that's very interesting. And now they're blaming, we supposed to get white lawyers. Well, what black lawyers? What they're going to get, that would have been very interesting. I'm going to play another clip from the Metcalf. I'm assuming this is a different take. So easy for him. What he's saying. And I want to get into this Andrew Bronca, because he's kind of pointing out what I've said about the Carmelo Anthony family.
So how poetic justice is served. You just do a big softball and knock it out of the park. Thank you for making it so easy for me. So you can live with your lie if you want to, but my truth is forever. Just like the fact your son is a convict and a killer. Forever. Forever is a long time. What's your master plan, Mr. Anthony? To use your son as income and soak up his...
Ooh, these are rough words here coming from Metcalf. I think a lot of people are starting to see through this. That the Metcalf, the Carmelo Anthony family did not do the best for him. The family just admitted that they may not have chose the best lawyers. Should they have chosen to be around someone like Dominique Alexander? Should they have been a little bit more conciliatory to this man after their son killed him? All these things are decisions that they made to go in the opposite direction. They end up hurting their son. They could have had this man as an advocate for their son when it came down to sentencing. They could have. But the blacks want to fight, and they want to defend the ability to be able to fight so hard. They lost
much money playing victim to line your pockets and then abandon him when he's at sentencing.
See that? Jesus, the white man sees it. Abandon him at sentencing.
Victim to line your pockets and then abandon him when he's at sentencing or victim impact. You just left him up there by himself. Amazing. Amazing. What about you, Drew? What kind of father are you? You want to talk about what kind of father? All right, let's talk about what kind of father you are. Let's talk about your arrest.
Oof.
Let's talk about your warrants. Oh, was it drugs?
Oof.
Coke? You did? Tell me some other shit. Let's pull it up. Because I'm welcome every one of you to pull up my criminal history.
Oof. Oof. They're saying this man was a domestic violence. He said, well, you got some skeletons in your closet too, Mr. Anthony. We go criminal record for criminal record here.
Someone who tried to make up some bullshit
Oof.
saying I'm a sexual assault person.
Oh, these blacks were lying all the time. This is the dad right here. This is the Anthony Metcalf father.
Guess what? If you're convicted of sexual assault in Texas, you have to register. Please check the registry. Please check my background in criminal history. It's not there.
That's the Metcalf man. Again, this is a man that Anthony should have been trying to make friends with. And they were antagonizing this man or letting lies spread about this man. Probably the people on their side, the Dominique Alexanders. I knew he had a very contentious relationship. Yeah, that's the father of Austin and Hunter. I knew he had a very contentious relationship with some of the people that were connected with the Anthony family. And I'm guaranteeing that some of this led to them getting, that boy getting the 35 years in prison. And all across the spectrum, high and low, you're seeing some wild statements from blacks justifying this type of behavior. It's from Hotep Jesus to Jasmine.
Is larger than him?
It's larger than him. And you listen to Jasmine Crockett. And
35 years for a kid who had decided to go under a tent that was not his team's tent as it was raining and simply didn't want to be put out in the rain by some random kid.
And see, this is the thing, everywhere you go, the blacks always talking about rain, rain, rain. Like, rain doesn't kill you. Rain doesn't kill you. I would suspect, this is my guess, that if you look at a person like Jasmine Crockett and many black women, rain is very, is very detrimental to their hair. And so that is why they keep saying, it's raining out there, I got to cover up my head. Got to cover up my head. And so this is a very cultural thing, in that the blacks whose hair is very sensitive to the weather, like she has a perm or something in her hair. And so from that standpoint, she can't get her hair wet. That's why blacks don't swim. Black women don't swim in particular. And so this is one of the things that they keep mentioning that is not even relevant in trial. You're not allowed to go up on someone's porch or their tent because it's raining. But if you're black and your hair is very dependent on staying dry and not getting wet, then they're putting a lot of emphasis on that rain. It was rain, even though he's a boy. It was raining out there, they keep saying. What if it was a black woman and she had a perm and all that gook in her head? That shit be running down her face. Shouldn't they let her up under the tent too? She's speaking for herself here.
That he didn't know, who was larger than him. Listen, a lot of people don't know what it is to live as a black person in this.
See, there we go. See, these blacks are framing this as like, look, when you deal with us, like, you fuck around and find out. Like, a lot of y'all don't know what it's like. The perm, the weave, none of this shit can get wet, right?
This country, but just like you can give the benefit of the doubt to so many police officers when they go out and they shoot some black unarmed person, even though they are trained, the fact that there was little to no mercy seen or humanity seen when this black boy said that I was scared, or the fact 35 years.
You know, I'm not making a correlation that that hair causes death. I'm saying when you hear the black women and they immediately mention the rain and he should have been allowed up on the tent, they're speaking from a selfish point of view, from my point of view, and in that they were thinking, what if I were out there in the rain? Well, no, I can't get my hair wet. I'd look terrible. Shouldn't I be allowed to get up under the tent to keep my hair from getting wet? You ever seen black women running when it's raining and shit? Man, they'll put trash bags on their head. Literally trash bags on their head to keep that shit from getting wet. So this is what I'm saying. They thought that rain would play a part in the court. Like, you know what? The jury are gonna understand it was raining that thing. You know, they should have just let him up on the tent because it was raining and shit. It has nothing to do with it. But the blacks, again, like, watch a black caught without an umbrella, and you'll see exactly what I'm talking about when it starts to rain. Here's a tweet. I don't know why I bookmarked it. I'll read it. My actual thoughts on race is somebody says, I live in a black neighborhood, rent is cheap. That's typically how it's going to be. No one else wants to live here. So I did it out of necessity. Prior to this, I was still clinging on to my childhood utopianism. Most of my neighbors are decent people. You often hear blacks say that. They go to church. They're polite. They return mail. They even visit after the last hurricane to offer water. But mostly we don't interact by choice. This is a white person writing this. I don't think, what did I leave off? I don't think black people means bad people. But what I've also come to understand very quickly is that to them, their people come first. Justice is not blind. Not all situations are equal, and though they celebrate the same 4th of July, it has a different meaning to them. They absolutely will choose their own over a white man in any situation. Almost all compromises on this, apologizing for kids dropping trash on their lawn, or convincing someone to return a stolen have been out of fear of me calling the police. Now, of course, plenty of white people do bad things. They're all bad white people, blah, blah, blah. But this guy is saying the difference between intratribal and intertribal interactions is very clear. This is something I've talked about for quite a bit here. The culture is different. The attitudes are different. The sense of justice is different. Most importantly, again, they also tribe up on conflicts of interest. So no, I don't think other races are bad, but I no longer believe as I did when I was young that integration works at scale. Nor do I believe as I did when I was young that people are colorblind. Only white people were on any real level and could afford to be until we could not. And that is I think that's a very salient point that this person is making. All right. You know, I've lived around blacks, you know, most of my life. And again, I've seen them celebrate holidays while hating the country. And I'm like, why do you even celebrate the holiday? Like, just enjoy the day off. But they got to celebrate the holidays and blow up fireworks and shit like that. It's not even about the holiday, to be honest with you, the meaning behind the holiday. It's just a day off and to shoot fireworks or barbecue or something like that. I don't think they recognize the meaning behind it. A lot of times when you see blacks, there's a video I saw of some blacks recently. I think they were standing, it was the Pledge of Allegiance or something like that. And again, we had a movement of blacks refusing to stand up for the Pledge of Allegiance, but they celebrate all the holidays. Many blacks aren't Christians. They celebrate Christmas and stuff like that. It's just a day off, a day of recreation and leisure for them. And you'll see that in the black community because, again, how do people who hate the country celebrate all of the country's holidays? They shouldn't even celebrate the holiday. They should just let it go at that. And I want to get to, is this Carmelo? Here's Carmelo's girlfriend. If we have not seen her, here she is in her finest. Let me blow it up. This is Carmelo Anthony's girlfriend, Valeria Perez, breaks silence after sentencing. Hold your head high, my sweet boy. There's pictures of her. Carmelo Anthony, she posted a collage of photos of him and her after his guilty verdict with the message, hold your head high. You're not alone. We're fighting for you. Always, I love you more than words. And here's some of the pictures. We'll take a look at some of these pictures. And Carmelo, you look happy in those. The Carmelo Anthony. Let's see. Oh, this is interesting. This is a you can look at this guy right here. You can tell this guy is another tough guy. You can look at him. He's sitting on man sitting on the book reading on the bus reading the book. But you watch this black boy. This is the kind of the same type of Carmelo-ish type behavior that you have to deal with blacks. And I'm going to show you something. You're going to see something here that he cucks this black man. Most black men, many of them, would not have backed down like this.
Gotta be fucking kidding me, boy. This motherfucker got his fucking headphones on. Told me to motherfucking put my fucking... He told me to put my speaker down. And he got his motherfucking headphones on. You out your fucking mind, my man. I want to fucking cut you. So shut your fucking mouth then. Mind your fucking business, you fucking bitch. Why you have to jump out there? You got fucking...
This is some of the same language that Carmelo Anthony was using in talking to the Metcalf boy. You know, this guy was merely asking me, hey man, can you cut your Bluetooth speakers down? You mind?
Fucking headphones on, you fucking bitch. What do you think I was a fucking punk or something? Yeah, that's the best thing you better do, nigga. Move. You bitch ass motherfucker. Yeah. That's what you gotta do. That's what you better do. Yeah. Yeah, you don't want no drama with me, motherfucker. I'll cut your fucking face open. Are you fucking serious?
Now, I want you to notice at this point, he's already cucked the man. He made him move. Most of these blacks wouldn't have moved. I wouldn't even say anything to the nigga. Off the break. I went, hey, man, play your music, man. Like, I ain't got that many more stops. But this black man, I don't know what he was thinking. He doesn't know blacks. You can look at him and tell he doesn't really deal with these kind of blacks. So he said something to him. He should have just kept his headphones in his ear. And again, this is how things just devolved, the tragedy of the commons here. But the black man is not going to let it go. He's going to keep pressing the issue. He's going to keep pressing it.
You gonna tell me to fucking put my speaker down? And you got fucking headphones on?
Bitch.
I'll fucking cut your fucking face, faggot.
He's saying this in front of all these people on the train. This is a Daniel Penny moment.
You know I'm fucking right, miss.
And then he go into the woman. She's like, leave me alone. Leave me out of it, man.
Don't record.
Yeah, so what the fuck you got mind your
Yeah, look how he's talking to the woman. They're basically intimidated her too.
business then? Mind your business then. So mind your business then.
And then you can tell this lady's headed to work somewhere. He's already throwing her off. She go to work all distraught.
Mind your business then. Mind your business then. Call the cops then. Call the cops, stupid bitch.
Now she's moving.
Fuck you.
Again, this is a very amazing behavior. That you cannot even request civility amongst these people. On the train, you gotta let them play their music. Because you could be bumping into some very, very dangerous people. Some really people, the underman, as I call them, like this world doesn't offer them much. And so this is they're ratcheted up the level of violence immediately over a simple request.
Fuck you.
This is Carmelo Anthony all over again.
Suck my dick. Mm-hmm. Whoever want with me, let me know. I'm ready. Fuck you.
Fuck you. And he ain't lying. He's ready. And so yesterday in the Bronx, I think this is in the Bronx. This
started with an argument about someone yelling too loudly on his phone, and it ended in gunfire and a 41-year-old man dead, and it happened on an MTA bus. Surveillance video shows passengers running off that bus moments after gunshots rang out, including at least one at the victim in his abdomen on a BX36 bus. It happened yesterday around 2:30 in the afternoon at White Plains Road and East Tremont Avenue. The suspect then fled on foot southbound on
Jesus Christ.
White Plains Road. He's described as a young man, possibly a teenager, wearing a white shirt at the time. The victim, identified by police as Jonathan Pettigrew, was rushed to Jacoby Hospital, where he later died. Started with
Jesus Christ. And this is on the bus again, man. You riding the bus with these people. Just any simple request, man. Like, they can really take your life and really engage in some real serious violence. And this is I think part of the culture that is at conflict with everyone else. They're trying to enforce their rules. Hey, don't touch me, don't do this, in a society that's trying to maintain civility. And the Black people are reinforcing this in their children. With this Carmelo Anthony verdict, a lot of them are siding with Carmelo. None of them want him to get this kind of time. None of them want him to get this kind of time. They don't want him to be punished for taking a life. And that is very interesting. And you look at his mother or grandmother or whoever the hell this is. Look at the defiant attitude. This is why Carmelo got so much time. Look at this defiant attitude of the Carmelo Anthony family as they were leaving court. Who was that nigga to be up here? Tap dancer. Did he just know like one word, tap dancer? They know 3 words. Racist. Bias. Prejudice. Bias.
A white person can hit a black boy and hit a white
Wait, that's it. Yeah. That's in a mess.
We like.
What you got to notice here, again, for the people that aren't very familiar with what you're seeing, the most strident one is the mother or the woman, the matriarch of some sort. She's some woman. She probably has children. What do you think she's telling her children when she goes back home? Every day since this trial started, she's racist. Tragedy. Yeah. Yeah, man, just can't help it. Look. She got a Michael Kors bag. I'm sure this is a designer outfit. They're getting into like a 4-door Acura, some kind of, it's probably a fairly expensive car. It's not like a Rolls Royce or anything. Nails done, hair done. Look at all those hoop earrings. This is all just superficial. She's happy with her Michael Kors, riding in her Acura with her air conditioning, screaming racist, bias, prejudice, throwing up the heart sign and the Black Power fist and all this. This is their behavior after the court. So this is why I think the boy did not get much leniency from the courts. The jurors, the Metcalf family, no one has any sympathy for these people. Their behavior from the beginning of this all the way through to the end.
Racist, bias, racist, bias. And we got here that a white person can hit a black boy and hit a white
Wait, that's it. Yeah. That's in a mess. Yeah.
We love y'all.
It ain't the end of the road.
We love y'all.
We love y'all.
This is uncle.
Three words.
Y'all done forgot my family too. Y'all are brought up too.
You did a good job.
You did a good job.
I'm from Baton Rouge. I promise you. I know how it is. I moved out here from Baton Rouge. The same school.
We love y'all. We love y'all. We love.
Now he has his hair like Carmelo. You see this? He said, I moved up here from Baton Rouge too. I get they from Baton Rouge. But I bet you if he get in trouble, he's gonna cut that hair off. So again, why not cut it off now? The same white people that's gonna judge your ass on the jury is judging you in the employment sector. It's the same people. But you think you can just walk around with your head looking like this, praising a killer, and it's not gonna have any downstream effects? Okay, keep on going. Okay, look at that head. Look at all the heads out here. bushy heads. Look, these are superstars. Their son just went to jail for murder. Hey, look at it.
I gotta put y'all on my shit. Hey, hold
Look, I gotta put y'all on my social media. Y'all famous.
My Baton Rouge people.
My Baton Rouge people. And I swear I heard this boy say he went to the same school as Carmelo. And he moved up here from Baton Rouge. And I think that's where Carmelo, they moved from like the Baton Rouge area. And so one of the things that's interesting about that is I was listening to Black Moses, someone up on CT channel yesterday, and I think I saw that for myself, and I think I can share that with you. And you'll see that there's Section 8 now in Frisco. Moses mentioned it. I read it the other day. And you see this Section 8 Frisco. Matter of fact, there's probably some news on it. Section 8. Section 8 funding cut threatens housing for millions of low-income families. Push many black neighborhoods. Oh, look at it. Does anyone see this right here? A neighborhood's new anti-Section 8 rules will push many blacks out of a North Texas suburb. That's interesting. You know, I had a buddy of mine, he called in on this panel, my buddy Philippe, and he has a property in a nice area. Section 8 called him and said, hey, we have a tenant and we will pay all of her rent, 100%. And he said, no, I don't want that money from them ghetto people in my nice neighborhood property. I put them in the ghetto. So what you're seeing here now is that North Texas, probably, I guess this is the affluent parts, they're saying, well, we're going to pass some new anti-Section 8 rules. And ironically, it's going to affect many blacks and push them out of North Texas. Landlords in Texas do not have to accept renters who receive federal housing assistance in Texas, but a Denton County community is taking it a big step further, making most of the town off limits to Section 8. Now, what does that mean? Give me 1 second. I got to take this phone call. While I'm doing that, while I'm taking this call, let me see what this guy wants. Yeah. Yeah.
Hey,
yeah. Yeah. I need two doors, yeah. Huh? Yeah, 2 doors. Only 2 doors you want to put on today, right? Yeah, I'm going to text you right now what I need you to do. I'm going to text it to you. I'm going to tell you the price of what you want me to do. All right, just text it to me. I can't pick up the door and come over here. No. All right, I'm about to text you right now. All right. Give me 1 second. It's Jamaican. Fuck up my phone calls, actually. Damn. My phone calls aren't showing up for some reason. Let me just text this guy. Damn. All right. So here's North Texas, Denton County. Is she saying this like North Texas? I guess these people are getting ahead of the they're getting ahead of the wave here. They're trying to prevent these Section 8 people. And this is very interesting. I would imagine that they're going to face some kind of federal pushback. Home sweet home. Evora Sykes and Yvette Townsend arranged Sykes' belongings on the front porch of her home in Providence Village. Sykes and her children moved there 4 years ago. Now a new rule by the Homeowners Association. I talked about this on the channel the other day. You know, one of the ways you can keep blacks out or Section 8 people out, if there's a lot of overlap there, is HOA rules. They can specifically say no renting your property. They could probably explicitly say no renting to Section 8 within the HOA guidelines, and there's really nothing you can do about it. So what that does is that prevents people from buying the places and renting them out, or buying the places that are kind of on like marginally able to afford the place, and they may have to move or something like that, and want to rent the place. It forces you to sell the place. You can't. There's no rental capabilities there. And so Sykes and her children moved in 4 years ago. Now the new rule is forcing them and other tenants to move. This is very interesting shit. This is very, very interesting that these people are being forced to move. Typically, when I used to be a Section 8 landlord, the person would, she'd stay, even if her voucher more or less run out, they would just keep paying and tell her, hey, you need to go move to a 2-bedroom voucher or something like that when you find one. But forcing these people to move, they're getting ahead of the ball here, and I'm betting that the federal government will step in. By the time Ravisha Threats moved into a 2-story home in this North Texas hamlet last year, she had filled out more than 100 applications to find a home for her and her 4 children. This is something else that I've talked about quite a bit here, is that no one wants to take, very, very few people that will rent to a mammy with 4 children. The other thing is that the cities try to force developers to build Section 8 housing, and the developers respond in kind by building 1- and 2-bedroom apartments, which Ravisha can't live in. So she has to go to a suburb where there's more housing, more land available, cheaper. She says she wanted a home somewhere good and humble for my kids. As she tried to escape an abusive relationship in Atlanta, she considered joining her sister in Cali, but worried she couldn't afford that state's high rents, even with her help through the federal housing choice voucher program, that's Section 8. Widely referred to as Section 8, to subsidize a portion of her rent. Then Threat's sister turned her attention to the suburbs north of Dallas and Fort Worth. This is a regular pattern here. Oftentimes, what probably is happening in Dallas, or what is probably happening in Dallas, is that the properties get so dilapidated that they don't pass inspection. It would take too much money to get them up for inspection. So a different type of investor, a gentrifier of sort, will come in and buy the properties and renovate them and make them turnkey for regular people. So that's kind of the life cycle of gentrification. And the rent was affordable, and according to her sister's research, crime was low. Again, they're moving away from their fellow blacks. She's dragging 4 little criminals with her, but they're running away from the crime committed by other blacks. She said she applied to live in more than 100 apartments and houses, but none would accept her. That's interesting, because people call me a slumlord, but how many people would rent to her? Her and her 4 children. The whole damn county has now said, we don't want your kind. I've been predicting this all along, like the world is getting smaller for blacks. People are figuring out a way not to have to rent to them, not to have to do business with them. I've never seen anything like this. A whole county saying no more Section 8? This is unbelievable. The rent was affordable. Finally, Threat found a landlord in Providence Village, a town of about 7,700 people, less than hours north of Dallas, who accepted vouchers, and she and her kids left Atlanta with 4 suitcases, bound for Texas. She fell in love. She started a business cleaning neighbors' homes. Her kids were happy. Blah, 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 blah. I was at peace. I was happy. The neighbors, they treated us like family. But after less than a year, her and her family must once more pack their bags and move. In the months after she moved in, homeowners began to turn against her and other Section 8 renters who are predominantly black. In private Facebook groups, do you know they banned some of these private Facebook groups now? They banned them. All to protect blacks. I talk about Facebook here a lot, right? And so these homeowners got into a little Facebook group, a private one. It probably was something like the homeowners of Providence Village. And they approve you to join. There's an admin that approves you to join. And they probably were talking about these blacks. And this is what Facebook has banned. They don't want the Carmelos coming into their neighborhood. They don't want the people who agree with Carmelo coming into their neighborhood. The wave of anti-Section 8 sentiment peaked in June when the Providence Homeowners Association Board passed a rule effectively banning Section 8 renters from living in their neighborhood, a move that would displace more than 150 families from the majority white enclave. It's what I'm saying. Like, this is a beautiful thing to me. Because blacks all over, they're gonna have to they still need that dope. They still want to live inside. They have not adjusted to living outside in shanties yet. So they gotta come to me. The blacks gotta come to me. These type of blacks will have to come to people like me. And there aren't many black landlords. That you just heard her say she was turned down from 100 different landlords before she finally found one that would accept her and her Section 8 voucher. And now the white folks said, we want you gone. We want you the hell out of here. Black families make up 93% of the 157 households with Section 8 vouchers. Women head all but 5 of those households. Section 8 tenants have to leave Providence when their current lease is in. According to the new rule, the homeowners association and the whole town are legally separate entities but share much of the same territory. That means within a year, an entire Texas town will mostly be off limits to voucher holders. And they calling me a slumlord. They're gonna need slumlords. This is the only way you can be to rent to these people. You see these niggas tearing up microwaves? Like, just attacking microwaves? No one else wants them. Let that sink in, you blacks. Even with the government money, they didn't want you. And like, I'll explain to the people that don't understand. The government is paying top dollar to house blacks. And the white man said, we don't even want them. We're more or less going to make this a sundown town because, as I said, the blacks, there is no private sector economy. So the blacks can't afford to pay this kind of rent on their own. So they got to get the hell out of there. They got to get out of the whole damn town. This is something else to me. Low-income housing advocates have blasted the ban as racial discrimination. Soon after the rules on the books, a trio of advocacy groups, Texas Houses, Homeless Network, and United Ways of Dennett County, calling the Department of Justice, as I said, they will get the federal government involved. But what's interesting, they're begging Trump to get involved. Trump runs housing. So they're begging him to get involved, to investigate whether the rule violated the Federal Fair Housing Act that basically says that there shall be no Section 8 in our city. So for years, we've had to deal with the homeowners saying, not in my neighborhood. And now we have a move afoot that says, not even in our city. That is concerning. That's very concerning for the blacks. As I said, the world is getting smaller for you blacks, and the behavior that you are engaging in, supporting this killer. Are you not surprised that no one wants you around? It should be clear. No one wants you around. Killer. Free the killer. Free the killer. Look at the heads out there. Look at the obesity. Look at these people. Look at these people. Mop head. Tarantula head. Weave. Braid. Fat. Red head. Look at these people. Look at this shit. They love y'all. Man, these people, I'm starting to question, are these people even, do they even know what they're saying? We love y'all. Like, you don't even know these people. How could you love somebody you don't even know? You've never met these people before. We love y'all. And this is the Carmelo Anthony, and this is the fake support they get. This is really anti-white hatred couches. They love Carmelo Anthony. Jennifer is tweeting, Carmelo Anthony has been put in isolation, aka solitary confinement. Why? Because although black gang members may end up viewing him as a hero, there are white gangs in Texas too, Aryan Brotherhood type gangs. And not to mention the garden variety of wackadoodles. He's in county now. I think he's already been transferred to prison. They may need to put him in solitary for his own protection in prison too, at least for a time. This is going to be very interesting because putting him in solitary, that's a rough move. Anyone that's ever been in solitary, you will know that it's not a walk in the park. even after you get out of solitary, you know your mind is really there's some issues. I was in solitary. I was only in there for 5 days. He's gonna be in there for quite a bit longer than me, and than I was. And it really does something to your mind to have to sit in a room all day, all night, no one else to talk to, anything like that. I want to jump into Andrew Bronco because Andrew Bronco, he touched on something that I said a while back about this boy. You know, I initially said
fact fighting for
there was so little
his life when he stabbed.
So little evidence for
that
him
way now.
that I thought initially if they had been, you know, a little bit more nicer tone toward the Metcalfs, they probably could have played this whole thing out. Got him 5-10 years maybe, and you know he could have turned his life around, maybe had a chance at it at least. So here's Andrew Bronco. He's talking about
the father or the mother. This is the father here in his victim statement yesterday, talking to Carmelo Anthony. You're free to make choices, but you're not free from the consequences, and you will face those consequences starting today. Convict murderer. People think grief is sadness, but it's not. It's rage. I'd say it's also pain. The father slammed his hand on the table. Pure, unfiltered rage. You, Carmelo, failed your parents. You failed yourself. You failed society. You don't belong in this community. You're going to prison. You can't even look me in the eyes right now, but you had no problem stabbing my effing son.
So what he's saying right here is that when Metcalf was on the stand, giving his victim impact statement, Carmelo put his head down toward the floor. He looked at the floor.
In the heart. Marianne Martinez, who did great reporting on this case, citing the mother, giving a victim impact statement. You may have just, Austin Metcalf's mother, of course, you may have just given a sentence of 35 years behind bars. You can consider yourself lucky because I've been sentenced to a lifetime without my son. New mugshot. This is the hair Carmelo Anthony had in during the trial. They did away with this look, sometimes referred to as tarantula hair, but they cleaned him up for trial, made him look like this. Didn't help. J.D. Miles, another reporter out of Dallas who's been covering this trial, new mugshot of Carmelo Anthony in the Collin County Jail as he spends the first night.
I mean, to be honest with you, I'm looking at this coming from American Millennial. It may have sunk in at that point. Damn, I just got used. I've talked a lot about the maternal instinct or maybe the lack thereof in a lot of these black women. You see I call them bull mammies. They lost a large element of their femininity. And for a mother to not want to be there when she'll see her son, dressed in normal street clothes for the last time for the next 17 years, for her to not be there, that's rough. And that had to sink into that boy. I'm sure that boy probably had a lot of, some issues with his mother, clearly, for her not to be there. And her not being there really probably hammering it home here that she's probably really wasn't in my corner like that.
Of his 35-year sentence for murder. He'll likely be transported to prison in the coming days. So jail, of course, is the local lockdown. Prison is where they hold you for the duration of your sentence. You think when Carmelo Anthony gets to prison, maybe he sits down at a table to have lunch, a bologna sandwich, and an inmate walks in and tells him, move? You think he'll move? Or you'll think he'll adopt the attitude, the contentious, outraged, murderous attitude he had with Austin Metcalf for simply being asked to leave that tent. I think Carmelo Anthony will move. And one of the longer-term consequences of this trial has been the degree to which it's just exposed the level of delusion of not all, but a large swath of the black community on this and other similar cases is.
And this is what led me to the title of this stream. Andrew Bronco and a lot of other people are seeing like these blacks just they're murderers. They just want to be able to kill people at the slightest provocation. And so what Andrew Bronco is pointing out.
It's amazing. Here's a clip from Savannah Hernandez. Here she is interviewing this black woman, basically asking her, hey, and this is mid-trial, hey, if the evidence develops that Carmelo Anthony is guilty, would you support his conviction? And the black lady's like, no, I don't give an F. I don't care if he's guilty or not. He's a black boy.
If evidence does come out that Carmelo was not in fact fighting for his life when he stabbed and killed Austin Metcalf, do you think that the black community will accept that?
If evidence shows that he did not, no, we're going to stand by ours regardless. They stand by theirs.
So reality has no meaning to them. Facts, law, reason, none of that matters. The entire criminal justice system, the adversarial process, the right to
and it's always the same kind of uniform. Gaudy glasses, earring in her lip, or the hair, over the top. And again, middle of the day, these people don't work. They are enjoying the trappings of America. You got Latino calling in. Let me see. Latino, give me 1 minute. I got to come up. Give me. Let me see if I got my Bluetooth on. Give me 1 minute, Latino. 1 second. Where is it? I forgot to sign up for the road. What's up, Latino? I forgot to sign up for the road. I meant to do that yesterday. Damn, I got a call coming in. Who the hell is this? Hey, I got a call. Let me take this call. I'll call you right back, Latino. Hello? Yeah, who's calling? How you doing, John? This is Jamil. Who is it? Who is Jamil?
Janelle James.
I don't know.
Hello?
Yeah. Who?
We moving in. I talked to you last Friday. We moving in tomorrow.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Yeah. Everything is still a go?
Yeah, everything is still a go. I'm leaving work a little early, so I may get there a little bit early. We may get there before 6. Is that okay?
Yeah, it's fine with me. Yeah.
Okay, and it's the same codes that you sent us?
Nah, I have to send you a new code once you send it. How you gonna be paying, cash or what?
Cash App.
Okay, you said Cash App or you said cash? I didn't hear you.
Yes. I could do either or, whichever is best for you.
No, do Cash App, that's fine. And there's a $50 activation code. So you just let me know what code you want. And
okay.
And then so it's 4-digit code. Just come up with a 4-digit code and let me know about when you get that tomorrow, and then we'll set your code for the doors and everything.
So so when we get there tomorrow with all our stuff, like, am I gonna have to call you?
No, well, just call me when you're on the way.
Call me when sit out front.
Yeah, just call me when you're on the way.
And then one last thing, do you want me to send you the code now that we want to choose?
Yeah, you can send it to me now. It's whenever you want to, whenever you come up with it, and then it's just 4 digits. It could be anything, 4
I'm
numbers.
gonna send it to you today.
Okay.
And then is it $350 okay a week, or how much I want to do a week?
I think it's 400, but let me check and be for sure. Let me call you.
Okay, just check and be for sure.
Yeah,
and let me know.
I'll text you in a minute.
Okay, and then if that's the case, that's fine.
Okay, because where y'all living right now? Where you say you living at right now? Southern Avenue?
Right now, we in Landover.
Oh, okay. Oh, you want to get out of Landover?
Yeah, we moving from Landover, yeah.
I hear it's rough as hell out there. Is it rough as hell out there now? I ain't been Landover in years.
It's a little sketchy, yeah.
Hey, I think DC safer than I think DC safer than PG County right now. What you think?
I'm telling you.
Shit.
I believe it. I'm from DC.
Hell
I'm
yeah.
born and raised.
Yo, PG rough, man. You can get your head blown off out there for real. Like,
Yeah.
I never go out there.
So we definitely gonna be there. We definitely gonna be there tomorrow for sure. I'm leaving work at 2. So I'm gonna try to get to there by 5:30 or 5 o'clock. If not
just call me when you're like 30 minutes away. So I'll make sure I'll be there.
Yeah, I'm gonna come. I'm letting you know it's gonna be like early. Like I'm getting off work at 2. I probably come to you straight to you so we can get the keys and everything so we can move out.
Well, ain't no keys, just a code. Remember, it's just a code.
I mean code.
Yeah.
Code. I'm gonna send you the 4-digit code today.
All right.
So that you can get that straight.
All right. Okay.
And then you gonna let me know how much you want us to have.
Yeah, I'm gonna call you right. I'm gonna text you right back.
All right, just text me. And I'm at work right now, so just text me.
Okay.
And I'll see you tomorrow.
See you tomorrow.
Thank you so much, Mr. John. You enjoy the rest of your day.
Bye-bye.
All right. Bye-bye.
That was for DJ Hemp right there. I did not know DJ Hemp lives in PG County. PG County is right out my back door. This lady who called. She lives in PG County. I was up on DJ Hamp's panel yesterday. I think it was yesterday, and he's, I was like, man, the blacks have destroyed PG County. The blacks are hanging on to PG County is the richest black county. It's not anymore. They've destroyed the county, crime and violence, the Carmelo type effect, and Hamp had a hard time kind of accepting that. He didn't really refute it, but he know it's true. And if he's a landlord in DC, you just heard in PG, you just heard a PG County resident saying it's worse out there than it is in DC. So one of Hamp's potential renters would come my way. Hamp, he's denying the truth, but in reality, you can't unsee what's going on in Prince George's County and all across America.
Counsel, right to produce evidence, right to face your accuser, having an impartial judge and an impartial jury. None of that means shit to these people. Mm-hmm. They just want a very tribal justice. Mm-hmm. He's a black boy. We're going to stand by him. It doesn't matter what the facts, law, or evidence are. Like, how do you have a civil society?
What do you want us to do? What do you want us to do at this point? What? I'm lost for words. I don't know what to do. I got 5.
I'm lost for words. I don't know what to do. I want to stab somebody, but you telling me I can't stab somebody?
Boys, I don't know what. I ain't got nothing to tell them no more. You can't walk away no more.
You can't walk away no more. You can't walk away. The only thing they were asking Carmelo Anthony to do was to walk away. No one was preventing him from walking away. You can't walk away. That's all he had to do. Look at this loon in the face of a white guy.
The judge, like, I always wonder, what does white people think when they see this type of wild ass shit, like jungle-like behavior? Yeah, I mean, I know what I say, what I think. I know some of you blacks probably embarrass you. You mumble it to yourself. But what does the white man think when he see this? And this white man in the American flag shirt. Look at this.
Well, in this case, that it was not a case about race, but you cannot deny that just the facts of the case and what we've seen play out
in a trial where the stakes are life and death.
Wait, I gotta put this shit. I gotta put this shit on full screen for you. See, for you people on cell phones. You can see this black guy, just
white guy.
The judge as well in this case that it was not a case about race, but you cannot deny that just the facts of the case.
This boy, he look like a zombie. Like I think he's having like an out of body experience. Right.
Case and what we've seen play out
in a trial where the stakes are life and death. Right, someone's been murdered. Someone's looking at life in prison. This is this swath of the black community. Is that reason? Is that reason? And this is very funny. This is very funny. This is what's his name? Elijah Schaefer, who's a rather controversial figure in social media. He's kind of, I've never met him. I have no personal interaction with him, but he is a friend of a friend. So he's a friend of my buddy Nick Rekieta. And he did a very funny thing. He was outside the courthouse, and there was a bunch of black people, pro Carmella, Team Carmella, had set up a pop-up tent, and he walked over. And they ordered him away and threw water bottles at him until he went away. The irony.
I don't even think they recognize the irony. That's what I'm saying. They're so in the moment that they can't recognize. Just a year ago, a black boy killed someone over this.
Carmelo Anthony refused to leave a tent and killed someone rather than leave. And yet when a white person they don't like,
Oh, let me know what the volume is. Sorry about that, Latino man. I mean, I'm speaking that. I got a loose wire over here. I bumped the damn wire. I think I lost my audio. Right when you called me, I bumped the damn wire. My bad. Is anyone? Can anyone hear me? Put a one in the chat if you can hear me though. Anyway, if you can hear me, oh, you got Hood. Oh, let me put the link in the chat. I just put the link in it. Hey, Latino, you can hit the link too. Yeah. What's up, Hood? What's up, Hood?
Morning, John. You hear me?
Yeah, loud and clear.
What is going on, man? What a day.
This case is really exposed the blacks, I think, bro. I think it is really shown like that they are almost incompatible. I'm saying almost because well, I should say not all, but a large number of them are incompatible with like mainstream society, bro.
Well, that concept about black people and civilization, I've been pondering that in one moment or another for weeks, months now. And then two, like the conversation you're having now was literally the show I did last night, where like this is bringing out the worst in black people. And one of the first clips I played was kind of like that Andrew Blanca clip, where like a lot of white folk really did not know it was this bad in terms of like the racial animus and hostility that a lot of black folk just casually hold. And then what's really fascinating when you think about the hostility levels, black folk are expecting white folk to have a level of like love and tolerance and appreciation for black folk that they absolutely refuse to extend. And it's like, you really can't ask people to do more for you than you would even be willing to do.
That's deep.
Yeah, it is very interesting. Like, I don't know how they reconcile these thoughts in their head and then expect to be able to have some kind of progress where you can have willy-nilly people killing each other for pushes, shoves, words.
Well, John, one last thing. And this, I've been thinking about this a lot.
One at a time. Go ahead.
I'm sorry. Hey, this one last thing. I've been thinking about this a lot, though. The concept of like segregation, right? One of the clips I played was a white guy saying that, like, if you people are going to act like this and you're going to say these things out loud and proudly with no shame, like, how am I wrong for oppressing you? How am I wrong for being racist towards you? Look at what you are. Look at what you're willing to do. And I've been thinking about this like, damn, what if it's always been this way? What if this is why segregation is necessary? Because this is what niggas were like the whole time. And we have been watching like movies and propaganda. We've been watching that one smart Negro on the news being the representative of all niggas. But like, what if this is really what it's been? And we just been watching movies and not watching real people.
I was reading something. I've been reading quite a bit. That it was written back in the law. I can't remember what law it was, but like white men had the right to beat blacks or something to that effect, right? If they were disrespectful or something to them. And I remember reading this, and then I read, and I think I've talked about it on the channel, the LULAC, Latino whatever. This is back in '57. He's like, look, man. My battle ain't. I don't have the same problems as the Negro, so I'm not fighting his battles with him. Let him fight his own battles. And I think the grand battle lines have been forming for a very long time. Like the blacks are just going to be on one side here, and everyone else is kind of coalescing around the white man leading the way. And I think people are okay with that. The other groups are okay with the white man leading the way, as long as it's fruitful.
John, before I get up out of here, because I'm still working and stuff. I want to say one thing. Do you remember when I cut my hair?
Yeah.
You remember the flock I was getting, right? And who was giving me bullshit?
Yeah, probably most of the black people. I think you said, yeah.
So now I'm saying, where's the flock for Carmelo for cutting his hair right before trial?
Yeah, that is a very interesting thing. Is that the blacks, when they go for judgment on a white man, and in many cases when they go for a job, they have to conform. And I bet you Carmelo didn't want to cut his hair off, but he was willing to do it for his life. Someone was able to get through to him. Go ahead.
At this point, I think with that particular hairstyle, it's just associated with black crime and murder and general antisocial behavior. Like, how many people do you meet with that hairstyle that you actually want to like be around in any extended time?
Well, I think people are starting to, you start to see a pattern, that hair, those beards, my buddy Philippe said the beards, I've forgotten about the beards, those big bushy beards, is all kind of defiant in a way. It's just my opinion.
Well, the beard is a little bit different. I think the beard is more like it's latching on to Islamic defiance, which is the same shit, but coming from a completely different group of people. Which black folk think that Islam is somehow the black man's religion. Though let's not even go down that path. I'm just saying the beard is another symbol of it, but it's has slightly different cultural notes.
Yeah. Let me get MFB in here. I know he's been heavy on this Carmelo thing. What's up, MFB? You amazed
Yeah,
by these
man.
black?
Yeah, man. I think that out of any event that's happened in my lifetime, nothing. This whole situation, this entire trial case, ever since it started back in 2025, nothing has changed my opinion of blacks more than this incident.
Mm.
I've never thought. I mean, the funny thing is, you've been telling you and honestly, and CT have been telling me this about blacks for years, but I didn't really see it until just how right you were until this situation and over this case, because it really shows that there's a disconnect. They do, like you brought it up. Blacks, some not all, they cannot see irony. They're not able to comprehend it. They can't. They can't see the irony of them telling that white guy to get away from them. Meanwhile, they're under a tent. I mean, they can't see it. You could explain it to them all day; they would not get it.
They would not get it. But on the flip side, if it were their tent, they'd expect you to get the hell on.
John, irony is an abstract concept, and I've been laughing at this for a while. Niggas do struggle with abstracts. It's a provable, documented fact.
If you want to go that far, then that's why there probably aren't many black software developers, because you have to develop, like, there's such thing as an abstract class in software that it's just more or less kind of like I guess it would be like a skeleton of a class. I forget the terms now, but so you really have to understand those words, and I think you're probably right that blacks don't understand that type of stuff.
Yeah, and also, they just the amount of hate that has come out of the black community towards whites, and given this is a case of a murdered white young kid, I
Yeah.
mean, 17-year-old kid, and they're acting as if that, justice for Carmelo. What do you mean justice for Carmelo? He didn't lose his life. He's the murderer, and it just. I've never. I mean, I just am shut. Like,
Yeah,
I'm disgusted. I'm disgusted. I'm disgusted.
every aspect of this trial, really highlighted like low IQ, this violent nature. If you start from the beginning, the lies about the cleat sharpener, they were willing to buy any lie to justify this boy doing this. And one of the biggest hangups they had was a knife. So they hung on to the Swiss Army knife or the cleat sharpener until that was disproven. And the thing is, most of these blacks have never even heard of a cleat sharpener, but they were willing to admit that that's probably what it was. Then one of the interesting things to me was the jury selection. The blacks immediately jumped on it was an all-white jury. Remember that?
Yeah.
But it wasn't an all-white jury.
No, it was mixed jury. It wasn't any blacks, but there was still not all whites.
The jury reflected the Collin County, John, MFB.
Right.
The jury reflected the population, the demographic of Collin County.
Right. And then
people don't want to expect. Black people really don't live in Collin County, John, and MFB.
And then that's what led me to say, well, if you want a black jury, blacks, then you have to live around blacks. That's the way America works. Like, you can't go live in Collin County and then expect to be judged by the people in Dallas County, where they're born blacks. And then the blacks were just out and out, openly biased in the jury selection. And the blacks
when you intentionally move to live around the white folk, you are also tacitly agreeing to be judged by them as well.
That's correct. And I think the blacks want to separate the two. They want the benefits. And this is part of like what the underman says, like the benefits of living here, they're great and wonderful, but there are also consequences, the burden, and that falls harder on the underman. Carmelo is the underman. Look, I went to the GPA. The GPA was another thing that really struck me about the blacks, because if blacks had any understanding of other cultures, I ain't talking about whites, I'm talking about Asians and Indians that come over here, they would not be bragging about a 3.7 GPA. They'd be embarrassed. But But they run around here talking about. I've even heard people have inflated it now to 3.8.
Yeah.
But again, they're probably 50% of the people at their school are probably some kind of Asian, Indian, high
No,
performing.
they are over 51%, John.
That's correct.
At Centennial are Asian.
Right. So there you go. So 3.7 from an Asian
So
household.
he's struggling. He's struggling at that school, basically, compared to the Asians.
Well, he might be doing well.
Yeah, he's
He's
doing
not
well.
even in the same classes with these people.
Exactly.
That's what I was trying to point out. Like, they have a different track for the smarty arty kids, the IB kids, the kids that are going to college and taking college classes and high school classes. You can't have them and Carmelo on the same scale. So you need Carmelo on one scale, and you had the Asians and the Indians on another scale. So their GPAs are 4.5, 4.7, right? On a scale of 5.5 is 6.0.
Yeah.
It's different. And so the rigorous courses that they're taking also makes a difference.
Yeah.
The average GPA at their school is 3.64. So what we're saying is he's average.
That's average. That's average. That means that's about a C. That's like,
But that means he's average. Right?
No,
That means he's average,
he's
right?
average at that school, but that GPA reflects about a good B+. So
not at a 6.0. It wouldn't.
No, MFE. It's what. But when John is referring is that there's grade inflation. If you take
okay, I got you.
AP classes, honors classes, if you do college credit, which many of them do, the Asians do, you receive an additional 0.6 grade inflation. The same thing even happened at my school. Everyone does that.
Well, I don't know if it's great inflation is just making the classes easy and shit. What they're saying is we have to have more or less, and I talked about this the other day. It used to be tracking. You probably ever heard of tracking and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah,
right?
tracking.
The government made that illegal, right? So if you're in a high-performing school district, how do you cater to your really smart kids? Well, you have to create another track for them.
Yep.
An AP, IB, college course track. And you have to give them more credits
for
taking it. Otherwise, why would they take it?
Right.
Right. And then you have to change the GPA scale. Otherwise, you'd have dimwits taking mediocre classes being your valedictorian.
Right.
They'd have a perfect 4.0 taking dimwit classes, while the people who are taking hard classes, if they were on the same scale, they may have a 3.9.
Right.
So
what does that have to do with character?
Well, we'll get to the character if you want. MFB, let me ask you this question. Let's talk about character. If your son,
I'm sorry, John. How does that correlate?
Okay, let's get to the character, and let's talk about this exact case. After Carmelo Anthony committed that act, and I'll start with MFB. And if that were your son, MFB, how would you approach the Metcalfs?
I would have approached them with a lot of remorse and basically saying, we'll do whatever we can to make this right. I mean, whatever we can to help you as much as we can, split the GoFundMe money, pay for the funeral, whatever we can do.
Right.
Whatever we can do to make this right, because this is a horrible tragedy what my son did.
I'm really sorry for what my son did.
Yeah.
You show contrition. These people did none of that.
They did nothing of that?
Nothing.
Absolutely nothing.
When that press conference, when they put that man out of that press conference where he came in peace, that probably got another 10 years on that boy's sentence right there.
I keep saying
I think that Carmelo Anthony guy, he is a victim of his environment.
Yeah, I believe that. He shouldn't have been there in that white people neighborhood. He should have been.
No, I'm saying he's a victim of his environment, the black environment, the so-called black environment. The fuck Whitey air.
Oh, yeah, maybe I'll go along with that. I think
John, how would he be in that environment though? Respectfully, John, you're in an area of Dallas, far north Dallas, John, like you and I have discussed.
Yeah.
He's attending a school that technically is the best high school in Frisco.
Well, I think what
high
he's saying,
school goes to the best.
I'm talking about his parents.
Yeah, I think what he's saying is Carmelo's mother was a stay-at-home mother. These people probably weren't making that kind of money. I think I read his dad sold cars. Let's just say he maxed out and made $200,000 a year. That's not a lot of money out there. for 34
Try
kids.
70 something, John. It's been reported as 75, I think, which is
But
not
let's
a
say,
huge amount of
but if
money.
he's selling cars, he's getting bonuses and things like that, right?
Right.
Commissions, right? So just bump it up to 200 with commission. It's still not a lot of money, right? With feeding 3 or 4 people, that's not a lot of money. 2 or 3 cars, not a lot of money. You want to go on vacations and stuff? I mean, the way they were living, was they rent $4,000?
Yep.
It's not a lot of money.
Yeah, they were renting the home.
Right.
They're not from Texas,
Right.
so they went from Baton Rouge to Irving. For some reason, they left Irving to go to Frisco.
No, maybe if he had been in the ghetto, or not even the ghetto, he'd been like in South Dallas somewhere with some decent black neighborhoods, I don't even believe he would have gotten to this issue.
How long was he there?
How long was he
That's a
where?
good question. That's a good question.
In that neighborhood, in that community?
I'm sure they hadn't lived there long.
I want to say short.
Okay, so there you go.
2 years, maybe 2 to 3 years.
That's not enough time for him to get acclimated and get the fuck whitey air out of his mind.
He
Yeah,
probably
what is
never
that
was going to get
acclimate
acclimated there.
Acclimate to what?
Acclimate to the point where you don't have to be afraid of whitey.
Why would he be afraid of white?
Hold on.
Because his parents taught him that.
Hold on, Price. See, the thing is here that
the society taught them that blacks are evil.
Praxis, I guarantee you.
If you was a black, you was a slave.
I don't want to hear all that. Hey, Praxis,
right?
I guarantee you. Praxis, I guarantee you that his biggest social ostracization came from them immigrant groups. Trust me on that. They don't even do
how
him,
so?
bro. The Indian, let's say there's a large group of Indians out there. They don't want anything to do with no blacks. I've worked with Indians
I'm
before.
around Indians.
Okay.
Indians love me. And they consider me black, and I tell them, listen, I'm not black. Don't call me that.
You think they love you, huh?
Yeah, they called you. They invite me over to their house. Matter of fact, one guy,
You ever invite them over your house? You ever invite them over your house? You invite them over your house?
No, we wasn't. It wasn't like that. It was in passing. I mean, they're very nice people.
I didn't say they weren't nice. I'm just saying I don't think the Indians have that much affection for blacks. That's just my opinion. I could be wrong.
But anybody don't have affection for anyone else.
Well, but I'm saying like the Indians and the Asians may get along well together, or the Indians may stick to their own. But I don't think the Indians will.
That's not true.
I don't think the Indians down there in South Dallas, in Texas, were like looking to be friendly with Carmelo. That's just my opinion. Like they're kind of an insular group. I don't think that they were palling around with Carmelo.
And this is what I mean about the separatist mindset.
Did Carmelo have an Indian girlfriend? No.
His girlfriend was what?
Hispanic.
Well, there you go. He wasn't a separatist to that effect.
I mean, then we're gonna go down the rabbit hole. But
he would have dated an Indian girl.
Does anyone else get what I'm saying though? Like
I get what you're saying. You described it perfectly in the whole underman concept, because he's in there with kids, the Indians and the Asians, who had probably scored way higher than him. So he realizes that he can't compete on that level, on the academic level, with them. So his track is not the same as their track to go to, MIT, Harvard, whatever. So he realizes he doesn't have as much. He's got nothing to lose in his mind, because he doesn't have the same track that he's not
you using the wrong metric.
Okay, let me ask you another question.
He's using the wrong metric for them to integrate.
Hold on, let's paint the picture of the environment.
Track.
Because
I like you like me. We got the same Jordans.
No, I'm not talking about the relationship. I'm talking about his outlook.
Right. We're painting the picture of where Carmelo found himself in basically a foreign land. According to Pundner, that's the more smarty-arty school. So he found himself in a smarty-arty school. That's where his mom and daddy put him. They wanted him to be there. Maybe he was smart down there in Baton Rouge among other blacks. But when he got here to North Texas, North Dallas, not only is he surrounded by his betters academically, but I bet you those Indians and those Asians down there, probably the white people too, are doing very well financially if they have their child in their school. I bet you, like, he's outclassed down there financially.
What does that have to do with the fact that he stabbed his boy out of? Wait a minute. What does that have to do with the fact that he stabbed his boy? He never been in trouble before, I've heard.
We
right?
don't know that. We don't know that.
I'm talking about he never had a record.
Okay,
right?
but
That
what
boy
does
was carrying. Hold on. That boy was carrying around something in his bag to protect himself. For what reason? Where did he get the idea that he needed to protect himself to that level? Right?
Okay, let me ask you then. Let me ask you then. Why do you think he had the knife?
Because he's probably been bullied.
That's not true, John.
But you see what I'm saying? Like, this is like what the
when my kids hold on, let me tell you why I say that. It's because my youngest boy, hold on. My youngest boy, I go through their bags before they go to school. I go through their room, I get into their shit, right? My son went to school with a kitchen knife in his book bag, right?
Why did he
and
do
I
that?
asked him, I'm getting ready to tell you. I asked him, what's the reasoning for that?
Just tell us why he did it.
He said that there was a group of boys that was trying to bully him because the girls like him.
Okay,
and he wanted to protect himself.
I don't want to hear the rest of it. I just got to cut the brass tacks. Is this a black school where he being bullied by blacks?
Blacks and whites. Matter of fact, the one fight that he got into at the school was with a white kid, a so-called white kid. And he bullied him. He went into the bathroom.
Who was he carrying the knife for? Who's he carrying the knife
because
for?
he was the black dudes and the white dudes. The school that he was in the middle school, they was very integrated, right? So all the kids, they hang out together. There was no white clan and no black clan and no Hispanic clan. They all hung out together.
Oh, really?
Right?
Yeah.
So when they all hang out together, and these was supposed to be, he said he was shocked because he considered them his friends, and they turned on him because of a girl. The girl liked him, and the girl that liked him, boyfriend, turned his friends against him. Right? So he carried the knife to school. Right? So stop with this black and white shit. Y'all just perpetuating the separatists that the other niggas are doing.
Hey, John, do you mind if I read this comment on your screen right now? Because this kind of sums it up.
Yeah,
DJ Matty. So he did not have the kind of knife you guys were talking about. He had a multi-tool, the one with pliers, the bottle opener. Yeah, this is what they carry in Texas, John. These types of multi-tool.
That damn boy didn't have no multi-tool.
He had a folding knife.
I ain't carrying that lie. The boy, they done show him what kind of knife he had. He had a knife with a little flashlight on it, like a Walmart knife. I think it was $13 at Walmart, something like that.
Regardless of what the tool was, why did he utilize that tool to that extent?
Because
he's violent.
No,
he's violent. That's what this guy does not seem to understand, John.
It's
John,
fear.
John, it is completely within. It's completely normal, John.
It's propagated. It's propagated fear. He's been told as a black boy. He's been told. Hold on, listen. He's been told as a black boy to fear whitey by his parents and his other.
No, I can go along with that.
You know what I'm saying? So in his mind, this is a 17-year-old boy. So if you hear it all your life and you haven't been in that neighborhood only but for 2 years, he haven't been around enough white people to negate that thought process that he's been propagated.
Hold on. Again, if you want to believe that, then you have to, wonder why does his mama hate whitey but move around whiteys?
That's right.
See, this is like
because the same way they're in survival mode. It's under duress mentally.
Dude, I mean,
okay. If you don't have to listen, you guys need to read an anthropology book. Normally, people hang around their own people, their own cultural. What's the word for it? What they relate culturally, right? Their own neighborhoods. Right? When you cross those lines is when you get more information and you see that the world is larger than just your cultural group. Right?
But still,
so therefore,
like you got to get.
It can make you afraid. Fear makes you violent.
John, listen to what this man is saying. John,
okay, if he was violent, he would have been in trouble a lot more than that. That wouldn't have been his
He was
first
known for
charge
fighting.
according to the law.
Hold on. He was known for fighting in his school. We played clips of it. We played clips of that. We played clips of that. He was known for fighting in his school. So
all kids fight. So what?
So John, let me ask you, when you were working at Mary Kay, did you, honest question, did you see many Black people around that area at that time when you were working at Mary Kay? Did you see many Black people, or really, how many like non-white people did you see?
I don't remember, but it wasn't a lot of Black people. That's for sure. But it's software.
No. But John, when I bring that up because that location of Mary Kay, that part of Dallas, you are now entering. It's only a few minutes before you get into far north Dallas, where West Plano and Frisco are located.
What does that got to do with this boy character?
Up because everyone understands there are certain areas of Dallas, certain zip codes. This family purposely moved from Irving. Why would you leave Irving? There is limits.
Why did they move to this white area?
Exactly.
Because they wanted. Because they thought that there would be a. They thought that it would be. It's better than where they came from.
Yeah,
John,
that's right.
You know Brittany Griner, that woman.
It's better than where they came from. You're right. And the Blacks. That's the Black problem. No one wants them around. Right? I just told you a whole damn county. Listen, no one wants the Blacks around. I just showed you a whole damn county banned Section 8 to get the Blacks out of there. You got to be.
Shit, I don't rent to Section 8 people.
Okay, see, there you go. So you don't even want Blacks, right?
No, I don't want any Section 8 people. Right. It just happened to be majority.
It just happened to be
melanated people.
But anyway, so my bigger point is like no one wants these people around. No one wants Black people around in their neighborhood. It would be far better. We probably wouldn't have a Carmelo and an Austin Metcalf if Carmelo was in his Black ass neighborhood.
Okay, so go inside the Black neighborhood, go inside the so-called Black neighborhood and see the debauchery there. Why are they killing each other?
Who cares?
Exactly. Just see, that's the problem. That's the problem.
Practice, and I'm not going to go much longer with you on this. The people coming here from Mexico, China, Asia, all around the world, they don't care what the answer to what you're talking about. They just don't want to be around you. They're not going to the neighborhood.
You know what?
They've been propagandized.
Ironically, John,
they don't want to be
only the American white people seem to care about your Black struggle and your history of oppression. And we used to be mean to you niggas a long time ago. I swear to God, these other groups that are coming in to get the #2 spot from Black America, they have none of that sympathy, none of that white guilt. There's no such thing as Latino guilt or Asian guilt, Indian guilt. How other Africans don't feel any guilt about enslaving one another. So why do you think they're going to come over here and have any of the sympathies that you're accustomed to as a Black person in America who can trade on white guilt like it's a dollar bill?
That's my point.
I have a question. Is it me? Is there anyone paying attention to Kevin Hart, what he wrote in regards to race in South Carolina? What about race and how this is about race? Somewhere I think they are race baiting. John, do you mind if I respond?
What did Kevin Hart? Hold on. What did Kevin Hart say something about South Carolina race?
Yeah, nobody pays attention to Kevin Hart's writing, but okay.
Well, yeah, go ahead, respond. Yeah.
Well, John, first, this whole situation with Austin and Carmelo has nothing to do with race. It just hasn't have anything to do with race. It has to do with just a simple fact as what, I mean, you've brought this up.
What does it do with Kevin Hart? What's he saying about Kevin Hart?
See, that's just what they do, John. You know, they cheat. They just like to divert and deflect onto things that have nothing to do with anything. What we're discussing now has nothing to do with anything.
He says, what did Kevin Hart say? What did Kevin Hart say? Did Kevin Hart say something?
Yeah, he's a thought leader.
Does anyone know what he said?
I don't know.
I mean, he's a comedian. Like, he's a clown.
Yeah, John, this is someone who's trying to deflect from the conversation at hand. You see what we are conversing about? It's very typical of this lot. to just deflect and move into different directions. The simple fact of the matter is Carmelo is living in an area and it's just rules and compliance. When you're living in these majority white populations, you have to follow rule of law. Collin County is rule of law. It always has been. And there's another woman who actually is from Dallas and she has her own channel. She's an attorney. She made a very good point because she has done work in Collin County as an attorney. She said Collin County initially was very, very hard on poor whites. Like that area, because Texas has a very particular reputation, John. I don't think you know, with certain substances and the federal government, TABC, all types of government regulators had to come in and clean up certain areas of Texas because of substances that were being manufactured. Collin County, because of what happened, remember what I told you, John, they had a reputation of opiates, of heroin. Like a lot of their children, their teenagers in the late 90s were overdosing off heroin. This happened in Collin County, in Plano, which is right here in Frisco, right near Frisco. They became hard on really poor whites. So this is very typical of Collin County keeping a very strong hand on law and order. So it's not just them going after Carmelo, it's just Collin County being Collin County. And it has benefited them because even with the
Yeah,
reputation
they got
of
the property values to show for it, right? They
yeah,
got the
that's what
property
happened.
values
That's
to
what
show.
happened. Got it. Yeah, that's what happened. It
You
did.
know,
Let me finish
Not
up some of this,
fentanyl, but it was meth and heroin, John.
let me
This was
finish. Let
about
me finish
20,
up some of
30
this.
years ago.
Let me finish up some of this. Andrew Bronca. He's making some interesting points, and he's making some of the same points that I've been making. In that, I said maybe yesterday or the day before, the whole civil rights has moved to virtual YouTube. They can't really stir up protests on the ground like they used to with Ben Crump and Al Sharpton. Now it's YouTube, it's Hemp and Freezy and all these other people that are standing with Carmelo and this big wave on YouTube. But down on the ground, there's nothing. I heard the protests outside of Collins County courthouse is more or less gone. But the racial strife that these people stirred up, I think is here to stay. And the people that are monetizing it are the Freezies of the world. The who else? The Anthony Brian Logans of the world. He's trying to split the baby. We're gonna look at a video of him later.
Looks up to their tent. They turn violent, excluding him and driving him off. Watch this.
Yes, we're just here with press just to record and talk to you guys to see what's going on. Okay. Okay. It's a free country. You're in public. You're in public. Okay. Okay. Well, you're in public.
By the way, oh my God, America's starving oppressed.
Looks like I lost my browser and the mic at one point. Oh, okay, I'm back. Let me share that with you again. So this is he was calling me. What in the fuck is going on? People calling me left and right. All right, here's the video again. Sorry. This is Andrew Bronca, and he's showing I think it's Eli Schaefer.
Yes, we're just here with press just to record and talk to you guys to see what's going on. Okay. Okay. It's a free country. You're in public. You're in public. Okay. Okay. Well, you're in public.
By the way, oh my God, America's starving oppressed.
Look, I'm just asking. Yeah.
And this guy has dreadlocks. I mean, like this hair, man, is it is like a litmus test or something among the black men at least. The dreadlocks.
John, you know that's Carmelo Anthony's family right there?
Is that his family?
Yes.
You know, purple is his favorite color, so I'm not surprised. If that is his family, my goodness, the whole tent thing, and they're telling the man to get up under his tent, and they want him to leave immediately. That is something, huh?
That's the irony. Leave my tent?
Yeah, leave.
Seriously, leave my tent?
Yeah.
Everyone is
They
supposed
didn't even get up
to.
on their tent.
Right. That's exactly what happened. They want to be in everyone else's space, but you cannot be in our space. You cannot speak to us. You cannot hold us accountable. Carmelo cannot be held accountable. None of them can be held accountable. But you can go into a city where Austin and his family have been living for decades, apparently. Austin's father is a realtor who worked for Keller Williams.
You know,
They are homeowners.
Austin Metcalf, he spoke earlier upon it. I don't know if you heard it, but the blacks.
Oh, Hunter?
The father, he spoke and he said,
Oh,
look,
yeah.
man.
Yeah.
These blacks have been spraying lies on that man for a whole year. And then they wanted mercy for their son. This is another thing why I think the black parents failed him. For those black parents to sidle up to Dominique Alexander, it shows you that they low class themselves. Would you agree with that?
Yes, absolutely.
100%.
John, you got to listen to the last night. The Metcalf father went on a Twitter space with Sarah Fields, and he went off on the blacks, man, for about 2 hours. Yeah, you can watch if you go to her Twitter feed. There's a link to it.
Who you talking about, Sarah?
Sarah Fields, yeah. It's under there'll be a link to it in her profile, but it's him talking uninterrupted for about 2 hours. Jeff Metcalf, and he finally responds to all the lies about him, and it's all emotion, like he lets it all out.
Yeah, I mean, he held his tongue for a long time, and I think he really wanted to be nice to those people. Try to smooth over it.
He was trying to be a good guy, like he was being a good guy for as much as you possibly could in that situation. I mean, I don't know what more you could ask of a man.
Yeah. Let me play a little bit more of this, and then I want to play some of this. You ever heard this guy Anthony Brian Logan? CT was talking about him the other day.
I'm not that familiar with him, but I've heard of him. Yeah,
I wasn't very familiar with him either, and so he was talking about the Carmelo case, and I think that this is the problem with black conservatives. Honestly, we've shown it with Angry Man, Anton, who are the other big conservatives? What the Tatum? Is it the twin
Tatum,
guys?
Black conservative perspective.
Hodge twins, whatever their name is. They had a hard time covering this Carmelo and the Chud, the Builder case. Both of those cases kind of gave them a little bit of difficulty. Remember, we played DJ Academics when he had the back and forth with Myron, and he was like
fighting words.
Yeah, he was like, they're fighting words. But DJ Academics, seeing Carmelo was convicted, he said, wait a minute, blacks are getting a little out of hand with this self-defense. They're taking it too far. But just 2 weeks ago, he was willing to take it too far with the N-word, with Chud the Builder.
Yep.
So they're kind of rudderless here because there's nothing at their core that tells them what's the right thing to do. I think that's really the sad part about it. Anyways, we'll play a little bit more of this Andrew Bronson. I want to play this Anthony Brian Logan.
John,
go ahead.
If I may just say, have you noticed there's no ethic? Like within the Black community, like ethics and like personal governance, the rules and regulations that we as Black people, how we move through the world. White people play no games. There are you don't need, people can bring up that it was legal, illegal. Yeah, of course, the knife was legal. Or the blade was completely legal, but there's no ethics, as you have brought up, future time orientation. There's no conflict resolution. You have a linebacker and a wide receiver, and the wide receiver responds to a linebacker. Say that he was bullying him. Just say it. Okay, fine. But your response to another linebacker, and you are a wide receiver, because he's just asking you to leave his tent.
Well, actually, I think
through his sternum.
I think he was a cornerback. And this is what I said to somebody, and somebody said it, I think it was that Dennis Bird guy. I think Dennis Byron. Cornerbacks take hits, right?
Right.
They get blocked by people that are
That
bigger
was
than that.
Dion's. That was Dion's position with the Cowboys.
Right. He didn't like to hit people, but there are some cornerbacks have to tackle people.
I think he also played safety too. I think he played safety as well.
Right. That's if you don't have speed, you end up being a safety. Typically, if you don't have that elite speed, you can't play the corner. But you do have to tackle big men.
Yeah.
Right. So from that standpoint, he's been tackled harder on the football field than whatever the Metcalf boy did to him.
Correct.
Hell, they hit machines harder than that. There's a tackle machine. They hit that thing harder than he was hit. So it just stretches the imagination that, he felt a threat for his life being a football player.
In a football player, and John, not just that, you're at another athletic event. Like, keep in mind, they're not in school, they're not in class, you're not at a party, you're not at an event with like regular people. You're athletes. You're an athlete. That respect for another athlete, like this is their corner, their spot. Like you wouldn't just go in the other team's locker room. You don't go in like that same mentality where we plan, we meet up. It's my team. I'm with my team. You're not part of our team, so you need to go. That's why, I don't understand why Black people don't get this, because I think people play football and we all know the rules.
I think that was part of what sunk his defense too. Having to ask someone 15 times to leave.
Another athlete.
Right.
Athlete.
In this video, this white man, when he's asked to leave defiantly by the blacks, he left. He didn't say, no, I'm not going to leave. He didn't start calling them names or anything like that. But Carmelo was engaging in calling names, F you, talking about their team sucks and, stuff like that. So for white people, that's very foreign. I just don't see that kind of behavior in white people. I'm not saying they don't do it, but I just don't see it very often in white people.
John, it's not above the pale. Like, you talk shit, like people talk shit, but there's a time and a place where, okay, we're about to get started. Like, we're at work, and this is not even football, it's track. And you play, and you run track, I run track. And it's the 10. If we want to, like, think about, like, even before, if you want to talk shit, you go to like somewhere else, somewhere that's outside school, or the lunch table. You don't do it like at the other team's spot. Or why not just take this out on the field? There's like 101 different ways this could have been handled. But
the first way would have been just to leave.
Or just leave. Just seriously,
leave.
John.
You're not wanted around. John,
this is what Black people don't seem to understand is boundaries. When someone tells you, just leave me alone, that's like the phrase Black people don't seem to understand in real life and on YouTube.
That's why I led off with that. That's why I led off with that video of the man on the train. He asked the man, hey, can you cut the music down? The man got up and moved. And the black man kept following him, agitating him. Right. You saw that, right?
Yeah.
He'd already cuffed him. He'd already made him move on the train. And, that for a man to have another man, bully you to the point that you move on a public train, that strikes at your manhood. And then he moves thinking, well, okay, this should be the end of it. And the black man keeps following him. That's how Black people push the boundaries. And that's probably why there's so many problems in their neighborhoods and stuff like that, because typically that should be the end of it.
John, if I may notice that subway, you had that one Black guy dressed very nerdy, dorky, and he's just reading in his own little private world. You saw the other Black woman dressed very moderately. She's wearing flats.
Yeah, she's headed to work or coming from work.
Going to work. John, this is who these Black people target. The real issue is that everyone else, those of you who are not Black, you're seeing what we, regular, quiet, let's just read and mind our own business Black people, what we go through. We're number one target for these people, and no one does anything about it. No one. You can't go to the police. You can't complain. What that Black man did is what we always had to do. Get up and leave and pray nothing else happens. Because this is a fact of life. when you see a lot of black people real black people living in majority white neighborhoods, it's to get away from them, because this is a constant issue. You're constantly targeted by these people, and
Well,
they
you know,
say
I think
wrong.
one of the things is, if you look at that train ride, who's going to stand up to that man? Not the guy reading the book, right? So, I wouldn't be surprised if that was probably a Bronx bound or a Brooklyn bound train. So that's kind of the, where they are. There's no one really to stand up and stop that kind of baby.
Exactly. John, that's why they moved to Frisco.
Or Daniel
That's
Penny.
why what happens, John,
Yeah.
is that eventually these black people like Carmelo's family who are bullies. John, I'm telling you, Carmelo, his parents, they are bullies.
Well, they seem to be
Especially that
playing that
mother.
kind of baby.
They're bullies.
Yeah.
Once they see one black person, all it takes is one who's living in a majority white neighborhood, they want to start following you. They're going to start following you, finding out why you're there. They think that seeing another black person who basically is like a square, that's their entrance into these majority white spaces. I cannot tell you how many times this has happened to me, John.
Let me get into this video on there.
They'll follow you around. Okay, I'll go back on mute.
Let me get.
Whoa.
Listen to
It's free speech. It's free speech. Why are you throwing stuff at us? Yeah, why are you throwing stuff at us? What the hell's that? All right, well, they're throwing water bottles at us while we're recording.
The irony. Kevin Bass here. Let me make this bigger. The most shameful part of the murder by Carmelo Anthony is how the black community rallied behind this demon. The most shameful part of the death of George Floyd is how the black community rioted and murdered in response. The problem with the black community is that it rallies behind criminals so long as they are black and they are pitted against whites. The black community endorses criminality. It's openly racist against whites, and the anti-white racism is overwhelming. And somehow we're supposed to be okay with this. They are racist. Again, this particular swath of the black community, not everybody. They are racist and they endorse criminality and even riot and murder. And they do. We'll see a post about it. And the worse their behavior is, the more we're supposed to think they are the victims. That's not how this works or is supposed to work in a civilized society. When a person murders someone else in cold blood, that person is a predator. When a community rallies behind a predator who murders in cold blood, that community is evil. I concur. A community is not more of a victim the more evil it behaves. Evil does not magically transform into victimhood because a person or community is black. There's not one standard for right or wrong based on skin color. Murdering someone else does make someone a victim. It makes someone else an evil murderer. And white liberals who get this backwards, who dismiss the blood of innocent victims and who call murderers victims, these white liberals are evil. Evil, should capitalize that. It would be nice if we could say that this is all a matter of opinion, that good and evil are relative and so on, but death, murder, the celebration of death and murder, the excusing of murderers, all of these have real world consequences. They destroy people's lives. They're not theoretical issues. These are innocent lives of people who might have someday contributed to society, taken for no reason in cold blood. Murder is not relative or theoretical. It's evil. Whether or not murder is evil does not depend on skin color. Murder is evil, period. Jasmine, a black female congresswoman from Texas whose district just got obliterated when Texas redistricted. So she'll be gone. She'll no longer be in Congress. But she has thoughts.
Well, she lost the election? Well, I don't keep up with this stuff.
She has thoughts. This actually isn't all that bad for us. Worse than Austin Metcalf, that they're alive. Then does Austin Metcalf, let's hear what good old Jasmine has to say.
Black women, especially Black women who have Black male children, live in fear and agony every single day.
By the way, the tent, Austin Metcalf's tent that Carmelo Anthony invaded was packed with Black student athletes from Austin Metcalf's school. Most of the student athletes who testified at this trial were Black. Did they stab anybody that day? Were they threatened by white people that day? What distinguishes them from Carmelo Anthony? Well, Carmelo Anthony is a demon who shoved a knife into someone's chest.
Fear and agony that I promise you.
That was, interesting how the Blacks ultimately had to turn on the Black witnesses. Did y'all not find it interesting? The Blacks were willing to accept the testimony of the Blacks in the child trial. And one of them was an out-and-out felon, the other one was lying. But the Black young high school striving teenagers, they were willing to call them liars.
Yep.
Did anyone notice that?
Yep. Easily, they easily did it. They had no problem casting them aside as liars, just like if they're just as if they're as bad as the whites.
And those were probably half decent kids that
They
were
were
under a
good,
lot of pressure.
probably the upper echelon of black kids, probably.
Yeah, yeah. Because one of the kids' mother was a pediatrician, if I'm not mistaken. I can't remember which side he testified for.
Yeah, those kids are all in college right now, or on their own
Yeah.
track to go to college. Like these are smart, educated kids.
Yeah, and the blacks turned on those kids. That is very interesting. What's up, HB? The blacks turned on those kids who did the honorable thing and told the truth, regardless of what, the race of the thing. Those kids just told the truth. And the blacks turned on them. That must be a hell of a message to those blacks. And that is the pressure that I say, like, they'll probably be somewhat ostracized in the black community.
Oh yeah.
Mhm. Man, your testimony, got Carmelo sent to prison. They're going to be disinvited from the cookout. And that is the pressure that I think, like, a lot of these black conservatives are on. They want to still be invited to the cookout, be able to go up on these black panels.
Yep.
So they hesitant to speak about the Carmelo or go too far because they won't be allowed on the panels, or they get a lot of pushback.
They can't alienate their audience who expects them to be pro-black.
Mm-hmm.
The Metcalfs probably never spent a day living that way.
Yeah, they never spent a day living that way. They just lived the rest of their lives knowing that a little black demon killed their son, took him away forever at the age of 17. But at least,
I didn't know he was this right wing. Brave said he's been right wing for a while, but I think blacks have pushed him a little bit farther right.
they don't have to live with the anguish of a black woman who's got a black son who might shove a knife into someone's chest. That's what we're supposed to take away from Jasmine Crockett. It's unbelievable. Black women live in agony every day that I promise the Metcalfs have never lived through, she says. And Matt Vance was a good follow on X. He says, so just to be clear, all black women, all of them, 100% of black women live in greater agony every day just by being black and alive and women than a family whose son was stabbed to death. How do you live in a cohesive structure with people who achieve positions of power? She's currently a congresswoman, who see the world in this racist way.
He's really indicting black people right here. Everything you're saying, the blacks that are supporting him, the blacks that don't want him to have that much time, want 3 or 4 years, 5 years, probation, manslaughter. He's really indicting all of these people, the people that vote for someone like this. He's saying, how the hell can you have any kind of civilized community if this is your mindset? This is rough talk for the blacks.
Yeah.
Savannah Hernandez notes, this is the result of decades of this country pandering to black people so much that they now think their mere existence is more painful than a mother whose son was murdered. The majority of black culture is violent and has been a net negative on society. Shame on their all.
Savannah Hernandez. This is rough talk. And this lady's Hispanic, I think. Hernandez, she may be white Hispanic, as they call them, but this is rough talk, and I think she's on Fox News, if I'm not mistaken.
Well, that's a little extreme, Andrew. It's not like.
Go ahead. What do you say?
No, I was just saying, yes, she is.
Yeah, this is rough. This is a rude awakening, I think, for the blacks. I think the blacks have pushed it too far with that. The Carmelo, the last boy, Cyrus Belton. The blacks created other hell for that man trying to run a store.
The pro Carmelo people are advocating violence, rioting, looting, arson. No, they literally are. And this is one of the most prominent pro Carmelo camp people. Goes by the Black Tucker Carlson. This is what he's posting. Free Carmelo Anthony and the Summer of Love. The riot, looting, and arson. The Marxist power fist. Young black men exulting over the destruction of billions of dollars of someone else's property. That's what he's endorsing. Would post like this. Green Beret Naptime says, this is why the black community is in shambles, because of people like this guy. Black males, 14 to 55 years old, make up only about 4% of the U.S. population, but are responsible for over 50% of all murders, more than 60% of all violent crime as a category. Now he wants black people to burn down their own buildings. Well, they're other people's buildings, because a murderer was convicted of murder. Insanely anti-American. It is anti-American. It's inconsistent with living in a first world republic. This is stuff you expect to see out of a primitive African nation. No? Oh, East.
He's just asking questions, right? This is the behavior of the blacks after this trial, man. I mean, Trayvon was bad. George Floyd was bad. George Floyd may have been worse, probably because of where it happened. If this had happened in Minnesota, maybe the same thing, right? But Texas, too many people are armed for the blacks to go cuckoo down there.
I think the overall sentiment though is worse overall. The sentiment among blacks.
Yeah, I think a large part of this, and I know Ponder will chime in here, has to do with the schools.
Yeah.
This happened, like, again, on the tragedy of the Commons, and people are trying to protect their schools, and he came and violated that. They had to punish him.
Absolutely, John.
What are they going to do, move, right, to another school district? No, they got to protect this one at all costs, right? And that's what I think. This one probably is worse, so I tend to agree with you.
You're in a particular area of far north Dallas. You have these schools. You have the fact that Carmelo goes to that type of school, Centennial, a very, very well-known, very good school. 2 athletes. For it to go this far. And also, John, I think as you understand, there will be no riots. There will absolutely
not in Texas.
Not just Texas, this area of Dallas. Well, it's in a way, it's like quote unquote Dallas, far north Dallas. There are 0 riots. There will be no riots. Everyone outside the court, they have to go home because none of them live there. It's not your community. You have to go home. You saw, like, notice John, if you saw the police officers, they were not in riot gear. That's how they look every day.
Well, I think
sheriffs, that's how they look, quote unquote, battle ready all the time.
I think that, from George Floyd to now, more people are online, a lot of the information online, and they're really seeing how, how blacks feel about them. Probably more so now than ever. And for white people who've given blacks the benefit of the doubt, this has to be rough for them to see and hear blacks talking like this. Excusing a murder. George Floyd didn't murder anybody, right? So, but this guy actually murdered someone. And to see blacks get behind him, man, it's hard to unsee. Would you agree with that, MFB?
And it's a high schooler who did this. You're doing this to another high schooler.
Yeah, another child.
Another teenager at an event. And John, like I've been bringing up to you, this is an area where Jerry Jones specifically moved the Cowboys training facility. There is a reason for that. Why would Jerry Jones leave Irving after how many decades? You all would know better than I.
Yeah.
Why would he leave Irving to go to Frisco? And not only that, you can find a picture, John, of Jerry Jones wearing a hat that has like the Frisco emblem. He was all about this particular area. And we know why. If you think about it, you know why.
Yeah, I do agree with you, John. I heard what you said.
Yeah, I think, as I said, schools affect us all. If you have children, these people sacrificed a lot to get in that area.
It's all about the schools for the families, man.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, at the end of the day, that's what they see is the future.
Mm-hmm.
And John, notice none of the Asians have anything to do with this. The Black people went to boycott these Asian businesses. John, the Asians, where is the issue in this area of Plano, Frisco, McKinney? The Asians are everywhere. Their children keep the test scores very high, which again goes back to property values. And then the Asians have all of their businesses, which again goes back to contributing into the tax base.
Yeah.
We all know what happened with Chow.
The Asians damn sure don't want riots. All those business owners in Dallas are not.
And the Asians know they never have any issues in Plano and Frisco. Why? Because of the population, the demographics, and the money. The Asians always follow the money. There's not going to be one riot to any of these Asian businesses. There's not going to be any red bricks going through their door. John,
with
business
guns,
as usual in Frisco.
Yeah, with Texas, with the guns, and it shows you the value of people having guns and the ability to use them, because it stops, people from even thinking about doing something. There was a case in Texas where a man shot. Say what? Oh, there was a case in Texas where a man shot some black criminals. I don't even know if they were black, but they had broken into his neighbor's house, and he was on the phone with like 911, and he shot them with a shotgun. And I don't think he faced any charges, because in Texas, you can kill someone for committing like a felony on someone else's property, something like that. And I said, damn, man, they have some very liberal laws in Texas as it relates to, defending property.
John, it's not just offending property. I haven't even listed to you the types of weapons that are now legalized in Texas. Brass knuckles, a katana. You can carry, like borderline medieval weapons legally in Texas. As of 2019, Texas changed their penal code, and they actually have in the affirmative list of weapons that you can legally have and also drive with in your car.
Yeah, I can believe it. Texas is a pretty, and that brings me to Anthony Bryan Logan. I'm gonna play a little bit more of this, and then I want you to hear what Anthony Bryan
John,
Logan
if I may
said.
share one thing with you and your audience, I apologize. Thank you so much. Just want to just remind your audience, there is a city not too far from like Frisco, Plano. It's just right there on 121. It's called White Settlement. It's actually kind of like in between Dallas or like Plano, Frisco. Then they have a city called Trophy Club, White Settlement, Roanoke, Watauga. And then you keep driving west towards Fort Worth. You'll eventually hit like South Lake and of course, Fort Worth. At a church in White Settlement, someone tried to come in and unalive people. John, one of the church members already was packing heat. He came out like, this was like a regular older white dude. He came out, I think it was like a pistol, and he handled business. And everyone was so happy for him. So everything stopped because somebody was carrying, a weapon.
Texas is one of those a lot of people carry. You never know who you may bump into. I want to get into this Anthony Bryan Logan. I want to play a little bit more of this because I think this guy is going to say what I said about Carmelo. Let's see.
Because black kids are the only kids who can't afford to make mistakes without dire consequences. They can't afford to make mistakes. That post, that laughable post, got 635,000 views. 635,000 views. All don't you know, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, all Mike Lane did, all Carmelo Anthony did was he just made a mistake. And now you're going to make him live with dire consequences? That's not right. Murder is just a mistake. Shoving a knife, cutting out a human heart over nothing. It's just a mistake. The evidence was so clear of guilt, I guess, it made no sense to try to rig it. He's saying they rigged it. They did something, the state did something dishonest by excluding all black jurors and asking, well, that's a separate issue. This is what win at all costs prosecutors create, public controversy and appellate risk that needn't exist. Well, I think it's Robert creating the public controversy. And I don't think there is any appellate risk for the dismissal of these 6 black people. 3 were dismissed for cause.
So blacks are trying to appeal. And the second part of the statement, asking unlawful questions of the witnesses. The prosecution asked a couple of the witnesses, the eyewitnesses, did they think it was murder or self-defense or something like that? And that would be kind of the basis of some of the basis of Carmelo's appeal.
By the judge. That's because they said they can't be impartial. So forget that. And that's obviously completely legitimate. The other 3 were dismissed with strikes, which is only a problem constitutionally, an appellate risk, as Robert says, if there was no race-neutral reason. But that's not what happened here. This person responds to Robert, isn't it possible that the black jurors were dismissed because they couldn't find a non-prejudicial black juror? And Robert says, nope, the prosecution struck 3 black jurors for no cause at all. They used their peremptory strikes because they had no cause to strike them. I mean, that doesn't even make sense. That sentence doesn't make sense. They used their strikes because they had no cause to strike them. Robert, that's not legally coherent. If you have cause, the judge dismisses them. Strikes don't enter the picture. The only time you would use a pressure strike is if you can't meet the cause threshold. Strikes exist because you're allowed to get rid of jurors without cause. You're allowed to get rid of jurors if you have a constitutionally legitimate reason, a rational reason. That's not unconstitutional. So those last 3 black jurors did. The question is, not did they have cause. If they had cause, you wouldn't strike them. You would have the judge dismiss them. The actual legal question is, we're striking them. Did they have a race-neutral reason to strike those last 3 black jurors? Joey Jojo Poker, I don't know who this is, but they went to the trouble of asking Grok about this. And Grok has a pretty good response.
I want to get to the
Grok,
part.
did the prosecution
You
give
want to talk about Carmelo Anthony's parents?
For this? Connected some or cause. And Grok says to dismiss. Lawrence, no. I don't know why he's doing it, but this sentence, the black jurors, I don't think that's an honest representation. There are perfectly reasonable black people out there, lots of them, millions of them.
So here we are. The defense has rested his case. They really didn't have a case. What I think happened was that some people went to Carmelo Anthony's parents and probably told them that he would get off if he went to trial, that they could.
This is what I believe right here.
Convince the jurors of his innocence. But the bottom line is this: he was not innocent. He is not innocent, and he is going to have to pay for this crime. They were trying to possibly get him off because they were probably thinking, like O.J. Simpson, that he would somehow get off after he took this boy's life. He threw the knife and he took off running. One of the school resource officers caught up with him. He said that he did it. He said he did it. There were eyewitnesses there. Here is what people don't understand. I continue to see this in my comments, that he needs to keep his hands to himself. Well, black folks, you can't have rules for me and not for thee, because if your child touched someone or pushed them, shoved them, punched them, whatever, and they stabbed them in the chest and they lost their life, you would not think that this was fair. But you think it's fair regarding Austin because he's white. Do you know why you think that? It's because you are jealous of white people. You have been told since you were children that they had advantage over you. So you have watched a lot of white people live a good life, and you think that it is time for them to suffer because of your suffering. But what you don't understand is that your suffering is because of you. If you renew your own mind, and if you got in your head that if God is for you, that no man can stand against you, you could have the same thing that you believe that white people have that you don't have. Do you not understand that there are also white folks that can't find jobs, that there are white people that are on food stamps and everything else? Most of the white people that I talk to don't even know about this imaginary race war or this hatred that done wrong to someone white. You guys do a knee jerk and you side with a black person because you think that finally they are getting their payback. You need to fix your heart. Is something wrong with you? His parents had no wisdom. This is why they blew all the money that was raised in that GoFundMe. If they had any wisdom, as soon as the school called and told them what happened, they would tell him, you need to plead guilty. Don't even take this to trial. Don't put the Metcalfs through any more pain because their son was taken. Where is the compassion for the Metcalf family? There has been none. It's almost like they are being assaulted every single day because of a tragedy that happened.
Anybody have a problem with living next to this woman as a neighbor? I wouldn't.
To their son. The parents, instead of exercising wisdom and saying, hey, plead to manslaughter because you did it. But instead, you wanted to take it to trial because you thought that he would be able to get off. There is no way he's going to get off. If he did, it would be a travesty, a complete travesty and miscarriage of justice, considering that people have seen what happened. He said he did it. This is no argument. The argument comes because you have a lot of people that deal in their feelings and they think that they have a say in what happens in a court of law.
Sometimes it feels like dealing with adult-sized, retarded, self-centered, hyper-violent children. This goes on for another few minutes, but we've been going a long time, so I want to move along. Oh, this guy was funny. This guy was a pro Austin Metcalf. This black, basically, is very much. But I just,
I'm not.
We don't. It's crazy.
Anyway, I want to cover this Anthony Brian Logan. You guys want to comment on that? That was Andrew Bronco, who's been covering the case for quite a while now.
That woman was so on point. I mean, I couldn't have said it any better myself.
Yeah, I don't know if he could have played the manslaughter, but I do think if he had the, well, I think that, but I think that if you have the victim's parents on your side, you got a better shot than them not liking you. Feeling like you.
Yeah, man. You remember the lead attorney's video, man? He brought multiple cases where people for first-degree murder got off on 5 years, 10 years, because they made peace with the victim's family, and the victim's family spoke up for them.
Yeah. This boy here, even they said when the Metcalfs was speaking, the victim impact, he put his head down. He couldn't even look at them.
Yeah, because he's a coward.
Yeah. He didn't take responsibility for what he did, and I think one of the Metcalfs asked him to look him in his eyes.
Yeah, Hunter Metcalf said it too.
Yeah, Yeah, he could not do it, and that was something there. His parents really failed him every step of the way. It seems to me.
Absolutely.
John, the prosecution. So I actually found out that the prosecution, because they were looking to plead, the prosecution said nothing less than 40 years, and they were not budging.
Damn. Well, he did the right thing there.
So, and you look at the sentencing is 35. So now, listening to what you and MFB are saying, if there was any contrition where the parents had gone apologized, just and to an act of contrition, including their son. So if the parents had properly guided their son, and that's what this woman is saying, the parents have no wisdom.
Yeah.
They have no wisdom. They're letting their ego and their pride, they're letting hubris and Black people like Charleston White gas them up, thinking that maybe this was OJ part 2, that he's going to somehow get off.
I think the people, there was someone that mentioned, may have been him, Andrew Bronco. He said that people probably came to him and told him, let's fight it. The lady was saying it as well. And the YouTube people probably told him, let's fight it. The people down on the ground probably was like, this plea. But if they had played it out, there would have been no money. If they had played this thing out when it first happened, there would be no money for them. So they played it all the way out. They played the long game, I guess. And Carmelo ended up suffering for it. I want to show you something about these Black conservatives, though. They're really losing their way over this Anthony Brian Logan, I guess some of the others. But Anthony Brian Logan was one. I just happened to catch him last night. I'll let you guys listen to it. Give me 1 second.
Carmelo Anthony has been found guilty in the murder of Austin Metcalf, and he's been sentenced 35 years in the penitentiary. And there's a lot I want to say here. Let's talk about it. How's everybody doing? My name is Anthony Brian Logan, and today we got to talk about Carmelo Anthony being, to me, is a gross miscarriage of justice. This is ridiculous. There have been other cases like this, similar to this, in that same ballpark that did not get anywhere near this amount of years. And in many cases, the case was beat completely. There was no.
This is the first start right out of the gate here. You see what he's saying? He says Carmelo was a gross miscarriage of justice. I don't think so. How so? Anyone want to chime in? How is this a gross miscarriage of justice? What happened here? In what way was this a gross miscarriage of justice? Anyone want to chime in? I don't see it here.
It was a legitimate trial. It went exactly the way you would think a trial was supposed to go. Everyone was given a fair shot to plead their case, bring their witnesses, and get the jury to consider their position. What more can you ask for in a trial?
I have no idea. He had the money, the resources. His family is not complaining about money or anything like that. So what would be his issue? And what is his issue? And he's going to explain it to you, and you're going to see what the issue is.
No time at all. But before I get to that, let's back up a little bit here to recap. How did we get here today? April 2025, there's a track meet in Texas. Collin County friends are there because apparently he's talking to the friend, to Metcalf, fronted by at least one. Carmelo refuses. Now, I think here is when there's some cultural disconnect.
Now, that's very interesting. You hear this? So he's about to say there's some cultural disconnect between Blacks and more or less everyone else. It's very interesting because, again, his family caused the cultural disconnect by moving him to this neighborhood where his culture doesn't jive with their culture, correct?
Right.
That's the origin of all of this.
That is exactly what happened, John.
And this is what he's saying. He said there's some cultural issues, and he's going to go into it. Listen.
Happening. Carmelo apparently reaches into his bag and says, touch me and see what happens. Some see that as a provocation.
Some see that as a provocation, right? And I think some people...
It is a provocation, let's be honest.
In the law, right, that's, if you go in your bag to get a gun or a knife, and then you say, "Hey, touch me again," and see what happens. Then you pull out the weapon and use it over a touch. You know, I don't think that's self-defense per se.
Like he was daring him to put his hands on him. That's not what I got from that. What I got from that is, I'm warning you to not touch me. But of course, what does he do? He pushes him, shoves him, touches him. Gives him another warning. He does it again. He hits him one time with a 3.5-inch pocket knife. That's what it was. Oh, yeah, the big dagger, he had a sword. It was a 3.5-inch pocket knife. Hits him one time. And unfortunately, he dies. May you rest in peace, prayers out to the family.
John,
now,
I'm sorry.
If you ask
John,
me,
real
that's
quickly,
self-defense.
a quick pause. If you don't, thank you, John. I think it's very important for everyone to know listening, everyone in the live chat, this is more than just like a jab. I've heard people say prick. He went through his breastplate. He went through his sternum. That is incredibly, incredibly hard to do. So it's not even a flesh wound or even touching muscle where he would have been injured. But to go through the breastplate, John, think about it.
I think they're saying he broke some bone or something like that. The force of it.
The force to. Yeah, sorry, John. I'll go on.
If you remember in the trial, Carmelo's defense was so weak that they suggested that the Metcalf boy stabbed himself. He impaled himself on the knife.
Yeah, that's what.
Anyone remember this?
Yes.
Yeah.
They're using that excuse.
The ME refuted that shit quick though.
But that probably added another 5 years on his sentence. The jury like, what?
Yeah.
You blame the victim? We're gonna give you some more time.
Yeah, that's what Freezy is also saying too, in that Taz the Goat guy, that he basically fell on the knife, and that's what happened to him. That Austin fell on Carmelo's the blade.
Well, you know what? The interesting thing though is, if that is the case, Carmelo could have just got on stand and proved that.
Exactly.
He could have got up and said, "Man, I ain't stabbing him. He fell on a knife."
Yeah,
but he didn't do that.
I mean, but he couldn't, because the idea is absurd. The ME said the knife would have gone all the way in if he had fallen on it, but it didn't, because it went in only 2.5 inches.
I was right. That's correct. And so here's this black conservative. You know, first he says a gross injustice. Then he said, what else did he say? He says too much time. I think he says too much time. And he's going to go on to compare it to some other cases. And I want you to listen.
I'm telling you, don't touch me. You and your friends are surrounding me. I'm in fear.
Now, that was not proven in court that his friends surrounding him.
No.
Right,
What he's taking, John, is that, remember, there were 15 witnesses, and all the witnesses were from Memorial. So that's what ABL, Freezy, and these other lots. They're stating just because there were other Memorial kids around, which of course there were, it was their tent, they were all trying to gang up on Carmelo, which was not proven at all. There were just other students around who witnessed like the back and forth, the altercation.
Yeah.
That I'm going to be seriously injured or I might die. So I'm telling you, don't do it. You're doing it anyway. I tell you again, you're doing it anyway. You get hit one time and you die. That's not murder. That's not 35 years in prison. That's self-defense. And
so basically right here, this is what led me to create this title. This is the creation of child soldiers, the justification of young blacks, low IQ blacks, that might hear what he says, someone downwind that's listening to him. And they're hearing this is self-defense. I initially speculated when Carmelo stabbed that boy, what he said to the police was just weird to me. I did it. I'm not alleged. And he said he put his hands on me and it was self-defense or something like that. It was almost like someone, you know, over the last 10 years, if you've been growing up in America, you would have learned a little bit of law just by watching some of these cases. Does that make sense? Stand your ground, self-defense. You know, you might, particularly if you're interested, you might pick up on enough law to be dangerous to yourself. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does make sense. Yeah.
And his statements to the police.
And you can rationalize because of other cases, trying to apply these other cases that we've heard about, like case law, quote unquote case law, and then rationalize your own bad behavior, thinking, well, it happened to this person and they got off. Well, I can get off too.
Right. And you're going to see Anthony Brian Logan do it here, in that the cases that they're looking at don't actually apply to their case, or the cases they're applying don't apply to this case, that case,
or their state,
right? Yeah, and their state, and laws of murder is so specific. Each one is different. That there are very few that you can just apply a template across the murders, and so you're going to hear him kind of do that here and look at his examples.
My humble opinion. But the jury thought differently, and they said, okay, you're guilty, 35 years. And by the way, I've never seen a court case wrap up so quickly. I mean, they had...
How many court cases do you think he's watched? How long did he think this case would last? This wasn't like a murder conspiracy where the government had to prove he did it. He already had admitted that he did it, so there wasn't much of a case. The star witness, the killer, didn't testify. How long was this case going to last? This is the first part. They're just not understanding how the law works.
And they started, just a few days ago, right? They started a few days ago. They found him guilty, and then a couple hours later, they sentenced him. Usually, in these kind of cases, there's a longer period of time for the trial, and then the sentencing happens later. And by the way, speaking about the trial, the defense attorney here was completely worthless. There's rumors talking about the family blew all their money from the online fundraising.
If this lawyer was worthless, who chose him? Who chose him? It would have to be the parents that chose him, right? Or one of their advocates that chose him. So he's criticizing the family for choosing this lawyer. Well, they had enough money to choose whoever they chose wrong.
On gifts and trinkets, and had to get a public defender. Now, I've not seen that verified anywhere. It's just a rumor. I don't know who this man is. If he's a top attorney in the area, a public defender, I don't know what's going on, because I don't see.
I think he's a fairly well-known lawyer in the Dallas area.
Yes, he is, John.
Yeah.
He teaches at the law school in Dallas. He has been teaching there. So they found a good attorney.
He just didn't have anything to work with.
Exactly.
Like, there's only so much you can work with. If all the witnesses are pointing the finger at you, what can he do? What were they expecting of him? If all the witnesses are saying his client did it, there's really not much he can do. There aren't going to be many witnesses that he can put on.
Any, real sources that say it one way or the other. I asked people where they see that. They said social media. It's like, okay, exactly. Where's the real source? So I don't know. But either way it goes, the defense attorney was terrible. They didn't really bring any witnesses, no experts, no nothing. It was
Listen, I'm guaranteeing you, these people looked at his case. The lawyer probably said, it ain't even worth getting a self-defense witness, use of force expert. It's not worth it. The parents chose to save the money for themselves. Probably for good reason, because I think any witness that they put up on the stand probably would have testified that Carmelo did not need to use the knife at that point. Like, like a use of force expert. Are you familiar with those? Typically, when you go on trial for like self-defense, where you're claiming self-defense, you will get a use of force expert to say, in this situation, would self-defense be, lawful or whatever, something like that. And they didn't, and you have to pay for these people. They're not free. And his family someone chose not to put one up on the stand. Maybe it was a money preservation, which should be part of it, I guess.
almost like the defense attorney, the state's attorney, the judge, and the dad were all in cahoots, because from the beginning, they did not see a real defense here. Maybe in their mind,
it was no defense. Yeah, there was no defense. I mentioned earlier, compare what Child did after he shot that boy and compare it to Carmelo. And I told you that in law, there is what do they call it? The guilt, appearance of guilt. Was it something of guilt? When you run from the scene, it's the appearance of guilt. And they use that on Carmelo in the closing statements. Consciousness of guilt. That's what it's called. Consciousness of guilt. This is what they used against Carmelo in the closing I think it was either in the closing statements or the sentencing phase. It would have been this consciousness of guilt. It is a type of circumstantial evidence showing that a defendant's post-crime, after he stabbed him, behavior implies that they knew that they would implies they know they committed an offense. While it can be a powerful prosecutorial tool, courts recognize it as an indirect proof that alone is legally insufficient to secure a conviction. Prosecutors usually use the following actions to argue that a defendant had a guilty mind. And the first thing up there, flight. Fleeing the scene of the crime, hiding, or attempting to evade police. Carmelo, in his case, he ran, that's the flight. He threw the gun, that's the hiding of evidence. That looked very bad at sentencing. This is also what nailed him to the wall there. You can't run. Rick Chow didn't run. George Zimmerman didn't run.
It was a clear-cut case from the beginning. You can't do what he did. There's no defense. So we're going to go ahead and just hang him high. Hang him high, 12 noon, throw him away, and then have that be that. Which is ridiculous. It's totally ridiculous. There have been other cases in Texas like this where this is not the result. Let's go back to...
Guess which case he's going to name? The Casey Belton case or whatever, that Case and Anthony case. Totally different situation. You can't compare what Carmelo did. This was, it's just not comparable.
Benton High School, 3.5 hours or 3 hours south of Dallas in Texas still. We're not in Louisiana. We're not in Arkansas. We're not in Oklahoma. We're not in New Mexico. We're still in Texas. 3 hours south of Texas, out of high school, 2022, there's a fight. You have one student, another student, and the other student's friends. One student's white, one student Hispanic. The white kid stabs the Hispanic kid in a bathroom during the fight. He is not found guilty of murder. He's found guilty of criminally negligent homicide. So he had a knife and there was a fight and it's self-defense. Why did he not get murder? Where's the 35 years in the penitentiary? Where's the swift sentencing? Where's the, okay, you go to court on Thursday and on Tuesday, you're thrown away. Where's that at for this case? Now, I'm not the one to cry racism. That's just not what I do. I defended Kyle Rittenhouse. When he did what he did, you're going across state lines, you got a gun and you're shooting people. I defended him because you're defending others. And the people who he shot were attacking him. So I defended him. And Kyle Rittenhouse, you have to be ashamed of yourself going on TV, trying to talk crazy about Carmelo Anthony. You are in the same boat as him.
And see, this is where he goes way off the rails. He's comparing Carmelo to Kyle Rittenhouse. They're not comparable. The people that were attacking Kyle Rittenhouse had guns. Again, how does he compare Kyle Rittenhouse to Carmelo?
What's the difference? Your race, your location, what's the difference? I don't see the difference. You're a defender. You're defending yourself the same way he was defending himself. Some say...
He says Carmelo and Kyle Richardson were defending themselves just the same. That's very amazing that this man sees it that way. And this is why I say this is like a ceiling. You can almost not even take these people seriously when they call themselves black conservatives, because I think that's what they are. They're black first, and whatever else is left, that's the conservative part. And he's going to show you that his conservative part, because he defended innocent people. Kyle Rittenhouse was innocent. Ain't that much conservatism in you to defend him. He's innocent.
You shouldn't have had that gun, which was not yours, and you were underage. Just like some say you shouldn't have had that knife. But in the case of in Benton, Texas,
he just equated again Kyle Rittenhouse and the gun to Carmelo having a knife. Like, jeez.
In high school, Texas, you got a knife involved, but there was no 35 years. There was a murder conviction. I defended Daniel Penny, and Daniel Penny, of course, he's white, and the victim Jordan Neely was black. Why did I?
You see, now how does he equate Daniel Penny, his support of Daniel Penny, and Carmelo? Daniel Penny was innocent. They would call him a hero. You can't compare Daniel Penny to Carmelo. Is there any lens of Carmelo being a hero here?
Defend Daniel Penny because he was defending people on the train, black, white, Puerto Rican, and candy stripe, from this violent person who was threatening to engage in violence, who was threatening to do things that would ruin the safety, ruin the security of those on the train. Although we didn't actually hit anybody and there was no weapon, as far as I know, I still defended Daniel Penny, Zimmerman, George Zimmerman. Let's talk about that. Remember Trayvon Martin? Now, in this case, it was really Zimmerman's fault, but he was able to beat the case because he said he's getting beat up too much. He's getting pounded into the pavement. There's no weapon. There's no knife, no gun, no nothing on Trayvon, just fists. But just I'm getting beat up too much. I'm at risk. I fear for my life. I fear for my safety. I fear that I might be seriously injured. I could pull my gun and shoot him, and then he beat the case. So if we're going to say that's okay, if we're going to say Daniel Penny's okay, if we're going to say Kyle Rittenhouse is okay, if we're going to say that Chike Rich Chow out there in South Carolina is okay. And by the way, I defended all these people because why? Self-defense. I am a staunch proponent of self-defense. I don't care what color the person is who is defending themselves, nor do I care what the color is of who they're defending themselves against. It doesn't matter. My standards don't change based on the color of the person, the age of the person, the sex of the person, religion of the person, location of the person. I don't really care. I don't like bullies. I don't like those who harass people, who attack people, who assault people. I don't think you get to claim that you are a victim when you go out there and you victimize others. If you want to get up in somebody's face and try to threaten them and push them and touch them and punch them and shoot them, no, you don't get to have the right to self-defense. This is why Chuck the Builder is going to prison here in Tennessee, because unlike other states, I don't know about what Texas got going on. They got a little bit of Jim Crow going on in Texas still. Y'all still.
Now, that was the critical point right there. I hope you heard that. Ponder, if you're still there. Listen what he says about one of the most reliably conservative states in the country. And he lives in Tennessee, apparently, which is also a very, very conservative state.
It's self-defense. This is why Chuck the Builder is going to prison here in Tennessee, because unlike other states, I don't know about what Texas got going on. They got a little bit of Jim Crow going on in Texas still. Y'all free? Are y'all okay in Texas? I don't know what happened. Juneteenth happened in Galveston, Texas. Did it get the message in other parts of Texas? I don't know, but I digress. My point is that in Tennessee, we have laws that prevent against things like this. And I would hope they be used in court the way they're being used right now with Chuck the Builder. If you are the initial aggressor, you lose your right to self-defense in Tennessee. So you can't be a Chuck the Builder, they're chimping out, going and harassing people, getting in their face, getting in their way, trying to antagonize and provoke. You can't do that and then claim self-defense. Now, again, some of y'all are going to think that saying...
So what he's saying right here is that there's an N-word that blacks can use to attack you. And that's what the Builder did. And the person that attacked him is justified because of that. This is really amazing to hear from.
Which means is a provocation. That's not a provocation. That is a response to your threat. You're in my face. You're telling me to move. You're telling me to get up, which, by the way, you have no authority to do. If you want me to move, if you want me to get up, you need to go get an authority figure. I'm doing this, saying, touch me.
This is where the blacks really are like being disingenuous. Do the blacks behaving well in school when the teachers tell them what to do? When the coaches tell them what to do, the principals, superintendents, school system? Like, right. He's just saying, he's assuming that Carmelo having gone to get the coach, Metcalf should have gone to get the coach. Hell, Carmelo may have bucked back against the coach. Right? You never know. Are there examples of blacks beating up teachers? Telling teachers, you don't tell me what to do? So going to get the authorities, hell, blacks have beat up police. So there is a disrespect for authority that going to get another teacher may not have solved the problem.
And we've seen this time and time again, John, the refusal to take direction. Like, for example, Black people, a lot of them, they're the children who cannot stand in a straight line. As preschoolers, we all learn, like that's basically preschool, learning how to stand in a straight line. What is preschool? Learning how to take direction so that you can be prepared for kindergarten, because kindergarten, you have to follow the rules, follow direction. Learn to listen. This is when children are learning how to read. Black people will never be honest that there is, and General Dave, he's spoken about you. General Dave has said it, like the most rebellious of all Black people is the American Black. To rebel against the system, fight authority, fight the police. And so when you then want to move your child, that's what's mind-boggling, John. And this is where you have to have maybe another live regarding his mother and the father. If you're going to rebel against authority, why move to an area of DFW, Dallas Fort Worth, which is pro authority?
That was stupid as hell. Like look, you know what? If they would have known they had a murderous young boy in their household, they should have got him one of these black ass counties where they let murderers go, right? If you know your son is bad, you need to keep him in an area where crime and shit is overlooked.
Oh,
You
John,
know what I mean?
here's the thing.
Don't
It's
bully
not
that,
that
man.
Carmelo is bad. Carmelo is a reflection of his family, of these parents. I put a link in your back chat, and what it is Carmelo's mother is so used to bullying Black women and other Black people, especially Black women, and getting away with it. That you can harass, abuse, physically assault other Black people, and you will find white people who will join in with you. And trust me, this happens quite a bit. So you'll have a person like a Black woman who's a bully. If she wants to keep your well, that doesn't really exist in Texas.
Hey, partner, let me tell you. Listen, in DC here, and this is there's some merit to what he's saying. We have an incoming mayor. Well, she's like, I don't want my children, Black children, she's talking about Black children, to be subject to Trump's curfew.
Discipline.
Well, she probably doesn't want them to be subject to, harsh punishment, right? As well. So if you know you got a little criminal Black child and you got the money to go live in Northern Virginia, you'd be better off living in DC because your child might go get some crime.
But John, I don't think you're getting it. These women, these men, especially because you're the mother, you're setting these children on a path to failure because they're seeing how you behave. And you have been getting away with this behavior towards other Black people. And other white people co-sign you.
Let me ask you this about corporate America here.
Yes, sir. Well, you and I both know. Here we go.
Could someone like Carmelo Anthony rise high in corporate America with that type of behavior?
No, he wouldn't be hired, and neither would his mother. That's no.
Like if you can't critique,
he would have to be dismissed as an intern. He can't, as an intern, he would have to be dismissed.
Put him over in the corner and give him something to do of low impact, and pat him on the head, walk by, pat him on the head, and say you're doing a great job.
Right.
But if he can't take any kind of criticism, then you can't work with him in a team.
Right.
You cannot work with someone that cannot be criticized as a teammate. You just can't do that. Especially one that might stab you. You got to let him do whatever the hell he want to do, right? Because he may stab you.
That underlying call for violence, it's always there, and it's always co-signed by the community. I think Drewski has a new skit that kind of goes back to Ernest. I'm going to get a YN after you. I'm going to put a YN after you. This is what they do. You have the if they want to fill a diversity quota, they're picking a fruity Black over Carmelo.
I told you this story. One of my managers picked a fruity Black. Well, she was a woman, so she's a lesbian Black. And she sued him for racial and sexual discrimination. And he was like, damn, when I hired you, I knew you were Black and lesbian. And you just look at her and tell. And still, they would play that card on you.
No, John, I think when it comes, because I know Chaotic really thought this teenager was going to get off. You look at Chaotic, you look at ABL, it's like they see, like they're projecting themselves onto Carmelo. Goes to a great school, he's in football, he's done so much for the community. I think Freezy said that Carmelo saved a child from drowning.
He saved a child, right?
All this, 3.7, they keep harping on this 3.7 GPA. So they really see like themselves in Carmelo. What the truth is that many people don't want to be honest with is that Carmelo's reaction is their reaction. This is how they always behave.
Yeah.
They're just used to getting away with it because there's some people that you can target and get away with it. You can target certain people and then white people will go ahead and co-sign you because you targeted a particular person.
Somebody seen that AI picture. Somebody seen that newspaper image was AI. Jesus Christ! If that's the depths of what they went to, that is sad.
And these people will take it. Now they're, for the first time, a lot of Black men who are like the ABL chaotic types of the world, you're seeing that you have to behave like they really believe. Remember that whole thing with Brave? Oh, that white people, they don't want to be around poor whites. They don't want to be around poor whites. They would rather be around, like, well-to-do Black people.
Yeah.
And Brave was telling you, you people make no sense. That is absolutely not true. Brave was just proven correctly.
Because
Brave was, they weren't even rich like that. Their mother, I don't think she was really working, and their dad was a realtor at Keller Williams. And John, Keller, not saying that Keller Williams is bad, but if you were a realtor in Dallas, John, I think Ebby Halliday, that's who really does it. Like his dad was like a real basic realtor. And their zip code goes to the other high school, Memorial. Carmelo's going to the best high school. Their twins are going to like a top 10 lower ranked school. Like their school is like bottom 10% in Texas. Memorial is bottom 10%, while Carmelo is going to a top 10%, both in Frisco.
Yeah, I think that blew the whole narrative off of two-parent households and all that stuff. I think he's going to say this at some point. But before I say that, before I play this, did you hear Freezy's? And I asked Freezy, I said, Freezy responded back to me. I don't know the intro to the show. Freezy was saying, yeah, I'd rather be around Carmelo than you, John Galt. These Blacks are really chimping out because they can't believe that.
The stupidity. They really thought, John, that he was going to get away with it just because he's a good kid, and they really were harping on this self-defense. Listen to ABL. Notice that ABL never mentioned that he was asked to leave multiple times. And this is a common issue with Black people.
This is what I wanted to get to corporate America with you.
Mm-hmm.
You don't hear any of these Blacks talking about conflict resolution.
Exactly. Right. Yes.
And that's a big thing in the corporate world. If you have clients, everything just doesn't roll smoothly. You have deadlines, dates that you miss and stuff like that. And, it's all about smoothing that stuff over with clients.
Knowing how to handle John, look at the industry. You're in dev, Lord, what I've dealt with, you have people who are so pushy. These engineers are so pushy. That is one way, especially if you're not technical, how you know how to finesse like an engineer who just comes off like a jerk. Like I don't know how many times I've dealt with like some of the rudest like jerks. Like, really, dude? That's like, no, wait, don't worry. It's like knowing how, don't worry, I got it taken care of. That if you have that problem-solving mentality.
Yeah, it is problem solving.
Yes.
It really is problem solving.
To work with them and let them know that, like, it goes back to like knowing how to be in a team, handling different personalities and not taking everything personally. Like they keep taking Austin personally, like white supremacy. It's not white supremacy. Austin's a linebacker. This is his team. This is his school. Just leave.
Yeah,
that's all it is. It's not him being a white supremacist.
In the corporate world, you're going to have a different type of conflict resolution than down on the streets. And I think Blacks are failing in both of them. That's why you don't see many Blacks in corporate America. They're down on the streets, they just kill each other. And, I think a lot of it is lack of conflict resolution. You're not going to hear any of these people. You heard the one woman say, what am I supposed to tell my child now? He can't walk away.
That's all you have to do. Like, John, all of this would have never happened if Carmelo just walked away. Once he pushed you, or even before he pushed you, Austin put hands on you. Just walk away from the linebacker.
Yeah, 15 times being asked to walk away.
Really how you're going to be really linebacker? And he's Memorial, and he's coming here with like his squad. He has his twin.
And where were
you don't even have any of your people with you.
I asked Aunt Hampers when I said, where were the rest of Carmelo's teammates?
There were nowhere to be found.
The Blacks want to put up the defense. Ooh, it's water. Okay, well, the rest of his teammates were getting wet, right? They had to be getting wet, right? it was raining on them. They didn't go crowd up under someone else's tent and stab someone. He did. And that's another reason why I think he couldn't get on the stand, because they were going to ask him, where were the rest of your teammates while you were up under someone else's tent?
Mm-hmm. And why did you not put up your tent? Why did you not go to like your own teammates, your own coach? Hey, let's put up a tent real quick. He's supposed to be a leader, is he not? They keep speaking about Carmelo, that he's a leader, which is expected, again, corporate America. And then just even with like white men in general, you go ahead, you take the leadership. Let's solve this problem. Let me take lead, and I will address the issue right now. Immediately, let's go find a tent. Let's put up a centennial tent so we have our own spot. And that's another thing, John. They will never, these men and they always want to be under someone else. And a lot of it's going to be white men. Why are you wanting to be under another man?
It is very interesting that Austin Metcalf put up the tent
himself.
That Carmelo demanded to be on. It is very interesting that Carmelo demanded to be up on the tent put up by the Metcalfs. It's like almost symbolic of everything in America. The white man bills and the black
white man bills, they want to go underneath it. So the twins, they went ahead. They just did it themselves. They had some help. They did it like he did.
They were asked to do it. They were tasked to do it. They did it.
Follow directions. Let's put up the tent. That goes back to following directions.
One might reasonably expect them to be somewhat defensive over it. They put their labor into putting it up.
Right.
They would want someone else to, be able. I can understand it, and I think it's probably, if Carmelo had put up his tent, he wouldn't want anyone else up under his.
Right, John.
Right. He didn't put his up.
Right. So I did the work. I did the labor. This is for my school. You're not centennial, because
Then he understand property rights a little better.
Like that, it just kind of goes to even Western tradition, John. If you build it, you put labor, it's yours. Like that tilling the soil, and you know how it is in the United States, John. These white dudes, they work their land, they till their soil. It's mine. I'm putting my heart and my soul into it. It's mine. That's just land. And here we have something so small, just a tent.
It is a tent.
Just for me, my brother, we were told to put up a tent. Okay, we'll go do it. So, Hunter, Austin, they're following directions, putting up the tent, and they're going to have their team memorial. That's for you guys, so we don't get wet and we can, get ready and stay focused on this game on the track. But the fact that it didn't hit Carmelo, because here's a question: was Carmelo tasked? I heard he was tasked to build a tent. I don't know if that's true or not.
That's what I heard that too. I'm not sure if it was true. At some point, we'll get the transcripts and we'll find out.
But why did he not just do it? That's the question, John. Why
what
did you not want to put up your own tent? You don't even go to Memorial. Why?
That's what one of the coaches testified in the trial, was that at Centennial they normally have tents, and they didn't get into why they didn't have their tent that day. The coach did say they've never not had a tent except for this one day. And I think it was in that testimony that it was testified that Carmelo did not put up the tent, or that Carmelo was tasked to put up the tent. So the reasoning behind it, who knows? But
John, they probably had all the material, like everything ready to put up the tent. He just didn't want to put up the tent.
He didn't put it up. It started raining. He's like, fuck this.
Exactly, John. I don't want to get wet. There's always an excuse. Oh, it's raining. I didn't want to be. Oh, this rain. I didn't want to have to work and put up the tent. It wouldn't be surprising if Carmelo was expecting one of the other white kids, because he didn't really go to school with many black students. He's one of the few. So he's he's expecting one of the other athletes, more than likely he's going to be a white guy, one of the white teenagers, to do it for him. Because these Texas coaches, they're not going to put up the tent. You better do it yourself. Boy, do it yourself. They're not, like, the coach is not going to do it. They're going to make Austin, the brother, you go put up Memorial tent.
They did it. Do it, yeah. Let me put a little bit more of this Anthony Brown. Let's see what he says. I think if you read down in the comments, a lot of people saying, yo, I'm unsubscribing from you, and again, I think the biggest thing is he was comparing it to people who ultimately were found innocent. Daniel Penny George Floyd, George Zimmerman and Rick Child, those people were ultimately found innocent. You should defend the innocent, but Carmelo was found guilty. Why defend him? He killed an innocent young man.
See what happens as a warning to not touch me because I'm going to fight back. That's what that means. Now, as I close, I'm going to just leave you with this. Let's say you're getting on the airplane. You're sitting at 11B. As you get on the airplane, you see that there's somebody in your seat. What are you going to do? You're going to go to him and ask politely, hey, 11B? I think I'm on 11B. 9 times out of 10, what are they going to do? Oh, I'm so sorry. I didn't know any. If they don't do that and they look kind of confused or whatever, what you going to do? You're going to pull out your phone. You're going to show them the ticket right there on your phone. Now, if that doesn't work, what do? Do you put your hands on them, grab them? Do you ask them 15 times to get up and they don't get up? You punch them in the face? Is that what you do? Or do you go get a flight attendant? You're going to go get a flight attendant. None of y'all are going to put your hands on that person sitting in your paid seat. You're not going to do it. Why? Because you're going to be at fault. You are the aggressor. You are the one who's going to get kicked off the flight, get put on a no-fly list, and you're going to the penitentiary because you committed a federal crime, assault and battery on an aircraft. That's a federal offense. But once you go to the bleachers, all of a sudden, all of that whole thing go out the window because you think there won't be a penalty. How about when you go to movie theater, you have an assigned seat, and there's somebody right there. You're going to punch them up. You're going to beat them up right in the theater and get arrested, go to the penitentiary. How about a concert? How about school? How about anywhere else where there's a seat that you think is belonging to you? You cannot do what they did with Carmelo Anthony. You have to go get a teacher or coach or somebody. And I would say the exact same thing if there was reverse races. And I'm going to add one last piece as I'm talking. If you're going to unsubscribe, so what? I don't care. It's okay. It's fine. I don't need your soliloquy. I don't need your exit letter. This ain't no job. You're free to go, free to do whatever you want. It's okay. I'm not going to sit there and tell you 15 times to keep coming back. And if you don't, I'm going to put my hands on you. That's not what I'm going to do. Go ahead. It's a free currency. Do what you want to do. But I'm not going to read your letter. You write me a 4-page letter, I'm not going to read it. But I think I'll leave that right there for now. And what say you? What's your opinion about this whole Carmelo Anthony situation?
And that's more or less what he's saying. And, you know, you oftentimes when you hear blacks on YouTube panels, they will make an analogy. And his analogy was, if I'm flying on a plane, so on and so forth. That's not, it's not the same.
No, it doesn't parallel. It's not, they're trying to apply parallel reasoning.
Right.
And it's not paralleling. It's not.
Yeah, it doesn't work like that. And
no, it doesn't.
The fact that he
and ABL knows better, Chaotic know better. Both of you are athletes. Both of you were athletes in high school, and I think ABL in college. There's another guy on PragerU. There's another gay black guy on PragerU. He 100% is with Austin and his family. He also mentioned that he ran track. He almost went D1. And he was, you know, and he made his explanation. You have these black men who are all athletes. A lot of them are just like ABL. You're acting brand new, and you're trying to change the goalpost because you see yourself in Carmelo. You're projecting, and you think this is just some white or black issue. No, it's not. You are all athletes. There is a code of conduct and ethics that athletes have amongst each other. You don't need someone to tell you this.
Well, I think this is bigger than athletics. I think Angry Man coming on this, I clipped it a while back. He was saying when he tries to go up into politics, he says once he brings race into it, the conservative people in politics do not want to hear what he has to say. They close their ears. And I think Anthony Brian Logan clearly the same way. He can talk conservative when it comes to Zimmerman. Shit, that's easy. Right? That's easy. Zimmerman was innocent. But when it come down to something like the Carmelo, race supersedes him. And he can't be honest. And that limits him in his movement in the conservative party, I think. That's what Angry Man says, at least. What do you say, Hood? Hood may not be here. But yeah, Ponder, that, you know, I think above and beyond sports and everything, I think just that, you know, the, you know, that race hinders him from, you know, I think in work, in his line of business, trying to be in the conservative stuff, at some point, he's going to side with race. And that's going to kind of, you know, running opposite directions of the conservative movement. That's my thought. Yeah, they're black first. Yeah, there's someone says
they're black first. They're not society first.
Yeah.
They are black first. If you're going to be black first, there's a disingenuous nature to all of these people because they will never be honest to the inherent chaos there is with just black people.
Why even label yourself as a black conservative? If you're conservative black, just say I'm conservative.
Right.
It is what it is, right?
John, you notice that? Yeah, you picked up on that.
No
and again, it's black conservative, not even conservative black. So it's black first.
Yeah, so he is a black person. Yeah, that is very interesting.
If you're going to be conservative, John, look at the history of this country. It's one thing, it's white Protestant work ethic. Conservatism in this country, the United States, the foundation is the white Protestant work ethic. And everything that entails, white Protestant work ethic, you have to be willing to take lead, take direction, be compliant, and do some things that you don't want to have to do. You have to be willing to compromise.
What do you think about what Innate Ways say? I think that's part of it. That's part of it. Like,
are we all in agreement that conservatism is acting white by definition?
I think that's another part of it. But what Innate Ways is saying right here is very interesting. I probably could walk down this Martin Luther King today with a MAGA hat on. Nobody's going to attack me. Like, the fervor against Trump is kind of over now. So you got to shift to the next grift. And for Anthony Brian Logan, I don't know much about him, but I'm guessing it's probably easier for him to keep and maintain a black audience, talking that, the conservative as it relates to crime and violence. You know what Angry Man does.
Yeah.
John, most black conservatives are not black. I mean, they're not conservative because at their heart of hearts, they're black first. And when it comes down to it, that will override your conservatism.
Yeah, that's what Angry Man said. More or less what you said in a more succinct way. His blackness overrides his conservatism, and the conservatives see it, and they look for someone better than him. That's interesting.
But John, they were never really conservative. No. They're just MAGA. It's black MAGA, not so much black conservative.
Yeah.
Because if you were black conservative, you would have no question. Even just this example, you may have pushback regarding Zimmerman. You may have pushback regarding Floyd. But if you are conservative, really conservative, you would have seen where Carmelo is, where he's living, the school he goes to, what was occurring, 2 teenagers, both football. This is the most all-American law and order part of I don't know where else you're going to find this level of law and order.
Well, you look at what Anthony Brian Logan said about Texas. He said it's like Jim Crow down there.
Look at that. That's not conservative.
How can you be a conservative calling Texas Jim Crow?
Right.
Exactly. It's consistently Republican state. And he's saying that they're Jim Crow because they didn't vote the way. I wonder what he's going to say if Chud the Builder, because he lives in Tennessee, if Chud the Builder is found not guilty. Is he going to criticize the state of Tennessee?
Well, he's from Tennessee. I think you said he's from there. So he'll be more familiar with that case.
The Chud the Builder case and all the racial overtones that it kind of naturally involves is a lot more of a philosophical rich environment to have the self-defense argument. I think the Carmelo Anthony self-defense thing, that's just black folk being hyper emotional, which I don't agree with the black guy in the Chud the Builder situation, but in terms of actually arguing self-defense and application of lethal force in a moment while you're being attacked, it literally has all the hallmarks of a lethal self-defense case.
Which one, the Chud the Builder?
Yeah, Chud the Builder. Because one, there's not. People are lying. People are telling me different stories about this. There is a question as to why the black guy was there. Because were you hunting him down in the sense that you personally wanted to take revenge on him because he used the N-word against people, or were you there because you both had court? Because I'm hearing you live an hour and a half away. If you live that far away, the idea that you have court.
No, he had the black guy had a child support child support case. Yeah, he did mention Chud the Builder in that case too. That's what I'm saying. Like, if Chud the Builder is found not guilty, is he going to criticize his home state of Tennessee?
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Like, he's criticizing Texas now, but Chud the Builder's coming down the pike, and he has a pretty decent chance of being found not guilty. The guy was there for a child support case, the black guy. I think Chud the Builder was late for his case and missed his case or something like that. But at some point, Chud the Builder was approached and punched by the Joshua Fox guy. And that's what led to the altercation. And so I think he's got a good chance of being found not guilty. Very, very good chance, to be honest with you. What you got to say?
Well, even in that situation, you can now honestly argue that one, you never said the magic word to him. Nobody in the court filings is charging Chud or even mentioning Chud, like attacking him with the N word, so to speak, right? So he doesn't really even have that as a part of like why he would even accost Chud the Builder the way he did. So you just like, you found a guy, you bumped into a guy who you didn't like, you attacked him, and he shot you in the middle of you attacking him. Like, that is a perfect self-defense case. I don't see any other way but self-defense.
Yeah, I think he stands a very good chance because, you know, he didn't shoot him, you know, from a distance, you know, and that makes a big difference. You know, he didn't just square up and shoot him, you know, as soon as he saw him.
Well, not only that, Chud first, he initially tried to get away from dude. Like, Chud did approach first, and then he tried to get away. And as he tried to get away, dude proceeds to follow and then attack him. So now they're in a fight. And as they're on the ground, that's when the gunshots go off. So, like, what other way do you want it?
Man, you know, one of the cases that really blew my mind that these people were found not guilty, particularly the man that's filming this. As you can see here on video, this is the Ahmaud Arbery case. You all remember this?
No, they were found guilty, and
right.
I wasn't really a fan of that ruling. I didn't really care for that ruling. I thought, I mean, a manslaughter, maybe some type of reckless, but I don't even know if it was that serious. Because, like, bro, he wasn't a jogger; he was casing the place. But anyway,
I want to show you the video, and I want to show you how blacks behave when they are confronted with someone with a gun. In the black community, hood would tell you that black people would be like, if you pull a gun, you better use it. You ever heard it before, hood?
Yeah.
Black people say, look, man, you pull a gun on me, you might well go and shoot me. They're not trying to talk you down. Hey, man, I'm sorry. Nah, there's no conflict resolution. You pull it, you're going to have to shoot it. A black might force you to shoot him. Right? Am I wrong, hood? They might force you to shoot him. And so here's a video of Ahmaud Arbery, which proves my point. And so the man who's filming this, he's in prison as well. He never even put a hair scratch Ahmaud Arbery, put a scratch on him, then ruffle one hair in his head. But I want to show you something about Ahmaud Arbery.
We're at Satilla Shores. I don't know.
So this is Ahmaud Arbery. At this point, he's in the middle of the street, and the man who's going to kill him is to the left of the yellow line, right? You see this? Can everyone see this? The man who ultimately kills him is to the left, right here. Ahmaud is right there in the middle of the street. Ahmaud ultimately is going to run to the right of the truck. So he's going to basically be in the grass. And then what happens?
He charges the man with the rifle.
He's charging the man with the rifle and end up across the street. He could have gone the other direction and ran away from the people. The man with the gun. But he ran toward the man with the gun. And this is what it's like dealing with blacks.
And real quick, too, John, if you're being chased by people in a car, the easiest thing to do is stop running down the middle of the street. Like, run through grass, run through lawns, run through alleys. Don't run places where the car can easily follow you. Like, clearly not the brightest kid ever, but do you expect better, you know?
Well, you know, he had an earlier encounter with the police where he showed he's not that bright. But look at the provocation. These people went to prison. They had no intention of killing this man. The average person would have seen these two men, because there was a man on top of the truck. He had a .357. So this boy was clearly, out armed, right? and yet he still made a play for it. These people, like, this is future time orientation, the lack thereof, right there. He had no chance of winning this battle and fought it anyway.
And not only that, John, it was a battle he should not have fought, not because he couldn't win it, but because you were out of bounds.
Yeah.
Like keep fucking running. What's wrong with you? Just keep running, bro. You shouldn't have been running in the first place. Like if you're walking through somebody's neighborhood and someone, especially like middle class suburban white people, if you're walking through somebody's neighborhood and there's like, hey, what are you doing here? As a black person, I'm gonna say that as a black man, the last thing you should do is just take off running suddenly for no apparent reason. Like
Or
it's
be
stupid.
defiant.
It's almost like with dogs, bro. Don't run from the dog. He's more likely to chase you.
Yeah. But that
John,
boy
I
told me.
mentioned to you this area, when you're looking at this area of Georgia, North Georgia and Atlanta are like two different worlds.
Yeah, I think this is a private island, if I'm not mistaken.
This is you're approaching almost like the Appalachian Mountains is, and also the Lake Lanier.
Yeah,
This is an area like
I think it's private, Plunder.
It is private. Yes, it is, sir.
I think so.
It's not when they're asking who you are, it really is, why are you here? Because one thing is for sure, more than likely, you don't live there. You do not have a home there. Your license plate is not any of those counties in North Georgia. It is, why are you just there? And someone else mentioned he wasn't even wearing clothes.
Well, these people probably knew all of their neighbors.
They know their neighbors. You have a home there. Your license plate is going to be indicative of living in one of those counties. And he does not live there.
Well, I don't know if he even had a car on him,
He didn't even have a car. John, they also said he wasn't even wearing like jogging clothes. Because this is like you need to be wearing clothes. You cannot just be in regular like regular city attire. If you're out and about jogging, there's people who are jogging in that area all the time.
Well,
but he's not there.
He looks suspicious. They wanted to ask him, this was their private property, or so they started, they're guarding their neighborhood, not much unlike Zimmerman. And again, this boy ran
jogging in Tim's. Did you read that, John, in your chat?
This boy ran to
That's what we all said in the beginning. I don't know if that was ever proven, but that was the story that stuck. Because he looked like he was wearing Tim's. He got on jeans, shorts, and a regular T-shirt. I think that's the ghetto outfit.
And but how he ran to that gun, man, is amazing. Because he ran to a shotgun. He had no chance of winning that battle, bro. Even if he had taken the shotgun from the man, it was a man in the back on the pickup truck with a 357 that would have killed him.
Well, all right, let's think about this for a minute. And this is why I'm like, I don't know if I would have locked those guys up at all. If someone tries to grab your shotgun, what are you supposed to do?
I don't know. And the man that's filming this, he's in prison too.
Because look, while you're running him down in a truck and you have a gun, especially a shotgun, you don't have to get all that close. Like rifle distance is way longer, obviously. But when you're in a shotgun and he's 10 feet away, you could have easily gunned that boy down if that's what you were after. And so the idea that they were just directly after him to murder him, you don't have to get out your car to shoot somebody. Niggas pioneered that shit. So obviously that's not the case. You get out the car because you want to actually stop this guy who's probably like the local home invader that you all been worried about. And so now you try to stop this guy. He turns and runs he runs at you and tries to take your shotgun away. Now your life is in danger too. Like, what are you expecting from people?
Yeah, it's totally unpredictable nature that, again, most people don't behave like this. And so how do you deal with people like this that will kill you and willing to throw their life away? Because he's dead. And he threw his life away, man. There were many other ways he could have handled this other than attacking a man with a gun. This is the lack of conflict resolution that all throughout the Black YouTube, the people that are supporting Carmelo Anthony, none of them are speaking of conflict resolution. Not one of them.
And also, as you have mentioned, John, future time
Yeah.
Like that future time orientation, making decisions that proceed forward. What decision can I make right now? How would that affect the future? Planning for the future, as you have been mentioning, FTO, it's severely lacking. Everything is always here in the now, right now, right now, right now.
Ooh, questions to ponder. Are you?
That goes
I'm
back to
sorry,
the
I didn't mean to.
underlying, no worries, Hoodservative, but Hoodservative John, that goes back to that underlying, that foundation of chaos. Everything has to be chaotic. Everything has to blow up within like
Somebody said they live in 15-second intervals.
Kind of, yeah. No question. The reason why I want to jump in there so quickly is because you reminded me of a viral moment that happened maybe a year ago. This African lady, some young African girl, rather, she made a video explaining the African concept of time and how dramatically different and almost oppositional to the Western concept of time that exists. So it's like as Black folk, we've heard the concept of colored people time, CPT. It's really a cultural thing that has its roots in Africa, where it's like the African mind kind of doesn't conceive of the far flung future. Maybe tomorrow, maybe, but like a future that is so far away, it only exists in abstract thought. Again, John, back to abstracts, right? The future is an impossible abstract as far as these people are concerned, and so it really is a matter of the what's it called, the ever present now. Like there is no past, there is no future.
Like
Man.
John Hoodservative. I see what you're saying, Hoodservative, but there's still the chaos. Just because you have a different notion of time, and that I understand. How are you just projecting violence? Because I know the young woman that you were speaking about.
Tied together.
It's not tied together. It's not tied together. It's one thing to live in a society where there really is no concept of time, which really goes back to maintenance, like how to maintain society, plan for the future. That goes to maintenance. What we're seeing right now with Carmelo is this rush to violence. Because you can be an
Let me tie it together for you. If I may, here's what I think is happening. All of the consequences of violence, as you're alluding to right now, questions, these are all time oriented in nature because the consequences are almost never immediate. Like you don't ever punch somebody and God strikes you right then and there. And so I think what you're talking about is just the side effect of that lack of FTO. If you are not inherently future oriented, violence becomes very easy and very casual because tomorrow doesn't matter. Like violence today, I win today, and that's all that matters. And I think that's really what it is. It's actually very connected. It's not that it's so far apart. It's actually it's inseparable. And people who have no concept of the future are more than likely to be violent prone.
Future who have no concept of the future are just least likely to plan, but that does not necessarily that you're going to resort to violence, especially violence towards another man. And then we also have to keep in mind, like, we're not in Africa. We're not underneath a shade tree or a hut in Africa. We're living in a Western society. So you judge those by those within the structure, the laws, the code of the society that you live in. The society is future planning. So you look at those who are in this society and how they are able to act and react within a Western society, which moves by time. I mean, there's something I saw several months ago where Tyson, I forgot his name, that very well-known Black astrophysicist. He mentioned that time was basically created by the British, which actually is true. And then we can speak more about that history. But we live in a society where we plan. We're not living in Africa. It's very clear which type of societies work in our present time.
Have you guys heard this take? Have you heard this take from DJ Academics?
Oh no,
another school brain. And I really question, I'm not even sure if that's totally accurate about time, because didn't the Romans and the Greeks have sundials? I think the British may have pioneered actually measuring time in an orderly manner, but time has always been measured
No, I
roughly,
mean
going back to the
scale.
sundial with the Romans.
No, what I'm referring to is scaling time so that you can accomplish big activities.
Yeah,
Like
that's exactly what I'm
when you're
referring to. Yeah.
crossing, like crossing ocean. Really,
Okay, I was
with
having that back.
how did the
I get you.
Vikings, how did the British were able to map and cross the ocean safely? They're using time. They're using constellations, studying the skies. When we're looking at, I don't want to go too deep down the rabbit hole, but it's just part of the culture, and it works well. What we like, there's in Germany, like there's that saying in Germany, the Germans have, "Don't be late, be on time." This is Germany. Like there's no concept of colored people time with white people. White people are just on time. It is inherent within their culture. And just like Red Illusion said, Europeans had to plan. They had to plan when you're living in a society where you don't have Africa before you. Africa is not going to have the same view of time as a European. Why? Because you have Africa before you. Everything is just right there, ready to go. You don't have to plan. The Nile the Nile would flood at the same time every single year. So you can expect to receive all your resources from from an environment that just provides for you. The European just
You know,
cannot do that.
question.
You
The
can
fact
even
that Africa,
look at how
uh,
Europeans have conditioned themselves to be lactose tolerant. As human beings, we are not lactose tolerant. We don't drink other mammals' milk. The Europeans did that. To themselves, they have evolved, adapted themselves to be lactose tolerant because it
well,
worked well for their culture, for their planning, extending childhood where a baby can drink milk, not just breast milk, but even up to age 2 off cow's milk, mammal's milk. It's just a very, very different culture and how they've adapted to survive. But what I'm referring to is we've never seen this. It doesn't give credence where you could just be so violent. This Ahmaud Aubrey guy, I really do believe I do believe that he was scamming. It's Scamlanta. Atlanta is known for these scammers. You're always looking for a new lick, a new area, a new way to get into like white spaces. They do this hood.
he
You're
wasn't
always
scamming. Scammers are, of all the criminal underworld, scammers are probably slightly higher IQ than your average gangbanger who's just violent and broke. Scamming requires a certain knowledge base, right? That being said, I've
still
seen him.
exhibit
I've seen
violence
him
too.
speaking. I've seen his argument. There's video where he got caught stealing TVs, right? That's not scammer behavior. He's just a simple criminal. He's a very low level, petty, low IQ criminal. And when he was talking to the police, he's not smart enough to pull scams off. So I don't want to even give him the respect of a scammer. You know what I mean? He's just a
Okay,
dumb guy who had no future.
there's something that it even Drewski just has a new upload, and it touches on something that happened to John a few months ago, where you have old YNs use YNs to attack other people. There was a guy called Ernest, named Ernest, who outright told John that he threatened John, "I'm going to send one of these YNs to you, like to unalive you." And
Ernest,
that's
why does he sound familiar? Is that light skinned dude?
no, it's here like one of John's tenants, but he was just
Oh,
acting
the
full
YouTube. Oh, okay, I thought it was a
crazy,
YouTuber.
and he was threatening John. And he outright told John, you keep it up. I'm gonna send like these young guys, like a YN. They used their youth as weapons. They weaponized their youth. And that's basically what was about to occur to Carmelo. You're living in a household. There's no way that Carmelo behaves that way, that you move to taking a blade through someone's sternum, Austin's breastplate, which is incredibly difficult to do conservative. Austin did not have a flesh wound. That blade did not go through muscle. It went through his bone. That has nothing to do with like Africans in time. There's something inherent within this group that they always result to the utmost chaos every time possible. And this is what Carmelo was raised in. His mother, you can just see it within his mother's behavior. You're so used to targeting weak people. You're so used to getting away with abusing weak people. And white folks say nothing about it. So you feel that you're in the right, that you can then go in white spaces, which is Frisco, and behave the way that you do in Irving or Baton Rouge because you've been getting away
I
with
think
it and white people have said nothing to you. Now look
I
at what
think
has occurred.
I think there is a connection between. I mean, the time thing is more of a surface level observation, but I'm connecting it in this way. People who are incapable of understanding the concepts of time are more than likely also violent people. You're going to be prone to violence, and it seems like they aren't related, like they don't have to be related, but in human nature, one goes with the other because how else are you supposed to acquire the things that you want if you're stupid? Violence is your only method.
No, not like you just haven't made that argument. If you're not future planning, yeah, you're probably going to be lazy. Yeah, you're going to have a society that's way more simple. Like many of these African societies, they're just more simple. They're
They're
just simple
also more
society.
prone to violence. You know, the murder rate across the
True.
continent of Africa is astronomical. And I'm just making the connection that violence and IQ are also linked. If you
You
can't
can make that same
understand the time
argument
thing,
about the
it's a low
United
IQ thing.
States.
What do you
You can
mean?
say the same thing about the United States the United States has more violence than anywhere else. What are you referring to? The United States is violent.
If
The
you
United
remove
States.
Black America from that picture, United States is one of the most peaceful places. We're like Japan if you remove most niggas.
No, because you're not even equating the violence that occurs within white societies on their own. And they
I
have
am
their own,
including
they have
it. This
their,
is my point.
no, no.
Even
You
if
can
you
remove
include the
black,
worst of white people, America is an incredibly peaceful place.
you can remove, you can remove black society. White people will have their own sets of issues, which just has nothing to do with black people, their own sets of issues. I'm speaking this situation with Carmelo. You're looking at a society that's already very, very well structured. Frisco, Frisco, and that area of Collin County, they had some serious, serious problems about 25 years ago regarding drugs. Very, very bad. It made national attention, this area. But Frisco knew how to immediately, and when I really mean Collin County immediately addressed the issue. There's a YouTuber, she's actually from Dallas, and she brought up that Collin County initially, because their population was, of course, majority white, it still is to an extent, but it was majority white, 25 years ago. They were much harder on poor whites. So there's certain areas when you're just looking at the United States, it's very much a law order structured society that's based off of white Protestant work ethic. You work, you stay compliant, you respect rule of law. We build a structured society that everyone can live in and prosper in. You build a society that is an environment that multiple people can come together to cooperate and build. That's how this country has moved so quickly in like 250 years, which is again goes back to conflict resolution. All of this is again the chaos that's inherent. These are people who don't know how to address conflict, and they don't want to build. They just simply don't want to build. Carmelo, his family, why they would move to Frisco is just that's the huge question. They were living in Irving, Texas, which is more black. It's like one third black, one third white, one third Hispanic. They could have just stayed there and gone to those schools. But she clearly did not want her son to go to the other schools like Nimitz or MacArthur. She wanted her son to go to one of the best schools in Texas, like a top 5% school, which is Centennial.
Well,
And
that's one of those
they didn't know how
interesting
to adapt.
problems. Black achievement in and of itself creates problems for the black person who's achieving, meaning that you start to want to be away from the common thread, the common sort of like we were saying, that chaotic violence of the community. On the one hand, you want to be away from that, but you still kind of want to be around black people. And so you try to move to other areas where it's like less chaotic and less violent and also less black. But then what winds up happening, and this might even be completely inadvertent, but through your emotional identification with this black thing, you start to bring some of those very habits and chaotic natures with you. And so it's that old saying of no matter where you go, there you are.
Then that applies back to we're here in the United States at this present time. And someone mentioned in John's chat some time ago that as we progress in society, we are to be less violent. So yes, so someone mentioned the chat. Yeah, I read Illusion. Yeah, the Bantus, 1,000 years ago. Of course they were violent. Everyone was violent 1,000 years ago. The Romans were hella violent, incredibly violent. Europe was very violent. And burning people at the stakes, burning redheads, burning Catholics, burning non-Catholics. There was quite a bit of violence. There was violence amongst the Aztecs. There was child sacrifice. But it really was arguably Christianity that brought peace to the world, where you don't have to resort to violence and slavery. The United States.
I think there's some nuance that's required in this argument, because I've heard so many people, like when people complain white and black violence, and the black person will say white people are so violent, they start world wars, they dropped a nuke on Japan, how violent is that? And I realize like a lot of folk are they're not discerning between wartime violence and atrocity, or even like what you're describing is like religious violence, which is a lot more organized, or at least more orderly. Well, the Aztecs, that's a religious violence thing. Like the Aztec believe in sacrifice. That's a religion.
Yeah, that's their
My point, right? But my point is, there's a difference between wartime violence and getting stabbed as you're walking your kids to school. Like black folk are comparing civilizational violence to actual wartime, which are two radically different things.
John, and conservative and two radically different things are bringing up African time, which just has nothing to do with what you just said, which is civilization.
I'm telling you, that boy Carmelo was on African time when he stabbed him.
No,
both in abstract and in literal act.
No, he's a YN. You're sounding like chaotic and ABL. He's a YN. He's a YN. He's not even African. He's from Baton Rouge, which is a whole different conversation. Their violence. He's a YN. It's been 400 years. We're now in 2026. There has been no growth. He's just a YN. That's what he is. That's what they are. How is it all of these other immigrants all over the world are able to come here and bypass the YNs and their brethren?
I would agree we're not African anymore. But the question, what I'm contending, well, fair enough. I'm not fighting that point with you. What I'm saying though is that
it has nothing to do with anything.
Black Americans, the more we get into the civil rights, this vitriolic stance of constantly feeling oppressed and thinking that everything we do is justified because of slavery, we are regressing to the African state, to our base African violent nature. That is my overall point. We are going backward in developmental time.
No, you're going back to slavery, Marxist behavior, which was always like the issue, as opposed to progressing from what happened 400, 300, 200 years ago. There was a refusal to integrate and be in society, no matter how much government programs, no matter how much land has been allotted, no matter how much representation that is given. After the Civil War, there were, I forgot the number, but there were Black men who entered Congress, who were given federal positions, who were House members, not Senate, but there were I think 7 who immediately became House members. So there was always a trajectory to integrate within society. It took a long time, yes, Plessy versus Ferguson, and then eventually Brown versus Board, but there always that move forward that you have to integrate into society. And we're clearly seeing that even if you have a Black child like Carmelo, 3.7 GPA, you play football, you're in track, you live in Frisco, you still want to be, it's not even integration, you just want to be anti-society.
Well, I guess my argument then is that Black America is, and this is like a byproduct, this is a gift of the civil rights movement and generation. We are literally abandoning our American identity. And the easiest, most readily available identity for us to adopt is African, which is literally what these people do. They call themselves Pan-African. They try to remind you at every turn that you're also an African. And what I'm arguing is that we are regressing to the African identity, which these niggas can't tell time. They're incredibly violent for reasons beyond our understanding. No, I'm giving responsibility, but I'm describing America as
Africa, which nobody is here.
This isn't to blame Africa. I'm describing Black America as regressing back to Africa.
Black America, which is Western civilization, Western society, Western civilization. This is a product Black is ethnogenesis, Western civilization, 400 years right here. And we all know the history, but there has been so much towards progress. For some reason, this group, 100% American, 100% American. Why is it just don't want to just integrate and stop being violent? The Chinese come from violence. The Chinese come from violence. The Japanese had a whole bomb blasted upon them. The Koreans, again, come from violence. The Vietnamese, again, come from violence. You have many of these African countries coming from brutality. What happened in Rwanda in the 90s, what's happening right now in the Sudan, you still don't see this in the United States. You don't see it in the United States. You see what's going on. Even Marxism in South America, you still don't see this level of violence. You have Mexico and the cartel, who are nothing but violent. The cartel basically runs Mexico, but yet you don't see this type of violence here. It's always one group. And not only that, one group, which is why one of the reasons Cho got put out, is because you keep attacking business. Name another group that constantly attacks business operations?
The strategic reason for that?
Rob your business, rob your store. Who keeps doing that?
The argumentation I'm hearing from a lot of Black folk is they are literally oppositional to civilization. And I'm just saying that it's either you're civilized or you're a barbarian. And for Black folk, our barbarian state is African. This is why I keep making this connection here. And so, I know we're going to agree to disagree, but just mark my words on what I'm trying to explain to you. You'll see it as time goes on. These niggas are trying their best to go back in time to be primitive Africans.
What primitive African? Where, what? And Africa is a huge continent. Go back to where? Go back to what?
All of them. It's a whole thing. All of Black Sub-Saharan Africa, these niggas are trying their best to become that again because they think white civilization is so intolerable.
They're not. The FBA are not even hate Africa. What Pan-African? Which Hotep is even behaving like this? You don't see the NOI behaving like this. You don't even see the Hoteps behaving like this. You don't see the Pan-Africanists behaving like this. They all just do their own thing. It's just one group. And also, speaking about that, all those other groups want to isolate and be on their own. You're not seeing these groups like Carmelo trying to enter someone else's society and wreak havoc in that society. There's nothing about Carmelo and his family that's either Pan-Africanist, NOI, Hotep, or any of those other groups that want to just stay on their own. Carmelo's family purposely wanted to enter this very, very law-abiding, very well-structured, disciplined Plano. Everyone knows it's Plano. This is Plano. You don't behave like this. You can do whatever you want in Dallas, but this is Plano. You have to behave. It is a known fact. It's known about the history. A lot of the Katrina people moved into Dallas. A lot of them don't want to behave. And then you think you're going to move into Frisco and behave like this? Look at what happened in the situation with Carmelo. That's why everything happened so quickly. They want everyone gone. There's not going to be any riots because everybody has to leave. They're not even from the area. They all drove into Frisco, and now they have to drive right back to South Dallas, from which they came.
I don't think Black folks we don't have a lot of riots left in us. The George Floyd era, we got our riots out. That was probably the last good riot we're going to have for a while, if ever. I don't see Black race riots becoming a huge thing in the future going forward. Because for one, we're losing the numbers for it. And then two, America is losing its patience with Black America. That was my takeaway from the Ricky Chow thing. Like, as far as I'm concerned, Ricky Chow probably planted that gun like a dirty cop, and nobody cares. Nobody cares. They're like, you know what? Wink, wink, nod, nod, self-defense. Like, fuck them. Like, nobody really cares because, like, a lot of Black America have just pissed off the average American so much that we're just not interested in your stories of oppression and who did what to whom anymore.
And it's interesting that you're speaking about violence because if you watch some of these other YouTube channels, they really are calling, and these are white Protestant Americans, they are calling to bring back violence, to finally address the situation, because clearly there are, just black people, and they say not all, who
Are you
just
talking about
do
white
not.
people? Question.
No, I'm talking about white people right now, who are
Okay.
speaking in a very calm tone. It's about time to bring back violence, bring back
I mean,
what's his name?
I
No,
look at
like this whole eye for an eye. Like, no, we shouldn't eye for an eye. No, that's so immoral. No. Like, they're saying, no, let's go ahead. You're going to take a life. You will. That very much was the United States. He mentioned like the history that white people were hardcore violent towards those here in the United States, those who refused to go in line with order. If you were someone,
Well,
even he even brought up stealing a horse was cause for being unalive. Speaking
look at
about
what you
violence,
just said about like Plano.
what
White folk
about?
have no problem being hard on their poor and their undesirables. Black America has yet to come to that realization. Like, this is what you have to do in order for you to have nice things.
Right, exactly. That goes back to my initial point, the inherent chaos. There is such a support for those who are chaotic, those who cannot just follow the rules, stand in a straight line. John just showed that guy, the black dude, dressed, very nerdy, very preppy, sitting down, cross-legged, reading a book. He was attacked. The black woman, dressed very moderately, she was attacked, called a bitch for nothing. That is how it is. You can't even no one wants to be honest that black people target their well-behaved, the ones who want to integrate, assimilate into society like real human beings, be productive. The people who are productive and black, they are targeted for scheming, scamming, abuse. It's them. The ones who
Because
run chaos are always lauded. I don't know what you're bringing Africa or anybody else in. We don't live in the old world. We're living
well,
here in
one,
the United
I
States.
think it's funny, but I also think it's very real that a lot of black folk are basically regressing. Evolutionarily, we're regressing to our pre-Western state.
No, you're just behaving exactly how they are. You don't want to move up. It's not regressing. It's a refusal to even move forward. You're just staying stagnant.
Well,
It's just
no, because think
stagnation.
about it. Civilization is not the byproduct of people being here for 1,000 years, right? You could live here for 1,000 years and be in mud huts. There are Stone Age civilizations in the world right now, and almost every single one of them is dark skinned, if not African looking. Not African, but they're just black. Like I'm talking about the South Pacific and whatnot. Like there are isolated Stone Age people in this world, and what I'm trying explain is that civilization, as you and I are talking about it, is a series of decisions that have to be made, enforced, and maintained at every step of the way. Without that, you're just going to be a savage again. And I'm saying that without that, I'm saying that black folk don't seem to really appreciate what that means. And that lack of appreciation will just unwind you back to barbarism and savagery.
There's only one group that refuses to get on code. There's only one. And now everybody is seeing what happens when you take one of those children and you put them in a structured society. That you can't get away with your behavior. Everybody's upset. This is not Carmelo is not a defect. He's the feature. That's what he is. He's a feature. He's not a defect. He's not an
And that's
anomaly.
the scary thing. That is
This
the
is the
scary thought right there. What if this is just baked into the programming and it's more common than we like to imagine?
it's just what they are. And it's
Did
just
John
scary.
leave us unsupervised? Is he performing an eviction right now while we're on air holding it down? What the hell is John doing?
Everyone who's in the back, can you just hang tight, please? Everybody, please hang tight. If you're in the back, John will bring you up. Just hang tight. He'll come back. He'll come back and bring everyone up. Red pill. Red pill. Latino. Just hang tight in the back.
I think John is currently helping someone go from low income housing to lower income housing. Just bear with him for a moment. But it is a sad thing to realize that, like, damn, this is the people. This is the people that you're supposed to have all the sympathy for, and it's like I don't know if this is a sympathetic people. I can't really like. I'm struck by like the whole concept of the civil rights movement. And I was talking about this earlier, like the black image. You're either the sympathetic black who's been mistreated and abused by the system, or you're one of those like erudite, smart Negroes who is here to disprove all the racist man's attitudes about, black people being stupid and emotional and quick to violence and all that. And so we've all been kind of raised on these propagandistic images of the black who's undeserving of scorn and harsh treatment. But then how do you look at not just Carmelo, but like his family, his alleged supporters, all the black people who are calling for race war and shit? And I'm starting to wonder, like, have you niggas been like this the whole time? And we just kept watching like PBS documentaries about the civil rights, trying to pretend like it wasn't this way?
Bro, I'm gonna put it in simple terms for you. Civil rights, a civilian, civilized. All these words they all start with one thing that they can be, and it's civil. So it's funny how they fought for civil rights when they don't know how to be civil. So just adding that.
Damn, is Universal Jones here? Oh,
nah, he dropped off. He just came.
I was coming to give you an assist. That's all.
Oh man, I wanted to hear what you thought about some of this shit going on Universal.
I think this whole situation is par for the course. This is where we're at. I think.
Go ahead. Sorry.
Take the call.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
I think the racial idolatry is at an all-time high. Blacks are losing their damn minds. If you think that most black people are mentally sane, you're crazy. That's what I think.
You think they're losing their edge?
Say that one more time.
You think they're losing their edge when it comes to this the racial tension, how we used to be?
Yes.
I don't know. Let's say 6 years ago.
Yeah, not even 6 years ago. I think we're in a way different place than we were 2 years ago. People are tired. Everyone's tired. Even black folks, like some of the folks that come around this channel, we're all just exhausted of the nonsense that black folks are doing. It is what it is.
Bro, man, this is why I say, and I know y'all gonna get mad because I always bring up the story with the old Dominican lady that said, "My son is not a thief; he's a drug dealer." And I can respect that woman because this is the thing. I think somebody asked me, like, in my personal life outside of the internet, they said, "Yo, if this was your parents, right, Carmelo parents, and you were in Carmelo's situation, like, how would that go, right?" And I'm gonna tell you straight up, because this is how my father has treated me all my life.
Go ahead. Sorry, I'm gonna take this call.
My dad one time I got in trouble and he said, "Well, son, remember when I had this conversation with you?" And I said, "Yes, sir." And he said, "Well, what did I say?" "Well, you said not to do this and not to do that, sir." And he goes, "All right, then now you got to figure it out." And I'm like, damn. So he was right about, like, when he was, basically saying, "Hey, you get yourself in trouble, I'm not going to help you because this is not what I'm teaching."
Hey, hold on, guys. It's a commercial break here. We got to take a call from some of these bull members that need a place to live real quick. Damn, did I just lose a fucking number? Damn. Something wrong with my fucking phone. God damn.
So that's all I'm saying, man. It's just
Go ahead. Sorry,
my dad would have been my dad would have been way upset with me, and it's not like he wouldn't stop loving me or anything, but he wouldn't have been like, "Well, son, I'll visit you as much as I can in prison. I'll try to send you as much as I can, but there's not much I can really do."
Latino, what you're seeing is a display of the lower bar culture that blacks have accepted for what I think 4 decades now. We don't. Our expectation is at least he didn't do it as bad as we wouldn't want him to do it, and that's sad, man. I've seen a story similar to what you just said. It happened here in Minneapolis. This was about 2 years ago. This woman's son killed somebody, unalived somebody, excuse me, with the weapon. And she was interviewed in the news, and she said, "At least my baby went out busting back." I couldn't believe it. I could not.
Yeah,
I
see,
wish I've been trying to find the clip. I can't find it. But she said, "At least my baby went out busting back," and that was when I knew
that's
it's
wild,
over.
bro.
It's over, man.
That's wild, bro. That's wild,
Yeah, my
man.
bad. Look at all my
That's
calls
wild,
in
man.
here.
You want to be part of society and go to
He
good
was like
schools,
14
you
years
got this
old.
type of mentality.
He was like 14 too, by the way.
Yeah, but still, like, it just shows you. It's just like Metcalf's dad said. The mom is a horrible person, you know, and I agree with him.
They're both horrible. I mean, I don't know if you guys heard the clip from the dad earlier.
Oh no,
my God.
Jesus Christ, for all the things that they were saying about this man, how smart he was. When I heard him speak, I was like, "Yo, really?"
Not even him speaking.
Where
Remember
did
when
you
he
see it?
didn't
So
speak?
just wearing glasses makes you smart now?
So I don't know if you guys remember when we were covering this when we had the morning show a year ago. Me, John, and HB. Remember when this all happened and they had that first press conference and how passive the dad was?
Yeah,
he didn't say anything.
Mm-hmm.
He might as well not have been there. It was just so weak. It was so weak. Like that I mean, whether that's his father or not, as a man, he should have stepped up in that moment. He didn't. And you see Metcalf's dad stepped up the whole way. Even when he was shunned, he still stood up. Like that's the tell of the different communities right there in the culture. Where you have the strong black woman, even her weakest moment, she's stronger than the black man. We're cooked.
Yeah, but because of the strong woman, Carmelo was in the situation that he's in when it comes to the sentencing, because he could have been there for shorter. I'm pretty sure if they would have worked the deal from the get-go. They had 2 years to do it, but she said, "I'm gonna stand with my baby. I believe that my baby gonna get justice," and he did.
He did. I don't see nothing wrong with what happened in this case,
Damn. I fucking lost my phone calls aren't registering in my phone. Like somebody called me, it doesn't show up as an incoming. Like, you know, you go back and look at your log.
Yeah.
You got an iPhone?
Oh, you know what? I had the same thing happen today. I think something's happening with iPhones.
You got you probably got to update your shit, bro.
Yeah, something's happening because I had the same thing happening on my phone. It was apparently it was sending people straight to voicemail.
Yeah, I don't know. iPhone be updating and then they ruin, you know, the last update so you can update the new update.
The other thing too is if you got it connected to that road, you might want to unconnect it and restart your phone. That might trip it up.
I just restarted this shit. Damn, I just lost like 5 phone calls.
That's wild. That's wild.
Maybe like I need to move the date. I'm like, shit, that's some easy money.
I'm gonna hop down. My Master Kim's in the back. I'm gonna hop down so Ponder can rock out. She was thinking.
What's up, Miss Kim?
What's up, Master Kim? Welcome.
What's up, Miss Kim?
What up, Master Kim?
Great stream.
Hey,
everyone.
Master Kim.
Hello,
Hey,
everyone.
Master Kim. Hey.
Yep, great dialogue, great stream. You know, if I just wanted to interject and just kind of reaffirm exactly what earlier comments have been made, just for the father or Carmelo or his family to show a little grace, a little bit of decency and politeness, which is all free, by the way. There's no net gain of just being nasty and mean. And look what happened. And not even for the prosecutors to have taken that into account, but just being a pleasant human being would have cost nothing. And look what has happened just by being nasty. The bodyguards, everyone just looked all like brute and just nasty and mean-spirited. And it was, and I think you're right. They were listening to the wrong source and just getting filled with and Ponder had said hubris, you know, and look what happened. I think this is a very good case in point of how to be just a little bit more civil, like Latino had mentioned, and pleasant. And they could have, things would have made a dramatic difference, even as a society. We would have been like, hey, you know, we would have had empathy for at least the family of Carmelo Anthony to a degree, you know?
Bro, can I say one thing? John, I sent you the link of the full interview of his dad, if you're interested. But one thing I would like to say before I hop off is it's just crazy how the father of Metcalf wanted unity at first, and now you see the sentiment of him now, and it's all gloves off. He's like, "Fuck you guys," basically.
I've been hearing this sentiment over and over, and I've been seeing this actually across the internet for a couple of years now, where like a lot of white guys are saying we were taught, we were raised, against punishment, mind you. Like, remember, integration happened at gunpoint. If you go back and look at those pictures of the 60s where the black folks were getting bused into schools, that was the National Guard with bayonets at white people's backs, right? So they were told, they were trained at gunpoint to be nice to black people, not to make everything racial, not to be all, my group, my team, this, that, and the third. And now every time they turn around, they're getting confronted with how racially hostile and violent black people are, specifically against white people. And it's going to create you're going to have to make a decision at some point about what you believe and how to act according to this issue.
Yep. I agree.
Yo, what's up, conservative man? Just very good comment. I've been watching your podcast. Everything very good perspective. Other than you, Galt, and maybe what's that attorney we mentioned earlier? There are only a handful of people that were called it right before the verdict. You guys need to be commended.
Yeah, I appreciate that.
I said from the beginning he's going to get 25 and up.
Yeah, I knew from the beginning. I just feel like, the self-defense, man, you almost have to testify unless you have someone basically testifying for you. And his statement to the police really boxed him in. He put his hands on me. And something like that. Like, what the hell does that mean? I don't know. You got to explain that.
Hey, John, you remember at Trayvon Martin's trial? And obviously Trayvon couldn't testify for himself, but remember who the star witness was? It was like his girlfriend or something, that black girl, right? And I think at the time, she was basically blamed for losing the case. And it was crazy because that's how horrible of a witness she was. But the reason why I bring her up is like, what if he's not going to be a good witness for himself? He would have got himself life if he had spoken.
Well, that lady was a fake witness. I don't know if you knew that. She was
That makes it worse. If you're going to hire a fake, at least do a good job. Like, it's one thing when the person involved is dumb, because some people are dumb. You're going to hire somebody that's dumb? Like, that seems like a choice.
Well, there was he had a real girlfriend. That wasn't his real girlfriend. If you look at Trayvon Martin, Rachel Chantel wasn't his real girlfriend. But there was a black lady, if I remember, she testified, I want to say from the hospital in the Zimmerman case. And she talked about this. She was testifying for Zimmerman. She was testifying for Zimmerman. I'm looking to see if I can find it. And she basically was talking about, Zimmerman was a good neighbor, the crime in the neighborhood, stuff like that. And she was a Zimmerman witness. It was a black woman. For those of you that remember that case.
Nah, I was gonna say something. I was thinking like about the Hispanic chick, Carmelo's girl. What the fuck?
Oh yeah.
Did her parents think?
Say what?
What did her parents think? Because I'm like running this shit through my mind since yesterday, and I'm like, I would have told my daughter, I'm like, yo, you gotta break up with that kid, bro.
He probably presented, halfway decent, other than the hair.
Unknown caller.
Oh, shit. I'm gonna take this call because my fucking phone ain't ringing, so I'm gonna have to take him if we go here. Let's see who the fuck this is right here. Hello?
Hey, Mr. John. Well, hey, John. This is Janelle.
How you doing?
I'm doing fine. So I got your message.
Okay.
So we're going to have 400 for you tomorrow.
Mm-hmm.
And I'll let you know ahead of time. When sometimes we may want to do the bi-weekly thing.
Mm-hmm.
But for now, we're going to do the 400 a week. Okay. And I'll let you know, like, if I'm going to do the bi-weekly, I'll just send you $750 and you'll know that that's for the 2 weeks.
Yeah.
So just send me your cash out when you get a check. Because tomorrow when I get up, I get paid every Friday. So when I get up tomorrow by check. So when I get paid tomorrow, after I cash my check, I'm going to send you the 400. So by the time we get to the room, you'll be already paid. And we can just move on in.
Yeah. I'll be ready for you. I'll be waiting on you. I'll send you cash out right now.
You going anywhere tomorrow?
Oh, why? Anywhere in particular? What do you mean?
Yeah, I was asking so I could know what time to be there that you gonna be there.
Oh, I'll be there. She just called me like 30 minutes ahead of time.
All right, and then I'm gonna send you the code that we want to use.
All right. Oh, yeah, you remember it's $50,
Right,
$50 for the code.
So I got to send you $450?
Yeah, just one time though. So one time $50 code. Because they have to pay to activate it.
Oh.
It's just one time.
Oh, okay.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So do I guys, I mean, once I send you the $450 though, like tomorrow, I'll wait to get the code. I can go ahead. You already had the code stuff ready.
Yeah, I said it right then and there, like, because they have to pay for the code activation fee. So,
Okay.
I said it right. As soon as you pay it, I'll set the code for you.
Okay, cool. And any other restrictions or anything with the room?
I can't think of it. What are you thinking?
Can we smoke or we have to smoke outside?
They prefer you smoke outside, to be honest with you, you know what I'm saying? 'Cause,
Okay.
but it's a nice little backyard and everything. You can smoke back there.
Okay, we don't smoke like that, but I was just asking if. Okay.
All right.
All right. Well, that's it. I see you tomorrow. We'll be there tomorrow.
All right. Bye-bye. Can we smoke?
She gonna show up with $250 and some coochie.
She with a man.
Hey, listen, man. Some of these niggas don't care. How you think pimping work?
Exactly. What makes you think her having a man means anything?
I need the lady to call me back, man. She need a place right now. I done lost her fucking number, man. I'm trying to make this money. God damn, my phone lost all my fucking numbers, bro. Anybody know what the solution to that shit is? The fuck is that, bro?
John, check iCloud. Check iCloud. Don't you save everything? Back it up to iCloud.
I don't know what the hell I'm doing these days. Shit. I don't know. Damn.
John,
They'll probably call back.
even BD said
It's that damn same lady calling back again. Hold on. Hello? Hello?
Hey, John. One last question. Don't forget me to send you a cash app.
Oh yeah, I'm sending it to you.
And then for two, that mattress downstairs, is it new or?
It's fairly new. It should be fairly new, yeah.
Okay. I was gonna get a mattress delivered tomorrow, but that's one's fairly
It's fairly
new.
new, yeah. And they keep covers on them too.
Okay. You said keep what?
Like a cover on it. They keep covers on there. Like a mattress cover.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Like it's a. Oh, okay.
Mm-hmm.
So how long you said that mattress fairly new? Like it's not real old, like years or nothing.
No, it ain't years old.
Okay. Okay, then cool. Well, thank you, John. We all packed up. We ready to go. So we good to go. We set.
Yeah, you're set, ready to go.
I bet. See you tomorrow, and send me your cash app.
All right.
All right. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Hey, John, can I comment real quick?
Go ahead.
That's pretty exciting that you got a facility and a spot that make these people all excited. That's good to know. I mean that's exciting. You could tell that they just want their spot. She's excited. I would think that's the type of tenants you want. They want to quickly get your money to you. Don't want to play, right? And a lot of it might do with maturity as well, right?
Yeah, I think they're about 37, something like that. No children. So see how it all works out. But you notice one other thing is in the ghetto, they'll go week to week. You notice that? She said, I'm gonna get up the money to go every 2 weeks. It'll be $50 cheaper. But they'll go week to week and pay the $50 more every week.
I don't want to dig up a dead horse again, but this lack of future planning is everywhere, and it means something.
Yeah, and this is a classic example. Like I can't do this with my my tenants in Northwest. They're a little bit headier, for the most part. and they'll just pay for 2 weeks or pay for a month. Or if they're from Pakistan, they'll pay for 2 months the whole time they're going to be here. But in the ghetto, it's day by day. You see all the cash apps I show you sometimes. Day by day, week by week, 2 days. Sometimes they pay for 2 days, 1 day at a time. It's a different style of living over here. Damn, I'm hoping these people will call me back. So it's much more, it would be much more affordable if they could just save up a couple $100 and pay for a week. But they don't have the mind to do that shit. They can't do it. This is why one of the reasons why I say, like, for the people who, trying to do business, there's a lot of, you can take, I hate to say the word take advantage, but you are kind of taking advantage of their short-sightedness. Does that make sense? Anyway, so they rather pay you week by week than pay for a whole month. Mm-hmm.
I think everything's a matter of perspective, and I'm going to use those trashy ass buy here, pay here car lots, right? That hopefully no one listening deals business with. But if you got a high paying job, it doesn't matter. I mean, you could overpay for a hoopty. It doesn't matter. That busted up. I'm trying to think of some junky ass car, an Altima. You always see those Nissan Altimas always broken down. That Altima is like gold, so it's worth paying 3 times the price. It doesn't matter because it's transportation, right? And without transportation, at least most areas, you gotta have a grip. You can't, there's not a train system or like where you are in DC. You have to have a car, otherwise a man is not going to be able to get to work, or you're going to be relegated to the to the little bullshit unskilled labor walking distance from the home. So anyways, I just wanted to say that your spot, it may not be very economical for those that are more situated, but to those people, it's worth it. It's worth every penny. They need structure in their life, and they need a spot to stay where you are. So anyways, that's my 2 cents.
You know what else is interesting, Mr. Kim? The lady is moving from Prince George's County. And hold on for a second. And so I was asking her about Prince George's County. DJ Hemp he's a streamer, and he has some rental properties out in Prince George's County. So I was on his channel the other day. I'm like, yo, it's not the richest black county anymore. The crime has run the more affluent black people away. And so on this channel, he proved these things out. All I have to do is ask them questions. And this lady said, hey, I'm leaving PG County for DC because it's wild out here in PG County, and it's safer for what it's worth in DC than PG County. And again, PG County is the wealthiest black community at one point in the country. And so this kind of explains like why the Carmelos of the world moved to the Friscos, because even the richest black community is plagued with a lot of crime. And the Carmelos of the world are thinking forward to get out of there. They're not going to live there.
Hey, John?
Yeah.
So earlier, before I joined the stream, I was hearing Hood Servative and Ponder kind of go back, and I just want to say it from a macro level. I think Hood Servative's correct, that there's a regression. I mean, look what's going on in the Muslim communities. I mean, they're going back to the Stone Age with the, so there are certain communities I think are just hitting the default switch, and the default switch is just going back into the Stone Age and kind of a little bit more of a primal, existence, I guess. And of course, Africa is a very big continent. But if I'm hearing Hood Servative correctly, you're talking like at the abstract macro level, not all, but there does seem to be a cultural thing that many cultures kind of hit the default switch, and a certain percentage of their cultures are living like very unsophisticated lives.
Yep. It's just the thought I was having, The African question bugs me because it started with African time, and I just kind of spiraled down from there. Like, you know what? I wonder if this is a thing where, like, being Black American, we are Western by default, right? Because of all the Western countries, Black Americans are the only Black people that are native to a Western country. Like we were here from day one, from day zero. Whereas like the Africans have to come to the West, so the Africans have to adopt Westernism while we were born into it, right? And what if you just strip that away? Like, are we in the process of attempting to strip that away? And especially like you hear the argumentation a lot of people make, like it's almost like you don't appreciate what modern Western civilization, and you'd rather have your own Black civilization. Which all right, go back to Africa and do that shit. Which I'm not going. I will be the last nigga here if that's the case. I'm not going.
Give me 1 second, guys. I'll be right back.
What does that have to do with being violent? And nobody is going anywhere. Everyone just wants to go to safe places and wreak havoc there.
Well, violence is endemic to your primitive nature. The more primitive we all become, the more violent we all become.
But we're moving away from primitive nature. We're in society.
No, but that's my argument question. Black America is arguing for regression.
No, they're arguing for violence.
Which is regression to your primitive nature.
So violence is regression, but not all regression is violence.
True, but I'm arguing literally that. They're moving toward a violent regression, which is more in line with their primitive nature.
What does that have to do with African time?
I know it's so abstract, but I promise it's connected. If you're not smart enough for timekeeping, you're probably violent.
Okay, conservative. How one group perceives time and how another group perceives time is just what it is. You still have not made a connection towards violence. Someone just living their life in another continent, what does that have to do with being violent? The old world was violent really until like the mid 20th century. Violent. What does that have to do with now?
What was one of the, and I think you named it accurately, by the way, but the Christianization of the world, of large parts of the world, actually did lower a lot of that just endemic social violence, right?
Hey, Ponder.
Oh, hey, Master Ken, what's up?
Yep. Can I squeeze in a comment real quick?
Oh, please.
So what about the natural brain drain, right? So if you've got every smart person with income, they naturally are leaving the Africa continent, as well as Asia as well. So not just Africa. So then you got a bunch of dummies. You got a bunch of dummies like in India. I'll use India as an example. Anyone that's smart, have got decent wealth, they're out of India. So you got a bunch of dummies all having kids. So the average IQ, instead of being in the 120s, it's hovering around like 94, 95, right? And so there's a brain drain. So I think that that helps kind of kick in kind of, what Hood Conservatives talking about, that there's more to it, I guess, rather than this natural, innate, primal thing. The population is getting dumber and dumber, right? Because there's a brain drain. They're all fleeing to the West. And of course, I'm saying a very macro comment. So I just wanted to add that too. And then violence, lack of self-control is going to be, I definitely think it's highly associated with intellect and IQ, you're right. And if there's a brain drain, then who you got left?
Well, one thing we're discussing with the West is that when you have an economic system, which is capitalism, which is just a wealth generator and an equalizer, everyone is just going to flock. Like there's something I saw, like Master Kim, someone mentioned Condoleezza Rice. Like you wouldn't have like a Condoleezza Rice in Europe, but you will definitely in the United States. That ability for like upward mobility, that ability to engage in upward mobility, because the system, the environment, the economy just allows for it. And that's just as the United States, but you could just excel like beyond your wildest dreams if you're willing to engage in the productivity and the rule following that occurs here. Like other societies, you just cannot do that. I mean, we've seen this. Like, we saw what happened with the Soviet Union, and that was like 70 odd years, and it simply did not work. And they really did believe that if you create like these this equality, what is it that I think it was Stalin, according to everyone's capacity and according to everyone's need. Like you can bring about this like utopia, which of course we know never occurred. And what did occur? Just violence. Just violence. So it just seems to be it's very endemic to like the primitive human nature. Like it's the id. Like id is violence. Id.
Right.
But at some point, especially as we keep progressing in society, we do become less violent. Oh, that's the expectation. And it does occur. Like we are meeting the expectation. Even though the United States is very, very violent, there is safety. There is safety, there is trust. There is trust. And like we saw with Carmelo, there's that we have the court system to embark justice and rule of law. Like the courts is rule of law. Like I think it was Oliver Wendell Holmes said, the courts are not like it's not a court of justice. It's a court of law. We're here to follow the law that has been taking us for how many centuries now. Me disputing conservative is just like this regression to African nature. No, it's just regression. It's just those who just don't want to behave. And it has something to do with what part of the world you're from. It's just that you have groups who not only refuse to behave, but encourage and pedestalize those who are chaotic. Like John just had like this situation in the subway. You had a Black man and a Black woman both minding their business, moderately dressed, like just quiet, is like behave, just at the end of the day, behave. And then what do we have? The chaos that runs through, and that chaos goes only to them. Like the chaotic nature within Black society always attacks like the quiet people in Black society and does everything to like undermine their success. But now it's now come up to what happened with Carmelo and Frisco, because now you're attacking a well-structured majority white and Asian society. Collin County, Frisco.
I want to ask a question a little bit. Not even a question. This is something you just said. I kind of want to explore a little bit, but I will pose the question to you because you raised the issue by quoting John Wendell Holmes, I think you said. I think that's very spot on too, right? Because
Oliver Wendell Holmes.
Oliver Wendell Holmes. Thank you. I think that's very spot on. Like the law is definitive, whereas like justice is very abstract and what is subjective. And so I guess the question is, what do the Carmelo supporters consider justice in this moment?
Is that to me? I mean, you know the answer better than I.
Well, I'm just curious as to what you would say, but yeah, that because you raised the thought in my mind about like law versus justice. We don't hand this over to justice, right? We hand it over to the law because I like I said, I get that law is definitive. This is what it says. Justice is subjective. It can mean whatever I want it to mean. Justice is damn near a feeling, honestly. So I'm curious as to what you think that means when you hear people say that.
Have you heard of that? There's a Latin phrase, lex talionis, eye for an eye. Have you heard of that? Talionis, eye for an eye. It's a Latin principle.
I didn't know it was Latin though, but okay.
A lex talionis is a Latin principle of retributive justice, famously translated as eye for an eye or tooth for a tooth. It dictates that a punishment should exactly match the degree and kind of the offense committed. That's what many people are looking to go back to. That if you take a life, then your life must be taken. If even now, like if you take a horse, again, life must be taken. Like that justice. Like I guess even heel or even keel. So
I don't know. Because you know why I ask you this question? Because I mean, honestly, I think whatever we disagree with, you disagree well enough. So I'm curious about what you would say, and that I don't know that a lot of folk have properly thought of like justice as a concept, and like what is it you really want? Because like when I hear a lot of these Black folk angry with white people about this, that, and the third, I'm kind of like stuck with that idea. Like, what is it you think you want? Because it's almost like Black folk are asking for something that could never happen.
Someone in the chat just said Melvin Bellinger. They want Rodney King riots, like what happened like early '90s, Ferguson, that whole Black Lives Matter riot. They want riots. That's what I think. They want riots. They want
Yeah,
an excuse. Yeah,
I don't know who's blocking comments. You know, I don't know if they. Well, I ain't gonna say I don't know if they don't want riots. I don't think they're able to get riots anymore. Well,
oh,
I
you
ain't
know
gonna say
that's not going to
anymore.
happen. Well, not in Frisco, John.
Yeah.
Not in Frisco. Not in
I
Frisco.
mean, like, who would lead them these days? I mean, I don't know. Ben Crump, Al Sharpton. Most of these guys are online now. So it was seen. Who would
Do you
lead?
think?
Hmm?
Do you think the fact that all this conversation and all of this energy is basically being contained online at this point is another reason why, like, the riots in real life won't happen as easily? Like, riots are just harder to produce now, maybe?
Yeah, you know, I speculated that that you can foment all this anger online and then look outside the Collins County Courthouse. Not much is there; it's gone. You know, the super chat, that's generated. That's pretty much all that they can do now. The grifters are, doing it online as opposed to going down to Collins and protesting. It's easy to just do it online. I think that's why the family did not take a plea, because there would be no go send me money, go give send go money or whatever had they taken a plea. But online is where these people are donating money. That's where the grift is nowadays.
That's a great thought. I
In
mean,
general. It's the black
that's an
economy in
interesting
general.
thought. John, I'd like to get your thoughts on this and the whole floor, really. The idea of the sacrificial Negro, right? Something I've been talking about for a while. Like, George Floyd died. His family's still rich. This is something that happens every so often in the black community. Some black kid gets killed in an unfortunate way. We make a big racial civil rights issue out of it. The family gets money, but he's still dead. Nothing good ever happens to him. And it's like there's just like a class of sacrificial black men, basically, that the black community low key thrives on.
A lot of people getting rich off that, I imagine. Dale Sharpton is not doing too poorly for himself. So, I think that's what I would boil it down to.
And John, think about all the people on YouTube who are talking about this and they're getting their numbers. Like, that one YouTuber, Nick, I think she drove and she was like reporting from Collin County Courthouse.
Oh, yeah.
She got a lot of views.
Yeah.
And of course, they're going to get super chat. So it's like everyone's just grifting. No one cares about Carmelo or even what happened to Austin. Like, it appears that what happened to Austin has just kind of gotten into the wayside. Like, no different what happened to Nicole.
Yeah, that is interesting.
Nicole
they can't even cover him to work on to focus on the grift. They have to act like he doesn't even exist. That is kind of interesting, yeah.
And people making comments it's bad, John. I don't know if you've been seeing some of these comments, what people have been saying. Like like when you had this live today, it's very reminiscent, like child rebel soldiers. They use, and it made me think of that Ernest guy who threatened you. Like, it's this like Ernest threatened you, saying he was going to send YNs after you.
Yeah, he did say that, yeah.
It's Carmelo's, here we go with Carmelo. Like, they're sending their youth to go attack, quote unquote, white supremacy. Like, they're making it about race. This was never about race. Austin did not want him gone because he was some black guy. They wanted the Centennial kid gone. It was said so in court. But now they're using him as like this sacrificial lamb to go after, quote unquote, white supremacy. It's always white supremacy.
Yeah, that is very interesting. That, and that's why I say it's kind of sad for Carmelo. Not that, he got everything he deserved, but the fact that he
I think he meant everyone making money off his suffering. Everyone around him is making money off his suffering while he's going to be in prison for at least 15 or 17 years.
Do you think any of that $1 million is going to make it onto his books? Because you got like the commissary thing or whatever, your books, quote unquote, in jail. Do you think he's going to get that money put on his books?
I think I read somewhere that they may not be getting that money. I'm not sure if that's correct or not, but I read that they may not be getting that money now that he's been convicted. I don't know if that's true or not.
I don't know if that even works because I mean, one, they should. I was told that they closed that Gibson Go or GoFundMe or whatever as soon as the verdict came down. Well, you know, there's so many stories going around. You got to like really double check your facts on these things.
Yeah, you know, with them filing for appeals, I mean, you're talking about. I would imagine appeal probably gonna run them $100,000 to appeal.
Yeah, go look at Charleston White's got a video up where he's basically like on the phone with the father of Carmelo Anthony. He's, you know, apologizing because Charleston White literally said, I told you you could trust them white folks and the white folks is going to do right by you. Which I'm like, I don't know what that even means, Charleston. You killed the white folks' boy. Like, what do you expect? But, like, that was literally Charleston White saying, I was telling him to trust the white folks and all that. And now he, like, fuck them white people. It's so fucking hilarious, bro.
Yeah, someone's saying they're going to return all donations. You know what's interesting? I was hearing about Charleston White. He's going to donate money to his appeal and stuff like that. And he was talking about 75,000. I think he said he's donated 75,000. And with Master Kim being up here, you know, who's a businessman, and what the blacks really lack is businesses and stuff like that, where they can hire their own people and kind of box out the Mr. Childs. 75,000 would get you a long way in going and open up a business, I would imagine, Master Kim. What do you say?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, with you know, and a little bit of experience too, right? Can make that money go a long way. Hey, John, can I interject a comment real quick? And
yeah, go ahead.
You know, and I don't know if this is out of place or whatnot, but there's something I texted you yesterday about, you know, the term called recreational violence, right? I think a lot of adolescents experience that when they go joyriding throughout the neighborhood, hitting people's mailboxes with a baseball bat, but they quickly outgrow that, or even stealing sunglasses from J.C. Penney and you get caught, just all that silly adolescent juvenile stuff. Men have to grow out of it very quickly. However, the black community, if they don't grow out of it, and then they're, you know, what the elephant in the room is that creating mischief is fun. There's no doubt about that. Stealing shit is fun. Breaking a window is fun. All of this very destructive behavior is fun. Now, it goes a 10x when you're pushing a little Asian lady on the subway or when you're slicing a woman's throat. All of this just devious, evil stuff, unfortunately, to you know, undeveloped male minds, it could be a level of fun. This destruction, the protesting, and that is the elephant in the room. I'm not saying that killing someone is fun, but just contributing to evil, I hate to say it, it's fun, but it's supposed to be dealt with the laws and society and fatherhood, and you grow out of it or mentored out of that stuff. But if you got a large population that are not being policed, they're just having fun. And I hate to say it because this is destroying communities in the process and people are getting killed. There's a thrill, it's high, and I'm just throwing that out there. That is, I think, a very innate level of behavior amongst men, right? But they're supposed to be policed and grow out of it through laws, parenting, blah, blah, blah. But when that's not done, you got these kids shooting up places, smashing grabs, business takeovers. So yeah, so I'm done off. I'm getting off my soapbox. I'm done.
Girls just want to have fun. That's all that is. And Black America is a very feminized society, so that tracks.
Look, here's a tweet saying he doesn't have the money for his appeal. I guess he's going to be filing as an indigent.
Indigent,
Right.
yeah.
Man, that is something. If his mother and father are going to let him go into an indigent case, you know, into appeal with the indigent lawyer.
There's a word for it. Yeah, it's like a pauper. I'll get that for you, John.
Yeah,
Pauper.
probably pauper.
I forgot how. There's an actual. He can file, and then they'll let him.
Let's see who this is. Hold on for a second. Hold on, guys. Hello. Yeah, they were telling me that the power was off upstairs or something, but no one else is complaining. So I'm not sure what the issue is. And they're clearly is not disconnected. Huh? Say what? Yeah. No, I'm not there. I'm not sure who's there right now. I could call and find out. One of the tenants said the lights are out, but it could have just been a damn breaker. You know, he just, you know. Yeah, no, just go ahead and cancel that. It probably was just a damn breaker. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, just cancel. Yeah. Anyway.
I put it in the back chat for you, John, how he's filing indigent. A pauper appellant typically refers to a litigant who appeals a court decision but cannot afford standard court costs or appeal bonds due to financial hardship. By filing a pauper's oath or affidavit of indigency, also known as, that's the word I was looking for, a forma pauperis, they request the court to waive those fees. So they're asking him to file indigently so they can just waive the fees and he can submit on his own.
Damn. Jeez.
That nigga, he indigenous now. That's crazy.
You know what else is interesting? Like, you know, the lack of future time thinking. The parents get to show up at your parole hearings. The brothers, you know, anyone that has some type of attachment to the Metcalf boy will get to show up at the parole. Was it parole? Yeah, parole. And they can argue for or against you, right?
And he already vowed he would. The father said he's going to show up at every one as long as he's alive.
You see what I'm saying? Like these people sunk that boy. You know, he might damn near do all them 35 because the father's against him and he hell bent against him. And these people did not show him any grace when they had every opportunity. They went for the money. Now they don't have any money, trying to get an appeal. Crazy work here. This is very short-term thinking on steroids. Damn, I was hoping some of them fucking board members would call back.
Well, it's not just short-term thinking, John. It's the fact that this family had no contrition towards what happened. The father went to that press conference. From what I heard, Dallas police asked Austin's father to leave. I guess to just leave the private event. The family could have used that time to just apologize or just show something towards their son.
Yeah, they could have let him stay.
Yeah, John, because I heard that prosecution said no less than 40, that they were looking to, there was a plea, but the prosecution made it clear, nothing less than 40. And look, he got 35. So imagine if they worked things out with his dad, maybe something could have been worked out plea with his dad and his mom and his brother, like forgiveness, something.
There's no way they would have given him 35 years if the father was up there on the stand saying, take mercy on the boy. He wouldn't have gotten that.
Maybe manslaughter? Maybe the manslaughter charge?
No, I mean, he still murdered him. That's the law. But the time is what he could have shaved down by showing.
Or like maybe a lower charge. Have the father help out for a lower charge.
He committed murder. That's what he did. And so the statute is what, 5 to 99. So anywhere within that is really based upon how he behaves, how much sympathy he garners. He didn't garner any sympathy. So that's why he got 35. Again, the father come up there like, yo, hell, they could have come in court together. Right? The boy daddy didn't even give a statement on him. Like the grandma, nobody. He had nothing.
No, that's because they knew they were guilty. He was guilty.
It's drug addicts, drug dealers get up there and have somebody saying he a good boy. He gave out pumpkins in the neighborhood, something. He saved a girl from dying. They didn't even put up as much of an attempt to save that boy.
Carmelo literally did that, though. It's funny, after the trial, news clippings of him like rescuing some girls from a car accident. She got around. But he was a little kid, though. But he literally did that, apparently. It's not going to help him, though.
It might have helped him But I think anything that would have helped him was countered by what his parents and the blacks outside of the courthouse and all that. They countered all of that goodwill. Yeah, no character witness, just his mama. That's amazing, bro. That's amazing. You can't do a do-over. Like you can't say, well, let me put some more people on the character witness stand now. You can't do it. That was his best foot forward right there. That was a black male from a 2-parent household with his 3.7 GPA, and he had a job and everything. I mean, that's as good as it gets on paper, right? It doesn't get much better than that.
It still didn't change the fact he's a piece of shit. He turned out to be a piece of shit.
Yeah, it turned out to be a piece of shit. Yeah. Yeah, it's a very interesting case. What's more interesting, again, I think, is how the black conservatives, the blacks in general, have responded to it. Almost with no thought about the victim. I think no thought about like why these people gave him such time. I think people have a lot of black fatigue. I think, people were very protective of their real estate values. And he wasn't one of them, and they put his ass in prison for a long time for attacking, their common space, the school. What do you think, Ivan Hood?
I was about to say, John, have you heard what Austin Metcalf's dad said in court?
I did.
Did you read it?
I read some of it. I don't think I've read all of it. I can't wait till the transcripts come out.
Yeah, so basically, because I have it in front of me, we were robbed, said directly the father to Carmelo Anthony. Don't look down, look me in the eyes. My boys weren't bullies.
I remember that.
I've been swatted 6 times, referring to the harassment by activists targeting the Metcalf family, right?
Yeah.
And then he said, let me check what he said the following. Yes, my son's death destroyed a person I used to be. He does not exist anymore. People think grief is sadness. It is not. It is rage. Pure, unfiltered rage. As he slammed his fist on the table, his voice rose, and he looked at Carmelo Anthony and said, "You don't belong in this community. A piece of me died when my son died, and I'm expected to keep living. You're going to prison. I forgave you the day it happened. I don't forgive you today."
Wow.
That's
why that boy got 35. That's why that boy got 35.
That's black people, John. These black people have been gassing up that family.
Yeah.
If he showed any contrition, think of what that press conference when he was asked to leave. That is where this started, John. It's already bad enough what happened, but you see no contrition, and they have turned this into race. The parents don't care. And this man, that's John. John, you're right again. You're right again. And it starts back. Imagine being escorted by Dallas police when the parents of the parents of the teenager.
Wait a minute. Did they have the press conference in Dallas?
Yeah, somewhere in Dallas, because the Dallas police escorted him. It was
why they didn't have it in Frisco? Why they didn't have it in Frisco?
Stop it. I'm going to go on mute. You know why. John,
why wouldn't they have a press in Frisco?
John.
See, this is the whole thing. This is what I'm saying. Like
John,
once they got in trouble, they wanted to go back to the blacks to be judged by the blacks. You see what I'm saying? They go and stir up shit with the blacks in Dallas. They don't want to live there. They just want to use, this whole shit to stir up shit there. That's it. I didn't know they were in Dallas. That's interesting.
Well, Charleston White is from Dallas. He's from Oak Cliff.
He probably does. He live in Dallas? I don't know.
He's from Oak Cliff. He's from the Colorado area. That's actually, which technically is where all the white people used to live. Like, during JFK's assassination, or that time, there are like Oak Cliff was like all white. Then after the assassination, just slowly but surely, more white people moving north. and then you had more Black people moving into Oak Cliff. And Oak
You know,
Cliff is now-
someone mentioned this earlier, Ponder, and Melvin put it on the screen. I bet you that somebody probably told them to take a plea. There's no way that if these people are so intelligent and all this, they had to go to a lawyer. At least one lawyer said, this don't look good.
You know, somebody mentioned too about the lawyer thing, and I kept joking like you should have hired a Black lawyer. Like the one time you were supposed to hire a Black guy, you were scared to do it. But what if the Black
2
lawyers
Black
knew better?
attorneys turned it down.
Yeah, the Black
2
lawyers knew
Black
better.
attorneys turned it down. They turned it down.
So I'm like, damn, you couldn't even trick a Black guy into taking this case. That was wild. And then notice how where's that solidarity then? Like, how come you couldn't get a Black attorney to be like, I know this is a loser, but if somebody got to fight for him?
If you're a Black attorney, you take this case, boy. You take on like you're gonna lose. You can only win by losing. You know.
Where is Roman J. Esquire? Like, we need that nigga that Denzel Washington was playing. We need those Black attorneys from TV.
But as a Black man, like you might lose out on a lot of other clients by taking this boy's case. Because as a Black lawyer, I would imagine you probably are dependent on, judges and jurors and stuff like that.
Hey, John, you do know who's an attorney? Jasmine Crockett. Jasmine Crockett's an attorney. Why did she not take this case?
She's not a criminal. I doubt she's even a criminal attorney.
Yeah, I don't think she does criminal.
Yes, she is. Yes, she does.
Oh,
She does
wow.
criminal defense. Yes, she does.
And Ben Crump is not a criminal attorney either. So he couldn't do it.
Well, he's
Ben
also
Crump-
not licensed in Texas, but
But
Jasmine
he's not a
Crockett
criminal
is.
attorney. He couldn't handle the case. So there probably weren't many Black attorneys that could handle that case. The thing
it's funny, John, because CT played a video of Jasmine Crockett talking about Carmelo Anthony's case, and she said that a bunch of large men jumped him and his life was in danger. So where were the scars? Where were the bruises? Was there any medical records showing that somebody actually assaulted him? No. She didn't know anything about the case. She was just repeating shit that was spread on TikTok and the rest of, X and etc.
Yeah, and I wonder who put those rumors into the ethos, like for the Blacks to take off on them, the whole cleat sharpeners, everything, all that stuff like that. The Blacks really need to look in the mirror and say, how do we get duped so badly?
I think it was mostly on TikTok. Yeah,
like Black
I
folk
think
were
so.
duping
Yeah.
themselves. That's really what that is. People were just coming up with all kind of theories and all kind of possibilities. What if this and what if that? Maybe he was being beaten up by a bunch of racists with Klan hoods on. And then these lies, they spread quickly because a lot of Black folk are childish enough that they want to believe these things. And the want to believe is more powerful than the actual fact itself.
Yeah, I think I'm surprised the Black lawyer just didn't take it and just grift their ass, because that's effectively what the lawyer that they end up choosing did. He just grifted their ass.
Well, and think about like if you were unscrupulous and you were like one of these civil rights Ben Crump types, you could probably ride this wave to $1 million, bro. Like just think about the press you could generate. How many times can you call these people racist? Like every time you say the word racism, you can just hear the cash register open and close. Like this was a perfect grift opportunity, but I mean, I don't know. Maybe they didn't want to do it.
Is anybody there?
Was Mr. Alexander actually a friend, or was he just a grifter that attached himself to the family to be able to promote his organization? Yes, backup. A lot of people who had nothing to do with the family, they showed up to court and they just wanted their 15 minutes of fame. None of them cared about Carmelo, and they definitely didn't care about Austin. Yeah, it's just grift. You know how Black people are? They just stay grifting. Whenever there's chaos, whenever things go left, Black people swarm like flies on poop. one of those people. They just went there just for attention. Like you had Black people who were just talking, and then the news was like, "Are you related to the family?" No, but I'm Black. It's just crazy. Oh, hi, some dude. I remember you. Hey, some dude. I hope you all is well with you. Hi, some dude. Yeah. Beige Life Matters. Yes. Speaking about that, Texas is a place that probably doesn't want to lose political connects, and Texas whites will put pressure on you behind the scenes. That it's funny you say that. Beige Life Matters. That is exactly what happened. The Texas GOP chairman actually made a response to what happened with Austin in regards to Austin in the case. So yeah, a lot of people were watching. And since this happened in Frisco, best believe Jerry Jones, like they're not speaking. Their silence speaks louder than words. Jerry Jones is watching what is happening. John, you know that. Jerry Jones, the Texas GOP chairman, the Dallas GOP chairman, everyone is watching this case, what happened.
I don't know that your average normie is really ready to contend with the depth and the magnitude of the problem. Has anybody ever heard of like the black jury phenomenon, where like almost it's a testable thing. If you put a black person on trial, almost all of the black jurors will find him innocent no matter what. How do you maintain civil society if you have a huge chunk of the population that is willing to sacrifice civility itself for the name of, my team is better than your team? I don't, nothing should ever make my people look bad. I think the Indians have a word for it. It's called is that. Or like, anything that makes sure your team look bad, you have to go to whatever length you have to make sure that nobody knows, you hide it. You attack the people who reveal it, whatever. But how do you maintain society in the face of the black jury effect?
I mean, the answer is no. You can't really change society because they don't really have the numbers like that. But that doesn't stop them from doing whatever they want.
And this is something that's actually not even endemic to like black people. This is like the immigrant phenomenon for almost any country. Like I first came across this story when it was coming out of Singapore. And in Singapore, they had a similar problem. And there's no black people in Singapore. It's like Chinese and Malay and Thai or whatever. And they kept running into this where, like, if you try to have a jury trial, whatever members of the jury that represent the group of the defendant, they'll almost always side with the defendant. And so this is one of those things that makes like civil society with different ethnic groups almost impossible, because you're just going to have tribalism over the law. And then your tribalism becomes justice now instead of like we rely on the law.
I think the only way to have actual justice in that type of society was like maybe imitate what Saudi Arabia does or Qatar. But then again, who the hell would want to live under those rules? Because
that's what's being called right
becomes
now.
real strict.
That's exactly what there are some white people. Like if you check out YouTube,
Oh yeah.
there's one channel called NXR Studios. He actually said that in a very, very cool, calm, collected voice to basically reenact what was done before, where if you take from me, I take from you, including life. And he mentioned that he's brought up on several uploads. There is great difficulty when it comes to Blacks in America. Like, what is going on? What do we need to do? But this cannot just continue anymore.
Yeah. And see, the thing is, when people are making the argument and it's like some drunk hillbilly, some one percenter motorcycle guy, when they're making the argument, it's easy to laugh them off, right? Because nobody wants to listen to like the fringes of your society try to make rules for everybody else. But what happens when it's like your bespectacled college professor who's got a degree from Yale in sociology, and he could make a very eloquent argument as to not the inability, but the simple cost of having, to maintain society and, treat black people as if, we're children who must be babysat at every turn. Like, at some point, the argumentation just becomes like unbearable. Like, he's not wrong. You just don't like what it means emotionally, but damn, like, dudes be having a point.
Oh, damn. I think I got one of these damn people calling me back. I tell you, I was missing my calls. And I think one of them just called me back. Let's see. Is this her? Is her? Oh, shit. This is Waynisha. Y'all remember Waynisha? Anyone remember Waynisha?
Let me guess. Her father was named Wayne, and she had to be named after her father, so Wayne Isha.
Waynisha. Damn, I ain't heard from her in a minute. Let's see. Does anyone remember the story about Waynisha? Pundit, you remember Waynisha?
No. Tell it.
Anyone remember this? Let me see if I can play the story. Let's see. So I had an Airbnb guest, and she, I think she's prostitute. And so she'll say, hey, I need a room for a night. And it'll just be for like one night, typically. And so one night, she was staying in one of my houses.
Unknown caller.
One night she was staying in one of my houses, and let's see if this is it.
What's she do in the house?
I'm gonna play it. Let's see if I can find it. So anyway, so a guy, she's a little slow. So a guy, and she's very big. She's very fat, right? So a guy tricked her into having sex with her by telling her that, like, he was basically a landlord, like he was me.
Oh,
and she
shit.
believed him and had sex with him. And she wrote back into the Airbnb app, like, hey, I get a free night because I had sex with this guy. I had sex for one night, so I get a free night. And, like, who'd you have sex with? And so that was it. I can't find it, but anyway, it was a clip on the channel somewhere.
Wait, did she put that in the reviews? Like, if you bang the guy in 4B, you get a free night stay?
No, when she wrote a message in Airbnb, like, it's time to check out. She like, what do you mean check out? I just slept with a dude in the room in room 4, right? Don't I get, he said I get a free night if I sleep with him. And she wrote that in the Airbnb app. That's why I say she wasn't that intelligent. And so this is her calling me back.
See, that's why girls be needing pimps, bro. I hate to say need, but like, the pimp was born out of need. Girls don't be knowing what to do all the time. They be coming up with all kinds of stupid plans and shit. Like, shut up. Just do what I tell you.
Yeah, I wish I could find this shit. Let's see.
They don't be knowing what to do ever.
Let's see if I can find this Airbnb. It's an Airbnb clip. If someone knows where it is, this is the lady I'm about to call. Damn. Where the hell? Airbnb? Would you Airbnb? She's got to be on here somewhere. I know it's on here somewhere. I just can't find it. Anyway, I got to call her. Man, we had so many calls. I'm looking at this shit. Damn. Does anyone remember?
So did she ever pay for the next day, or did she like get mad and leave because she couldn't get a free room?
She left. She realized she had been tricked. Damn, where the interview? Like, she's real slow, man. Real slow. You know what I'm saying? Very, very slow. Damn, where is that? Oh, here it is. I got it.
They're letting slow people roam the streets.
Hello?
Hello.
Hello?
Hello?
Yeah. Yes.
MB message? Oh my god.
Yeah. Yes.
You
fucked her ass.
She wrote she
Grace Thorpe was on the stream at the time. And my lady was like, who she fucked? She thinking she fucked me. And I had to figure this shit out. Like, you fucked her ass.
she wrote an MB message? Oh my god.
Yeah. Yeah, she was like, yeah, you know, I get a free night because I fucked this nigga. And I'm like, what nigga you fuck? My lady was like, what nigga she fuck? And nigga, that was you fucked him.
Oh my god. Yeah, I didn't find out. I didn't find out she was a cuckoo till after that.
So that woman just called me.
I don't believe him. He knew she was retarded. He saw an easy mark and he went for it. I mean, like, I don't even believe in these dudes. They say, I didn't know she was slow, bro. Unless you are
Fucking
slow
retarded
yourself.
women.
Yeah, bro. Unless you slow yourself, there's no way you couldn't tell there was something wrong with this woman.
Nah, that
you
was
know
an
what?
easy W.
You know
Easy
what?
W.
I kind of believe that because I took in a client that was mentally delayed, and he came with some rubbers. He was 17 at the time. Well, when he turned 17. And I was like, why did he need rubbers? Who's gonna have relations with him? You'd be surprised.
Oh, you would be surprised, bro. Just
Women
because
are
they handicapped
actually
don't mean they don't get horny. They
having
be
relations with these
handicapped
people.
and
People are having
horny,
relations
bro.
with slow people. They should
Yeah,
have
can you imagine?
a sign on these people.
Just think about the hell you got to live in, bro. You
Like
trapped
make
in
them
this
wear a t-shirt
handicapped
or something.
body, and you're horny all the time. This is why they be locked up. This is exactly why we used to put them in homes and shit like that, because they be horny and handicapped, and they don't know what to do with themselves. John, are you gonna let that lady move back in? Am I the only one up here, or is it just like dead air, or what's going on? I don't understand what just happened.
Hood,
Everybody left.
chill. Hood, chill. It's fine. It's fine. Just some dead air. No biggie. Like, do you have a question?
Well, no, but I just know as like doing a show, dead air loses viewers, so you kind of want to keep the momentum going. So I was curious when we have a prolonged moment of dead air. Usually something's going on in the background.
No, make your point. We hear you, Hood. Yeah, we all hear you.
So are we renting the room back to the handicapped chick or no? I'm curious. Like her money wasn't handicapped, was it? Her money wasn't slow. Her money was on time, wasn't it?
And I think this is the same woman. She's really sad. She was taken advantage of. It's really sad.
Well, who's being taken advantage of? I mean, because I don't know if John's the one. He's just renting rooms out, but like, I hate to be this guy, but when you're out there selling pussy, sometimes you get scammed out of a few humps, man. It is what it is. This is why girls be having a pimp, so that kind of thing doesn't happen. Now, having the pimp, all kind of bad things come out of that too. But you shouldn't be out there scamming coochie, trying to sell coochie anyway. It's a dog eat dog world.
Hey, Savage. I'll drop the link.
Damn, a thought just came to me too, and it's damn depressing. What if one of the reasons why things like mental illness and this suppression of IQ rates are so endemic to like black folk in America is because some of y'all niggas be out there proudly having sex with the handicapped chicks. Y'all be banging the slow chicks, making babies and shit like that, and then letting the offspring just matriculate through the world and through society. And now we got to deal with the consequences of you horny niggas out here having sex with the slow chicks. Anyway, it was just a thought I was having.
Learn to pull out. Not that hard.
Yeah, now we're back to that future time orientation thing. You see how that concept is like in the background of so many other concepts that you would think are not necessarily related, but in fact they're very connected. It's like that R versus K selected kind of thing. You remember, all right, the Oreo experiment where you take two little kids and you put a tray of Oreos in front of them and you tell both kids you can have all the Oreos you want right in front of you, or you can have $10 later. Some kids will eat the Oreos, some kids want the $10 later. And so like the ability to delay gratification or even the ability to mitigate pleasure seeking. These are all like, IQ and IQ related issues that are oddly enough, related to what we were talking about before, African time, future time orientation, whatever polite, civilized society term you want to use for it. I think all of these things play into and off of one another in ways that you have to observe and take note of.
Conservative, just take responsibility of the group that there are Black people in the United States who just don't know how to behave. It has nothing to do with anyone around the world. It's right here that have made it very clear that they're anti-society. They have no want, no desire to integrate any productive citizens of this world. The great United States. They don't want to do it.
Agreed.
And that's them.
Agreed. That's unfortunate. Sorry, I'm working. Y'all. I'll be right back. I gotta go do some stuff.
Hey guys, I want you to hear this right here. Guys, I want you to hear this. You ready for this? You guys ready for this? Can you hear me?
Hey, John, let's hear it. We can hear you loud and clear.
Yeah, sorry about that. Yeah, I think it's the old man.
I just don't know because we're leaving, so we're trying. So other people coming in, and the thing is, I think they had a mouse problem because cleaning up behind themselves.
Yeah,
so my boyfriend take out the time. He said he comes in with food.
Yeah, man, I cleaned out the gay dude's room. It was food all in the place. I don't know why they leave food in their room because I take it out of the kitchen if they would just take it down to the kitchen, but I don't know. But they're gone now, so but I think it's that
he called me. He said so I said, wish y'all the best.
I think that old man is peeing in bottles though, honestly, because he's missing a leg.
Room is a mess. You can do what you want to do, but I'm surprised you haven't been to the room is a mess.
Yeah.
Disgusting.
Yeah.
That bathroom smell like.
Yeah, I can only imagine because like he's very disabled and he's kind of fat, kind of overweight. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
And so
very overweight. I've asked him, can you please just keep the door shut? He was like, is there something, if you don't mind, just because I don't want to. It stinks. It's like when we leave the house, we try to it smells bad.
Yeah.
I'm not sure where it's coming. Yeah, I know from their room.
It's got to be him though, because when him missing a leg like that, he's probably not able to really clean up clean himself very well.
Okay, because
That's what I'm
it's
guessing.
expensive, but you hire somebody to come in and capable. And I don't think downstairs. He usually upstairs and uses that bathroom. So
I mean, he got a shower though, you know.
Bathroom.
But for him to take a shower, like I doubt he's going upstairs taking a shower very often, considering his disability. And so that's probably
and when he used to, he puts on the same clothes. I had talks.
Yeah.
He don't want. He told me that's something he does when he really has to. Okay, Michael.
Yeah. All right, but I have to call you back. I got another call coming in. But we do have some industrial deodorant. I have it across the street. I'll bring it over there and see if hopefully that works. But I'll see if I can have a talk.
Please.
Yeah, I don't know what I can do. Yeah, I will. All right.
Thank you. Okay.
Bye-bye. Yeah, I got this old man. He's a white guy, but he stinks really bad, apparently. And and so he's a nice guy and everything, but man, he's causing me
You
problems.
like doing that?
Huh?
You like managing your own properties?
Yeah, man. I find it enjoyable. Some stuff I don't like. Some stuff, I can deal with.
I don't have the temperament for it, brother. I tried it one time. I was like, no.
Shit, I had 1,000 bottles of piss in the house. I had to
See?
get all that shit cleaned up.
That shit would piss me off. I would break the law or something. I'll be sued.
It don't make you happy. I'm sure about that.
Squatters' rights.
Yeah, I've had those too, man. I've had those too. What's up,
I
Savage?
know how to handle a squatter.
What's up, Savage?
So I think there's something that's being missed. So when you raise children, you're supposed to read them books, and when you talk to them, you're supposed to talk to them as if they're like an adult. Like you're supposed to have conversations with them and explain to them what you're doing or why to do something. Well, I think that the Black community as a whole has an issue because I'm sure that like Carmelo Anthony's mom did not read him books. Guarantee she didn't read him books. I also don't believe that she used proper grammar or proper English. So you learn your language and you learn to read. You're supposed to learn your language and how to speak and learn to read from your parents. And if your mom doesn't speak good English, and then you're going out into the world and you're not speaking good English, and your mom didn't read with you as a kid, you're going into the world at a disadvantage.
We got school for that now.
No, you're supposed to know how to read, do math. And, like, you're supposed to
You
know
see,
your
we got
numbers
school for
and count.
Hey, Savage, what do you think
It's
about
preschool?
Hold on, Praxis. What do you think about his comment that we have school for that?
I can't hear John.
That shows the
can't hear me?
mentality of the failure of the Black community.
Why do you say that?
So my 3-year-old knows sign language. My 3-year-old can read. Like, you're supposed to teach your kids these things. The school isn't supposed to be a parent for you.
No, it's bad.
No, your
A lot of
connection real bad.
people can't. A lot of
Yeah,
people
your connection
don't
bad,
have
Praxis.
the
Hey,
Black
Praxis, your mic
ability to
is
do that.
bad, Praxis. Your mic
Okay.
is bad, bro. You might have to come back, step in and come back in. But I think Savage, the reason why I wanted you to expound on that was because like that is the big difference between blacks and whites right there. For many of them, not all, but they're looking for the government to do what you've done for your own children. Does that make sense?
Oh, I know.
Yeah. And
So I'm gonna give you a little bit of insight. So my oldest son, I have two sons that are older. One's 12 and one's 9. My 12-year-old is my stepson. Right? He got lead poison as a child. He's mentally delayed. He's 12, about to be 13. He has the mentality of like an 8-year-old or a 9-year-old. My 9-year-old son is my birth son, and he's mixed. Both of my older boys are both mixed. My birth son, he lived with his mom until he was about 7. He was doing good in the school he was in Cleveland. It was the last half the year, last semester he was in Cleveland that his grades dropped. He stopped doing his homework because he was being bullied. He stopped trying school because he was being bullied at school for being a know-it-all. So he almost failed first grade. Well, I brought him down to a suburb school in the country where I live. He's been struggling. He's been struggling in the school that he's currently in the last 2 years. I don't think that his mom read with him. I don't think that she was reading with him. I don't think she was doing that extra stuff with him. So at the school that he goes to now called me last week to tell me that he was 10 points short of the standard for reading and math, on 10 points each short of passing. And he said, they asked me if I wanted to pass my son to the next grade. I told him no, he's going to repeat the third grade. But the school that my son went to was a majority black school in Cleveland, where he got bullied for being mixed, and he got bullied for being a know-it-all. And when he came to a school that wasn't mostly black, he's struggling. Like, he is struggling hard.
Really?
Yes, but according to the school in Cleveland, he was passing. He was doing great. He was hitting all of his benchmarks.
Do you think this is kind of like what Carmelo ran into once he went to that good school?
I don't specifically know about him specifically. All I can just my son, if you were looking at his report cards in Cleveland, you would have never thought that he couldn't read or he couldn't do math well.
Damn.
Soon as he came to a school that wasn't majority black, he's having trouble. So it's just the mentality. Like it's a mentality. And on top of it, like, kids naturally, when they're speaking, they speak in the wrong tense. They use the wrong tense when it comes to words all the time, naturally. Well, if your mom speaks like that, how are you really setting your kid up for success?
Now, you're definitely right. It's like training a muscle or something, speaking properly. I will agree with you there.
Yeah, like, if you're using the wrong tense or the wrong pronoun, like, your sentences don't make sense. And then you're going to send this kid out into the world, and he's going to struggle. So, like, I have a feeling that this isn't going to get better. Like, the stuff that you're seeing with this Carmelo Anthony case, it's not going to get better. Like, you currently have blacks on the internet calling for the hunting down of white people because of this verdict. You have a group of people that do not want to do anything to accommodate society. They want society to accommodate them. And then when you mix in IQ scores, and you mix in the rebellious nature of adapting to society, it's not going to be good. And you can't reason with these people, and these people can't think outside of their own feelings or abstractly about logic. So I just say that everyone needs to stock up on good, like food and the goods you're going to need for a 6 to 12 month period, just in case, because I think this summer's going to get bad.
I don't think they have the power anymore to summons up like riots and protests anymore, Savage. I think honestly,
I'm not talking about riots. I'm not talking about protests.
What are you talking about?
I think that you're going to. Okay, so like I'll give you an example. Chud the Builder didn't interact with Love, the black guy. He was not interacting with him. He did not go up to him. He was not streaming him. He wasn't doing anything to that guy.
Yeah.
That guy saw Chud across the street and yelled to him, telling him that he had PTSD, and ran up on Chud. and he told Chud, "You better not say the N-word or say chimping out." And Chud said, "Why? Because are you going to chimp out?" And then the dude hit him and then started taking him to the ground. You're going to see more and more of these type of interactions where you're going to have these blacks that are angry, and we're still in 1794 slavery somehow in their mind. They're going to start attacking whites, and whites are getting tired of their shit. So you're going to see more interactions where there's shootings of black people from these interactions when they're openly harassing the Metcalf family, saying that they're glad he's dead. And then
Yeah, that's hard to believe, man. Truly. Go ahead.
yeah. So the behavior of blacks is getting worse. The love for blacks that whites have is getting worse. So you're going to end up seeing a chain reaction of all it's going to take is another gray area situation where a black person gets shot or a white person gets shot, and then it's going to be another one's going to happen, and like these people aren't going to let the shit go. So it's only going to keep escalating. And I think, go ahead.
If I were a white man on a jury, I wouldn't trust blacks to judge me fairly. I'm just being honest.
There was a study that came out last year or the year before. I forget what year it came out, but they did a study on juries, and they did it by race. The people that had the least amount of bias when it came to conviction rates were whites. When blacks were on juries and the suspect was black, they convicted 33% of the time. When the suspect was white and a black was on a jury, they convicted 78%. So there was a 40-point swing between the way they carried out verdicts. And when you go to Asians and Mexicans, they do this. It's not the blacks had the highest swing, but you could see by other races that other groups they didn't convict their own as much. So, like, you know, JP.
Yeah.
JP openly said that if he was on that, if he was on that jury for Carmelo Anthony, that no matter what, he wouldn't have convicted him.
I believe there are a lot of people like that, man. I believe there are a lot of black people like that. We've seen so many on Twitter that probably would feel the same way. Hell, someone got thrown off the jury because of it. Yeah.
Yeah. So I honestly think that you're going to see, with it warming up and a lot of these blacks, like even like the fact that ABL went out on a limb for Carmelo Anthony.
Yeah.
Like CT went out for him. Like you can't even trust. Like here's the issue. The issue of it is you're always going to have JPs. You're always going to have these fellows that you see on CT's panel that just hate white people, and you know that's going to be. But then when you make the argument, people are going to point to ABL. They're going to point to CT. They're going to point to these commentators and say it's not all of them. This case just ruined that defense. Because you have the low level retards out here saying to hunt white people down for a white person getting killed. And then you have the educated, not like them, agreeing with the low IQ. So we're at a point where all they're doing is radicalizing white people to actually go back to Jim Crow or go back to the mentality of slavery and not care and have no empathy for black people in any way.
You know, a thought just popped into my head. I mean, that could be the end goal of this all, is to, you know, have blacks more or less do it to themselves, where people just get so tired of them, they just force them into a corner without anyone without the government having to do it. And I think that is kind of what's happening, you know, even since COVID. You've seen people starting to move to more conservative places, Tennessee's, the Texas's, Florida's, South Carolina's, places like that. And just earlier today, I was talking about a whole county in Texas banned Section 8, more or less. And it was pretty much all Black people affected. I think that's kind of the short-term solution. Is people are trying their best to avoid them as much as possible. But yeah, it's very interesting times there. But I don't think that I think that this case was so interesting again because the schools, and I think that's the part that the ABLs and the other people are missing, is that to have a murder like this in a neighborhood like that at a track meet, just so unprovoked, unnecessary, that's just intolerable by almost everyone. And a non-Black jury was perfect to prove the point that everyone else is kind of coalescing against the Blacks and this behavior. So that's my take on it.
Well, the issue with this is, one, so there was a gag order on the Metcalf family, and
oh yeah, okay,
yeah. So
how do you put a gag order on them?
The judge did. So the judge actually put a gag order on all participants in it because they didn't want anything to get leaked out. But the problem is the Anthony family was having that guy, that their spokesman, he was leaking information out to people, and so was Anthony's father. CT played a clip of Charleston White going on and telling a story about how that Anthony was getting bullied, that he was getting jumped, and in the interview that Charleston's talking about, he specifically says, "I talked to Anthony's dad." So the whole time, the defense's whole thing was to try to blame the victim, even though there was a gag order out.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, like, Metcalf went there and wanted to show solidarity and try to be peaceful and Christian-like. Now he's calling Anthony a watermelon felon.
Whoa. What's the watermelon part come from? He's gonna be picking watermelons up?
Well, no, he's just being racist.
Who Metcalf is?
Metcalf's father, Jeff, is being racist because
they turned that man racist.
Yes, and the issue that's coming out is, so
I thought he was gonna be picking watermelons.
so you have a white kid who, by the testimony, he didn't even have a chance to push Carmelo because he got stabbed at the same time or just before he pushed him. If he did push him, it couldn't have been like a hard push to be able to stab him. You know what I mean? Like, if you're pushing someone, there was no distance created. So like whatever they're calling a push obviously wasn't like trying to kill him or anything. But then you have the Black family just running up on this race baiting to get money, and it's making the low IQ Blacks in the street like they attacked a guy yesterday or the day before because they thought he was on the jury.
Well, that wasn't even in Texas though, was it?
I'm not even sure where it was, but like,
it wasn't in Frisco. It was not in Collin County, Savage and John. It wasn't. The man was just sitting down, minding his own business, sitting down on the curb, and this Black guy just punched him. A woman just comes in front of the camera and says, "No, he has nothing to do with it. We don't know what you're talking about. He's a veteran. He's a veteran. Leave him alone."
Oh, the man was a veteran. Damn.
Yeah, he's a veteran.
Yeah.
Just minding his own business, sitting down on the curb in his own world. And this man on a bike with his camera just punched him. And he continued to go back and forth with the woman, arguing with the woman. You were on jury selection. You were on jury selection. Like, no, 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 no. He's a veteran. He's a veteran. No, no. And then the guy on the bike, he goes off and says, "Oh, my B, like my bad, my B." Yeah.
Damn.
So
Yeah, I saw
that's
that.
what so Savage. What you're saying is happening. They're just beating up random random white people in their neighborhood.
And the other issue that you have is like you have this narrative that if he was white, he wouldn't have been arrested. But Chud the Builder literally was attacked. The reason that he shot himself was because he was in a headlock going to the ground and he carries his gun under his arm. So as he was going to the ground, he shot the guy and it hit his arm because obviously the gun was next to his under his arm. So like that is an actual good case of self-defense.
Yeah, he didn't shoot him from a distance, right?
Correct.
He didn't shoot him from 15 yards away. Anything
Correct.
like that.
But he got $1 million bond.
Yeah.
A black guy in the same part of Kentucky killed a man 3 weeks earlier, and he got a $250,000 bond. So, like, whites are seeing this, and then you have just the rampant rabies of the blacks that are just losing their shit. It's gonna come to a boiling point because, unfortunately, do you know the guy that stabbed that woman on the train in South Carolina?
They got trains in South Carolina? You mean the
bus.
arena? No, North Carolina.
He
Arena.
means North Carolina
Yeah.
in Charlotte,
Yeah,
Charlotte
yeah.
Mecklenburg
Yeah,
on their
yeah.
train.
Yeah,
Yeah, what
so
about
that
him?
guy, he got ruled unfit to stand trial. Okay.
I'm not surprised at that, yeah.
But his brother and sister both have been arrested for murder. So out of 3 children, I'm not sure if there's more siblings, but his other family members have been arrested for murder. The kids that up at the LeBron school, these 3 teens said that this guy threw piss at them or shot some BB gun or something at them. They beat him to death and stomped on his chest and stole his car.
I remember that.
They got
that was a few years ago,
6
right?
months.
Yeah, that was a few years ago, yeah.
They got 6 months.
LeBron hardly even mentioned that, if I'm not mistaken.
Correct. So, these people live in a delusional land where like white people, nobody kills white people. Nothing's going like white people get away with everything. And it's not real. You can't reason with these people. And only black people want to be in your space and you can't tell them nothing, but they somehow are territorial about blocks that they don't even own. They tell you can't travel to a city that they don't know. So it's going to have, it's going to come to it's going to come to a head. And like Elijah Schaefer, the video you showed, he had a gun on him. According to the Carmelo Anthony people, he could have pulled out a gun and shot all of those people in the face for assaulting him and trying to tell him to leave their tent because it was on public ground.
One of them had touched him, yeah.
So, dude, I just don't think it's going to go well. I honestly think that there's no way black people have been so propagated by the news media when it comes to these cases that you're not going to get them to stop. And even the not like thems are jumping on this case. So it's like we've reached.
Why do you think that is? Like, take CT for instance. Why do you think he sided with Carmelo?
Because he's black.
But he doesn't want to live around Carmelo.
Correct. Me and CT have gone back and forth about this multiple times. I've literally said, CT, he's got the same haircut as you. He was an upper class black. There's no evidence or anything to substantiate why you're jumping out on this kid. Like, the only thing there can be is that you're black. And he's like, yeah, but I talk crazy about blacks that do bad stuff. And I said, yeah, CT, but the issue here is this kid did bad thing, and you're assuming that he didn't do bad thing. and the only thing that you can really hang your hat on that would make sense is he's black. Like there's nothing that you can bring up that is gonna make this make sense. He's like, oh no. He kept telling me he was gonna go, like he kept sending me text messages about how he would vouch for me when I go to Atlanta when he goes to Morehouse, because he's gonna go to Morehouse.
Like, yeah, Carmelo. You talking about Carmelo?
I'm like, yeah, I'm like, dude, I'm not going to Atlanta for one. I'm not going to the land of black fairies. Two,
Atlanta.
I'm not going down there. I'm like, no. But
you
yeah,
would do
like,
fine in North Georgia, though, Savage. You would like North Georgia near the mountains.
Yeah,
you would do
like
just fine there.
Yeah, I'm just like, I honestly think that CT automatically thought that this kid was upper class and thought that like because he was upper class, he somehow related to him, and like he saw himself in him or something. That's the only thing that can make sense to me, because it doesn't make sense any other way.
I mean, this family
John,
really
has. That's what I told Savage. That's what I told John. ABL and CT, they see themselves in this Carmelo.
Yeah, you did say that.
They're not just looking objectively at what happened.
But you know, once they saw the family and how the family behaved, that should have immediately, you know, sent off your spidey senses. Like, wait a minute.
CT yelled at me. CT yelled at me for calling Carmelo Anthony's mom ghetto.
And now we're seeing how ghetto they are.
Savage, I literally have been telling everyone for practically this entire life. Well, you just said it succinctly, but I've been telling them it starts with her. She has been getting away with this behavior. This is how she behaves. She can attack other people. Like what we just saw on the subway, John, the black man reading, and then the other black woman sitting minding her business.
Yeah.
Carmelo's mother, they attack quiet black people. They target and attack quiet black people, and they've been getting away with it because white people just allow it or don't say anything. Now her son has finally inflicted violence on this teenager, and now everyone wants to side with Carmelo. They will never take responsibility that these people are violent. They are violent. And CT knows this. That's why he drifts. He knows exactly what this is, because he's just as chaotic as they are. And so is his buddy. This is their natural place in nature.
So
it's to be violent.
Who was it? The parents did an interview with someone named Mimi Brown. I have to check that one out.
Well, CT's an elitist.
This is it,
like CT,
Savage.
CT,
think about something, Savage. You have this this black teenager who, by the way, Savage, he attends a school called Centennial, which is a top 5% school in Texas. That school is over 51% Asian, and it's about 40% white. Everyone else is about 6%. Everything else is Hispanic and black, like 5-6% black, 5-6% Hispanic. That's where Carmelo went to school. Austin and his brother, they went to a school called Memorial. That school where Austin attended is actually bottom 10% in Texas for their test scores. That school is about 30% white, 20% Hispanic, 20% black, and then about like 20% or 20% Asian. I say this because Carmelo is going to the better school. He's supposed to be a wide receiver. He's on the track team. He has a little Hispanic girlfriend, and he has a job at HEB as a cashier.
I saw that on his records there.
Everything to make him excel. He's in an environment to excel, Savage. And you still see what happens. And they still behave how they always behave. They don't want to leave people alone. All he had to do was just leave that Memorial tent, which is another high school. Just leave them alone. They never do that.
They like did it. You know,
spaces.
Ponder, I'm gonna get Savage to come in on this before we get out of here. This is the Blacks All rallying around Carmelo. Listen to Freezy.
Man, fuck you. Fuck you. I'm talking to you. You know who I'm talking to. I'm talking to you. And if I was in front of y'all, I'll beat the shit out your bitch ass.
Your bitch ass.
I'll piss, man. I'm telling you. Man, listen, man. I do not fuck with these people. I'm telling you. And these people are so fake. They fake. They fake. That's why I stay my ass over here. You think I'm finna be around these fuck niggas? You think I'm finna be around these fuck niggas, though? Hell no. You goddamn right, John Galt. I would rather hang around Carmelo Anthony than a lot of you black coon ass ninjas. You goddamn right. I seen your shit, nigga. With your drunken ass. With your drug habit drunken ass. You goddamn right. You goddamn right. With your drug habit, weed head, drunken ass, alcoholic ass. You motherfucking right. Yes. I would rather hang around a real nigga like Carmelo Anthony than your black coon, drunken ass, weed head ass. You motherfucking right. Y'all some bitch ass niggas. Bitch ass niggas. And you know you a bitch. Not just John Galt, but a lot of you John Galt some credit. He'll come up and holler at me.
Man, they chipping out on this shit, bro.
So,
what do you think about this, Sam? You see, really,
So the only reason that Carmelo Anthony's real is because he killed a white person. That's the only thing that makes him real. So that just goes to show his mentality. Second, have you ever heard the complaint that black areas are over policed?
Yeah.
Do you know what the blacks are actually forcing whites to do now?
Well, under police them?
No, whites are just going to have to nonstop call the cops on blacks for everything. Like, if I live in a white neighborhood,
that is what they were implying.
If I live in a white neighborhood and I see a black guy in the neighborhood, I can't ask him what he's doing because I could get stabbed because I'm bothering him. So now I got to call the cops on him. Oh, they're parked out in front of my house. I got to call the cops. Oh, there's a black guy moving furniture. I got to call, like, every interaction now. I just have to call the cops on them. Every white person has to just call constantly. Oh, there's some black teens over here running around. We got to call the cops.
Yeah,
they're asking for the cops to just be nonstop being called on them. And do you know what's going to happen?
Well, that's more or less what Anthony Brian Logan was saying. Hmm?
Well,
What do you think?
Anthony Brian Loan was being a low IQ retard because he also didn't say, well, technically, if Anthony had someone touch him, then why didn't he go get a coach? See, like these retards they want to hold a standard for white people, but they don't want to actually apply the standards themselves.
You're right.
And
I was pointing out the part that, like, I shouldn't have to go get a coach to tell you to get out from up under my tent, bro. Damn, I gotta, like, this is just too much, too much at the micro level. I gotta go get a coach to tell you to get out from up under my tent. Like, that's a waste of his time and mine. That's the way, Anthony Brian Logan said they should have just gone to get a coach to remove Carmelo. I said all that to just tell him to get somewhere where he shouldn't be. That it's, I don't know.
And John, they're also 17 years old, by the way, sir. They're 17.
It's basically a grown
So you
man.
really need a coach?
But why didn't they apply this logic of Carmelo to Metcalf? Why couldn't Metcalf pull a knife out of his pocket and just stab him for not leaving their tent? Why couldn't those white boys jump on him and beat him half to death for not leaving?
Yeah. Yeah, it's a good way of looking at it too, yeah.
Because you know damn well if Metcalf would have stabbed him, that it would be this is what it's like being black. This is these racists. This is unfair. They could have just asked him to leave.
Yeah, you might have seen some violence in the streets if the Metcalf boys stabbed him. You know what I mean?
So
hmm?
yeah, so that's the problem. The problem is these low IQ blacks are retarded and they can't think outside of themselves, their own point of view. They can't critically think or use logic in any way. So you're just gonna white people are gonna have it, like if white people are gonna start having to, like that black guy that was on the train or the bus and he was threatening that dude.
Yeah, you saw that. Yeah.
If it was a white guy, as soon as he said, "I'll cut your face," dude needs to pull out a gun and shoot the motherfucker. Like that's where it's at. Like all this boasting and threatening in the open. Like, so that guy on that stream, when he said that if you were in front of me, I would beat the fuck out of you, that is a threat that is legally criminal.
Yeah. Particularly when he mentioned the knife, he'll cut you.
Anytime that you put a threat with a time and a place, that makes it a criminal offense.
You know, the thing is, that was New York, bro. He was going to go on trial. If he pulled out a gun, if he pulled out a knife, he's still probably going to go on trial.
Yeah, well, you shouldn't live in these liberal fucking hellholes anyways. But the point that I'm making is, logically, this is the thing. White people are going to start actually just not putting up with it. The guy's going to say, "I'll cut your fucking bitch ass face." And white guys are going to start pulling out guns and shooting these dudes down. And it's like, that's what's going to end up happening. And guess what's going to happen?
I find it hard to believe, Savage, because like there's someone like you, man, you got too much to throw away. You're more likely to just avoid the conflict. You got children. Like most people here have something to keep them from going all the way, keep them in prison.
Well, listen,
that's what I think.
Listen, I'm not the average person. I will completely go to prison and serve time in the pursuit of protecting my family. If my wife and kids are with me on anywhere, and you say you're gonna cut me or my kids, I'm gonna kill you on the spot. You threaten me, I don't give a shit.
I think if you'd have been that black guy, if you'd have been that guy on the train when that guy was talking to you, you probably would just move and you probably would end up like you did for that guy.
I said it in the chat. I said as soon as he said he was going to cut me, while he was holding the speaker in one hand and the phone in the other, I would have pulled out my blade and stabbed him when he didn't have the opportunity to get to his knife.
That'd have been preemptive for sure. You really would have been on trial then, and they would have been, the prosecutor would have been saying he had a speaker and what did he have in his hand? The other hand?
Yeah, but he said he was going to cut me. What did I know that he had? He told me he had a knife. It's on recording. I'll deal with the trial. You won't see me in New York. I'm not going to New York. That's a hellhole.
Yeah,
that's black paradise. I don't want to be there.
Yeah, you definitely couldn't do that in New York. Even in DC, you'd be on trial for something like that. I
don't want to be in DC either. Listen, if there's 3 or more, I don't go.
Yeah, I agree with Dick though, man. You know, like carrying a gun, even if you had to go to trial, and you've been in jail, you've been in prison, you've been in prison, right?
Yeah.
Man, you know, the food, the just freedom of movement, you know, lockdowns and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, but this is
myself.
But this is the issue that you have. All right. The issue that you have is that you have black people killing kids. You got black people attacking people. It's not going to get better. All of the years of whites and blacks, of us like trying to get rid of racism and all of it, all the shit that, like, dude, I'm 37. I literally grew up with the race narrative of black people are just like you, and you're a bad person if you don't like black people, and black people have been the victim. Like, that
Yeah, I know what
whole
you mean.
bullshit
Mhm.
has been force fed to my generation, to the point where now we grew up not caring about race, but blacks care. And like
Quite a bit.
the woman in Cleveland that stabbed that 3-year-old boy at the grocery store, she got ruled not fit to stand trial. The guy in Florida that kidnapped a twin and this black guy broke into this house, kidnapped this kid. He was like a 3-year-old or 2-year-old baby, took him out of the house, took him blocks away, and stabbed him to death. He just got ruled unfit for trial.
Yeah.
So, like, it's not going to get better. It's not going to get better. At some
Nah.
point, someone's going to have to take a stand. And with you openly, like, dude, if I openly talked about hunting down black people on Instagram or on the camera, I would
Oh,
get
you be in
charged with
trouble.
crime.
Well, you wouldn't have a
Black
job
people
either.
are-
You get socially punished as well.
Black people are openly doing it.
Well,
They have
you know,
no problem openly doing it.
well, you know, as I just said earlier, many of them don't have any social constraints to rein them in. There's no job. Many of them don't have jobs. That's why they can crash out. Ahmaud Arbery, look at him. He wasn't working. Trayvon Martin, he probably saw his future was bleak. I wouldn't be surprised if Carmelo Anthony even saw his future was bleak. So the behavior becomes erratic because of that. And so that's why I say, man, like going to jail for some low IQ person that will approach you while you're armed with a shotgun, it's better to just avoid them. In America, at least, is the way it's becoming, because you don't even want to go through trial, man. A trial will turn your whole life upside down, financially and everything. And you know, and the blacks win either way.
Yeah, but listen, if that guy tells me he's going to cut me and I walk away and he's going to keep following me.
Yeah, that part was crazy, right? He kept following the dude.
So
after the dude gave him everything he wanted, he moved.
So listen, either I walk away and the dude keeps following, keeps threatening. Like, how am I to know if he's going to do something or not? If he's going to keep, like, that dude kept engaging.
He did.
I'm going to just blow your ass. I'm going to blow your ass away. I'm going to stab the shit out of you. I'm going to beat you to death. And then I don't have to worry about it.
Yeah, he did keep
I'm not
engaging.
going to I'm not going to turn my back on someone that's threatening to stab me. Like, that's crazy.
Yeah. Yeah. Now, you know, I see that behavior all the time on the bus, and most of the time people don't even say anything to them while they're playing their Bluetooth speakers or something like that. Every now and then someone will. Typically it's a woman. But in this case, I guess the man said something to him. And, he wasn't ready for that. He probably, you know, he wasn't ready for that. Guys, I got to get out of here, man. Go ahead. Go ahead before I get out of here.
I'm just telling you, Mark, I told CT that kid was getting convicted of first-degree murder. I'm telling you right now, I guarantee you by the end of the year, we're going to have multiple cases like this where it is some bullshit incident that happens and a white guy gets killed or a black guy gets killed based off of this case. It's going to be stemming from the hatred and bullshit and antics that are going on from this case.
When you say that, you say something like Carmelo Anthony would be mentioned, it would be referencing like the trial or something. Is that what you're saying specifically?
I'm not saying that it's going to be mentioned. I'm saying that based off of the fervor of the people that are upset now, that mentality is going to go into their interactions with other people later. And because of this case, they're going to interact with other people because of this.
Yeah, I could definitely see that. You know, the frictions. Definitely from black people for sure. What I can see is the unseen, like the unemployment statistics. Look at the county like Collins County. If they see a name come in with a resume with Carmelo on there or something like that, and you are pro Metcalf, they're probably throwing that shit in the trash. They're probably saying you were one of the people that were agitating for Carmelo Anthony, and I don't want you around me. And I think long term, we're going to see, those would be the statistics that, the blacks clearly won't pay attention to. But I think that's where they have like permanently harmed themselves. They're not necessary to run this. Their labor is not so valuable that you have to have them. And if they're going to be murderous in this way, employers are going to be the first people to turn them off. Because imagine if he had done this at a job, right? Imagine if he had killed an employee or a customer. Many companies, restaurants, everything have knives. Hell, he worked at a restaurant. He worked at a grocery store. They probably have knives there. Imagine if this same thing had played out at his workplace. Then now his company is being sued. Companies are not going to tolerate that kind of behavior. They have too much risk analysis departments where they can weed out this kind of behavior. And that's what I think. That'll be a long-term impact on the blacks behaving like this. Yeah, that's right. We don't need Shaniquas. We got Marias now. And it'll be hard to measure that, but I think it'll definitely show up. What do you think before we get out of here? I'm guessing you probably wouldn't hire a Carmelo. Anyway, guys, it's always been great. My pleasure. This nigga high as a motherfucker, by the way. Let me go fast forward. I am the nigga, young dog. This high ass nigga.
They don't dance no more. It's all about the lean. Back in the day, crack was jumping on the scene. Now they slumped on the sidewalk. Can't talk. Golden era baby, but we still feel the rock. They used to be kings, now they lost in the scheme. Popping them bottles, throwing money, living dreams. Now they zoned out and mumbling, fumbling. No rhythm in the city, the whole shit crumbling. They used to rock the house, they was riding through the streets. Remember there was dancing, sliding to the beat. Now it's poison in their veins, ain't no pulse on the street. Guess it's over now, they accepted defeat. Back in the day, the rock had them wild and free. Different story now, they got no energy. The new drugs got them slow with the hit unload. Eyes closed and they don't dance no more. Block used to be jumping, type shit they was on. Now it's lights out, guess the thrill is gone.
I am the nigga, I bring it to your rough, rugged, and raw, nigga.
They don't dance no more, it's all about the codeine. Back in the day, they was rocking on the scene. Crack out of pop, even dancing in the rain. Now they nodding off, shit just don't hit the same.
I am the nigga,